The young lady tried to explain to Vance that self-sacrifice wasn't a requirement, hoping he'd understand. However, the guy didn't object. He genuinely wanted to go through the reincarnation ritual with her of his own free will. At the spacious estate, they tried in vain to stop Lloyd, who refused to obey. The servants begged him to leave them small errands, but the young man knew these reports were meant for his mother. He wanted to deliver them himself as he was planning to visit her. A whole millennium had passed since his reincarnation, and his new life had been going on for 8 years. Once known as the Sky Empire's Night Protector, he was now known as Lloyd and resided in this estate. The boy approached the door, knocked, and opening it, apologized for intruding. He was greeted by Mulia herself, his adoptive mother and the head of the Count's house, who possessed the magic of charm and love. The boy was slightly embarrassed. The woman immediately apologized for the accidental display of her magic. Due to the power of her magical force, she involuntarily activated her enchanting magic. As expected of Lloyd, he successfully repelled its effect. He apologized for his accidental transgression, to which the girl replied that he shouldn't worry about it. Even though his magic was colorless and transparent, it was enough to neutralize Mulia's magic. She felt she was still far from being an ideal mother if she was making the boy worry. Lloyd assured her that wasn't the case at all and expressed his sincere gratitude for taking him, a commoner, from the orphanage, adding that he was ready to do anything for her. These words touched his mother and she hugged him tightly, finding them too flattering. The boy joked that he was about to suffocate from the embrace. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who burst through the door, irritably asking what they were doing. She was unhappy that she had been holding back, knowing her mother was tired and wanted to let her rest. Canon possessed healing magic. The girl started crying because Mulia only doted on Lloyd. Mulia apologized and said she had just finished up and could now spend time with her, beckoning her closer. Canon joyfully rushed into her mother's arms. The boy was amazed at how much she loved her mother. However, things weren't so simple with the guy himself. The girl, still in her mother's embrace, turned to Lloyd. Marietta had prepared tea and asked him to drink it. He thanked her for her thoughtfulness. Mulia suggested her daughter call him Big Brother instead of by his name. She said that if something happened that made her want to call him that, she would do exactly as her mother asked. The girl thought Lloyd was a good guy already, but she had one reservation. Despite having magic, he never showed it. Mulia pondered this, and it was indeed true. His magic was transparent, and Canon didn't know what color it was. Because of this, it wasn't clear which attribute it belonged to. He was asked what color his magic was and requested to show it next time. He promised to do so when the opportunity arose. Lloyd wanted to befriend Canon. The girl was jealous of her mother and would never give her up to the boy. He wasn't sure how to get closer to her. Lloyd went to Marietta's for tea, where he was advised to be more careful. In the summer house, the boy enjoyed tea brewed from spring-harvested Saventia leaves. He thanked Marietta for her consistently excellent tea. She noted that he knew how to compliment someone, as Marietta was not only the head maid but also a mentor to Lloyd and his sister. Lloyd genuinely found her tea delightful and invited Marietta to join him. However, she felt it was inappropriate and was about to decline, but Lloyd hinted that he could learn a lot from her during a casual tea conversation. The maid lost the argument. He even handled her refusal well. The boy simply wanted her to relax too. Lloyd held a sugar stick, a special product from the Empire, in his hand. The tea leaves imported from the Holy Empire were especially delightful with their spring aroma of young grass. This scent greatly enhanced the refreshing taste, bringing Marietta true pleasure from enjoying products from different countries. The prosperity of trade was made possible by the anti-war barrier established 1,000 years ago, which ended a long war between the 7 states. Memories of those distant times flooded Lloyd's mind. In the midst of the war, as a knight of the Celestial Empire, he met the Empress of Time, Alsmeria Rune Misha. Her majesty and very existence filled him with pride and a sense of duty. To end the war, Alsmeria took a desperate step. Putting her life on the line, she erected an anti-war barrier over the 7 states. However, this dangerous magic significantly shortened her lifespan. They decided to be reborn through a reincarnation ritual to see a world without wars. After his reincarnation, Lloyd was found and adopted by Countess Milia, beginning his new life. However, he never stopped searching for Alsmeria, dreaming of sharing this world with her. Marietta's call interrupted Lloyd's thoughts. Noticing his pensive expression, the girl realized he was concerned about Canon and was looking for a way to befriend her. The maid suggested he talk to the girl in the reception room, believing it would be easier for them to connect and more effective if they were alone. Lloyd gladly accepted her advice, thanking her for the valuable idea. Meeting at the door, the children simultaneously reached for the handle, which caused them both confusion. Canon looked at him shyly, and Lloyd quickly apologized. He opened the door for her and invited her to enter. The girl stammered her thanks and rushed forward. But when Lloyd took her hand, Canon blushed and asked him not to go too far. The boy immediately apologized. His excessive politeness surprised her, as she could do simple things herself. Lloyd remembered how Alsmeria also often got angry about this. He was disappointed, realizing he had failed. Canon was aware of her rudeness, but it annoyed her that her mother had no time for her because of visitors. Lloyd looked at the girl with understanding. He asked her if she loved her mother very much, to which she replied yes, and then asked him the same question. Their conversation was cut short when someone entered the room. Standing before them was Victor Roswald, the eldest son of the Viscount family who served Mulia. He was delighted to see Canon. Lloyd greeted him, but it seemed Victor ignored the adopted children. Canon was also happy to see him, but said she had already greeted Victor and wanted to leave them alone. Victor said he had come to talk about her magic. Canon was surprised and froze, not understanding what he meant. As Countess Mulia's daughter, she naturally possessed outstanding magical talent. Since Victor also belonged to a house loyal to the Countess, he wanted to witness her power. Even though her eye and hair color differed from her mother's, it didn't negate her status as the heir to the Count's house. Canon didn't know how to respond. Victor's words didn't sit well with her. He, on the other hand, awaited her reaction, hoping his plan would work. Lloyd understood that Canon wasn't obligated to fall for the provocation. However, it was clear from her expression that she was ready to fight. Canon said she understood him and asked how exactly she should demonstrate her power. Victor suggested they move, explaining that it would be inconvenient for them here. Within the Files County, a magical power test had long been used to assess strength. This was exactly what Victor intended to do. He asked her not to worry, as it was just a regular test and they wouldn't be fighting seriously, but merely demonstrating their abilities. The only thing that concerned him was Lloyd's presence. Victor didn't understand how the boy ended up there. Lloyd replied that he saw no reason to leave them alone, as it was a test, not a duel. Victor believed that without a drop of the Count's blood, Lloyd had nothing to do with this matter. Nevertheless, he decided to let him stay, asking him not to interfere. Lloyd understood that Victor craved Canon's attention and had led her into the forest, far from home. Sooner or later, Victor would try something. He would conduct a magical power test, and if he won, he would have a request for Canon. She didn't understand why, as they had initially agreed to simply observe her power. A standard was needed to assess magical power, as Victor wanted to understand if she truly surpassed him. Canon became angry and declared that she disliked people who acted that way. This only made Victor laugh. Whatever she said, it didn't matter. Everything was already decided. He yearned to see her magical power with his own eyes. Victor used magic and summoned an evil spirit, directing it at Canon. She didn't expect this, and not knowing what to do, screamed in fear, covering herself with her hands. However, Lloyd took the blow, stopping the attack. Canon opened her eyes and saw the boy in front of her, who was indignant that the evil spirit had been released without warning. This, according to Victor himself, contradicted the beliefs of aristocrats. Lloyd was furious. Victor was initially scared, but then laughed, reminding the boy that he shouldn't interfere. Not only had Lloyd tagged along, but he was also offering uninvited support. However, the boy saw it differently, as it was a hidden attack, and such a duel could not be called fair. If the fight involved such tricks, he would break the rules and protect Canon. He did all of this for his precious family. Canon looked at her brother in astonishment. Lloyd's words only made Victor laugh, and he realized something. He felt only a weak magical power emanating from the boy and saw no color around him. This amused Victor. He didn't see them as a family, since they had picked up some street kid and made him their son. Canon couldn't tolerate such insolence. She stood up for her brother, demanding that Victor stop insulting him. Lloyd was surprised that she defended him. Victor was fuming because these kids who thought they were a Count's family were doing whatever they wanted. They weren't even bound by blood. It was just a bunch of people playing family. At that moment, the magical device in his hand suddenly activated. The guy was stunned. The contraption started draining his power. The artifact went out of control and he could no longer contain the evil spirit. Spirits of different magic colors shot up into the sky. Lloyd turned to his sister and asked for her help, begging her to believe in him, even if just for a moment. Kanon wanted to object, but he reminded her that her magic was healing, and while she had various artifacts, they were useless against an evil spirit. He couldn't bear for her to get hurt, so he suggested they fight side by side. Suddenly, the girl felt a change. Her magic had changed color. Victor asked what they were whispering about, thinking they were mocking him, and charged forward. Kanon managed to create a fiery shield protecting herself and her brother, which puzzled the guy. He couldn't understand where she got magic other than healing. The girl herself was in shock, realizing that this was her brother's power. Victor, though equally surprised, had no intention of giving up. He was confident that his wind would extinguish this weak fire and continued to attack Kanon, who skillfully dodged. He thought she was just evading, but then he realized the girl was nullifying all his damage with an air shield. Everything happening seemed like a delusion to him, as nothing was visible and multiple attributes were being used. But Victor was mistaken. Lloyd was colorless, which meant he could change his magic. The boy warned that an earth spirit would emerge from underground next, and she needed to dodge first, then suppress it. She obediently agreed. Kanon was amazed. Her brother knew where the attack would come from. She wanted to understand how he knew, but the boy asked her to calm down and trust the flow that would protect her. Kanon took a stance and began to cast magic. Unexpectedly, she soared upwards. Victor watched her in astonishment, but wasn't going to give up. He still had strength left. The guy simultaneously directed dark and water spirits, but the girl repelled the attack from both sides. Victor's strength ran out and he collapsed to the ground, powerless. Kanon and Lloyd approached him and told him it was over. The guy was in despair because his father had promised that the power given to him would help defeat the girl. Enraged, Victor pulled out a knife and lunged at the boy. His sister only managed to scream his name. The young man was also furious. Such actions did not align with the knight's code. Lloyd was determined to defeat him and had no intention of forgiving such underhanded tactics. The guy noticed every muscle movement of his opponent, heard the crunch of bones, and saw the dagger's blade gleam menacingly. This allowed him to predict the attack's trajectory and assess its power. Now, he knew how to thwart the assault with minimal effort using the first defensive technique. Lloyd dodged so quickly that Victor didn't even have time to blink, then, using his technique, struck him in the back. Victor collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single word. To the young man, his opponent seemed like a true monster. After the fight, he noticed that Victor had managed to nick him with the dagger, leaving a small scratch on his face. At that moment, his sister was running towards him at full speed. He reassured her, saying it was just a scratch. Kanon couldn't hold back her tears. It was unbearable for her to see her brother being harmed. Out of the corner of his eye, Lloyd noticed her healing his wound. Even after a tough fight, she found the strength to use her magic for him. In his eyes, she was a true angel. She heard these thoughts and became very flustered. The girl was completely absorbed in the battle and hadn't realized she had started reading his mind. He apologized for what had happened. It wasn't an accident. She had a feeling their powers had merged, and she wanted to understand what that meant. Lloyd explained that through magical induction, he had united their hearts, allowing them to communicate telepathically. Kanon was astonished but didn't understand how it was possible. It turned out he had formed a protective contract during the fight. Thanks to her faith in him, he was able to unleash her power and connect it with his, and this bond continued to persist. Lloyd thanked his sister for fighting alongside him and promised to always protect her. Kanon also vowed to help him if he ever found himself in danger. The boy remembered the defeated Victor and turned back to him. They still had to deal with him, but first, they needed to return to the mansion. At home, the kids told Marietta what had happened, and she breathed a sigh of relief that everything was all right. Now, they needed to report everything to Mulia and move Victor from the forest to the main residence. The Countess wanted to meet with Viscount Roswald personally, and the children needed to return to their rooms. Lloyd asked for permission to go with her. Marietta offered him a seat at the table and removed the tablecloth, revealing a magic circle drawn underneath. By channeling power into it, one could hear sounds from the adjacent room. The boy felt like this was eavesdropping, but the room was designed to monitor the head of the household study. Perhaps it was too early for him to know everything, but he was the person Mulia had brought into their home. Lloyd perfectly understood what the head of the Count's house was doing. The Viscount reported that he had completed the monthly tax collection report and handed the necessary papers to the Countess. Upon reviewing the documents, it was clear that among all three houses, the Roswald house had expanded its territories the most. After his report, the man was about to leave, but the young woman asked him to stay and tell her something else. He asked, puzzled, what she meant. Mulia discovered that despite the increase in territory and population, the total tax revenue remained the same. The Viscount was shocked that Mulia had conducted her own investigation without trusting him. She demanded an explanation as to why he hadn't reported the increase in tax revenue. Since ancient times, the Count's family had sworn an oath to the Celestial Empire, vowing, along with the Viscounts, to protect and maintain peace in the land entrusted to them. The slightest false report would lead to a loss of the Empire's trust. He harbored a secret plan to seize power in the Count's house, but he needed one crucial thing: the established fact that the Count's court had been overthrown by his efforts. In his thirst for power, he didn't hesitate to use his own son. The realization of his son's failure was a blow to him. Mulia reproached him for involving children in dangerous games, to which he sharply retorted, not understanding her words. The Viscount didn't grasp her hints, assuming his offspring was simply overexcited by the anticipation of his future inheritance. The man argued that Cannon, with her healing magic, was ill-suited for battle, and Victor was likely trying to prove this by rushing into the fight. He admitted his son's mistake but emphasized that Mulia and Cannon would need protection, and no one except them, pure-blooded aristocrats, could handle it better than mercenaries of unknown origin. The girl, however, declared that her daughter possessed light magic and would soon gain the strength to protect herself. Protection or the ability to protect, it didn't matter. The main thing was for aristocrats to fight for their honor and the well-being of their subjects. Cannon and Lloyd possessed enough qualities to inherit this will. Today, this became evident after Victor's defeat, who needed to undergo retraining. She referred Roswald's fate to the imperial court for consideration. After stating this, she asked him to leave, but he froze in place, realizing the gravity of his situation and the impending consequences. In a rage, he lunged at her desk, accusing her of arrogance and of only gaining her position as head of the family due to an ancestor's death. Mulia watched him silently, showing no reaction. He suddenly calmed down, not understanding the reason for her silent gaze. A chilling dread enveloped the man, and he realized the true state of affairs. This coldness stemmed from the colossal difference in their strengths. He was merely a bug in her hands. She only needed to breathe on him for him to lose consciousness. Marietta, greeting her mistress, opened the door to the room and praised Mulia for her ability to subdue. The girl turned to Lloyd to ask if he had heard everything that happened in the next room. The Countess explained that she had brought the boy into her home to protect Cannon, and by not telling him this, she was trying to create the impression of a good mother. Overhearing the conversation from the room, he felt proud of her. He realized that there were many who disliked his presence in the county. Lloyd yearned to be by her side, wanting to protect the house. He wanted to protect Cannon until she grew up, and once she became strong, he could protect his mother too. Despite her strength, he would make every effort to become as strong as she was. Mulia froze upon hearing this. She asked him not to worry about her, assuring him that she was strong enough to defend herself, but tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks from his concern for her happiness. Even Marietta couldn't hold back her tears. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door, and Cannon herself appeared in the doorway. Her mother apologized for all the trouble she had caused her. The girl rushed into her arms, happily exclaiming that she wasn't scared at all because her big brother had saved her. Mulia then called Lloyd over to hug him as well. Marietta asked them to ignore her and go to their mother, but the Countess called her over too. She felt a bit embarrassed but agreed to join them only after getting permission. Cannon expressed her wish for them to become closer friends from that moment on. Everyone was happy with the situation and that the girl had finally befriended her brother. Mulia suggested that her daughter take a bath with Lloyd. Hearing this, he blushed slightly, and soon enough they were in the bathroom. Recalling his mother's words, Lloyd considered going to wash up himself. Just then, Marietta silently approached from behind and asked if he was ready, which made him jump. He asked her not to sneak up on him like that again. The girl apologized, explaining that she was worried about how he was feeling. The boy looked at her in surprise, realizing she seemed different, not like her usual self. Noticing the blush on his face, she decided he had a fever and touched her forehead to his. This greatly embarrassed Lloyd and he pulled away, assuring her he was fine. Marietta suggested his head was just overheated and told him to follow her. The boy found it hard to resist the flow. At that moment, Mulia asked if her son had arrived and the girl confirmed he was already there. While her mother was shampooing her hair, Kanona asked if her brother was standing behind her and her mother confirmed it. He offered to leave if she was uncomfortable. The girl then asked for permission to wash Lloyd's back and her mother agreed, asking in return if she would let her wash his hair as she hadn't done it in a long time. Mulia finished washing her daughter, who then thanked her for taking care of her. Now it was Lloyd's turn and he was desperately awaiting his fate. His sister called him over. She approached him and asked where he would like her to start. He was speechless as if an angel stood before him, but he gathered his thoughts and suggested she start with his hands. She agreed. Kanon diligently rubbed his hands, smiling secretly. When he asked what made her so happy, she replied that she was holding the hands of the person who protected her. He was stunned by her words. She distracted him by asking if it was stinging him. Mulia watched in surprise as her daughter had fun and finally got along with her brother. Marietta knew the girl had been worried about this the whole time and rejoiced with her. After finishing Lloyd's bath, the girl heard words of gratitude. Now it was his mother's turn. She approached him with shower gel, remembering how long it had been since they were in the bath together and couldn't believe it was happening again. The boy was very embarrassed. She reassured him, asking him not to worry, and apologized that it was her whim, thanking him for agreeing. Mulia, as she soaped him, noticed that Lloyd's hair, like Kanon's, had grown out and his bangs were getting into his eyes. She tried to push them back, planning to cut his hair later, while the boy sat silently, holding his breath from embarrassment. The Countess couldn't understand why he was so obedient today and decided he was just a sweetheart. With a sense of relief, he sank onto the bed in his room, realizing that the nightmare was over and he could finally relax a bit. Suddenly, something came to his mind. Deep within the forest where Kanon was undergoing her magic trial, a powerful energy presence was detected. Lloyd speculated that a magical creature resided nearby, and his search through a book led to a fascinating discovery. The illustration depicted an ancient deity, the guardian of the mountain forest, also known as the Cat King or Bastet. Lloyd couldn't believe that such a mythical creature might actually be in the vicinity. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who announced that dinner was ready. Leaving the book, Lloyd headed to the table. The four of them happily shared the meal. During dinner, the boy got some sauce on himself and Kanon thoughtfully wiped his lips. Lloyd was grateful for her care. Marietta's place was taken, and while it was hard for her to accept, she had other ways to take care of him. The slightly tart fruit sauces didn't overpower the delicate flavor of the white fish. Instead, they enhanced it wonderfully. Culinary skills had advanced significantly compared to 1,000 years ago. Mulia, watching her son, noted that his face became serious and mature while he ate. Kanon lightly touched his shoulder and said she would eat half her portion, even though she didn't want to at all. The boy objected, telling her not to force herself if she wasn't hungry. They had finally found common ground and he could support her like this. She brought a piece to her mouth and, wincing, began to chew. The girl couldn't hide her disgust as she ate the dish. Kanon showed her plate, announcing that she had managed half, and since Lloyd had eaten her share, next time she would eat whatever he didn't like. Mulia and Marietta, observing the scene, couldn't hold back their tears. The maid promised to speak with the head chef and ask him to prepare simpler dishes. A pang of longing gripped the young man's heart as he realized that serene happiness couldn't last forever. He was tormented by the desire to know if Alsmelia had been reborn in this world and to confirm her existence here. The only person he could turn to for help was Countess Mulia. He happened to meet his mother, and she immediately understood that he had something important to discuss with her. She offered to talk with him in her study before bed about everything that was bothering him. After changing, Mulia playfully covered his eyes with her hands. He expressed regret for distracting her. Opening his eyelids, he was slightly surprised, although the girl had expected a greater reaction from him, knowing his sensitivity. She felt grateful for his protection of Conan. Matters with Viscount Roswald required her presence at home. Mulia apologized for everything that had happened. Lloyd assured his mother that she had nothing to apologize for. Protecting his sister was his duty, and he protected her not because someone told him to, but because he wanted to. His pleasant words surprised her and filled her with joyful gratitude. It seemed to her that Lloyd wanted to discuss something important. waiting until night didn't matter, and she attentively waited for what he would say. He explained that he was obsessed with finding one particular person, no matter what, and always pursued that goal. Feeling her son's distress, the Countess offered her help. She asked for the name of the person he was looking for, and he prepared to answer. Suddenly, his throat felt as if countless chains had bound it, and an unknown fear enveloped him, rendering him speechless. He couldn't utter the name. Perhaps this was the price for the reincarnation ritual. It was likely a curse or some kind of rule. Lloyd couldn't speak about his past life. Realizing that verbal communication was impossible, he decided to write the name and hurried to get some paper. But all his attempts were in vain. He couldn't form a single letter. Then he remembered historical books where the name might be mentioned. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his head, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. A wave of despair washed over Lloyd, and tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes. His mother hugged him, trying to calm him down. She whispered for him not to blame himself or force himself to do things that caused him pain, and the boy, in turn, apologized for his weakness. She was touched by his earlier words that apologies weren't necessary and that she could always remain his mother. In her embrace, Lloyd gradually regained his composure. She stopped using magic, wanting him to relax a bit. Lloyd thanked her, marveling at her power. He asked if there was a way to find someone he couldn't speak or write about, and received an affirmative answer. The sky was clear today, which could help, but there was a slight hitch. She asked him to wait and briefly left the room. The Countess mentioned that a magical book was stored somewhere in the mansion. Lloyd's despair was immense. He believed that a knight unable to utter the name of his beloved lady was unworthy of life, but despite everything, he placed his hopes on this book. He felt regret seeing her having to wander the streets so late, especially given her already busy schedule. She tried to reassure him, saying that walking with him wasn't a burden for her, and offered to hold his hand so he wouldn't stumble and fall. Lloyd showed interest in the ancient book she was holding. Mulia shared that the book had been passed down to her by her father. She didn't know its author or when it was created, but for the Files family, this book held significant value, and the magic it contained could be used. They approached a huge magic circle. The boy assumed it was his mother's creation, but she hadn't even touched it. If one asked the heavens, an answer could be received from the stars. This was the magical ritual used by celestial beings in the distant past. The starry sky enveloped the earth like a soft blanket. High in the sky, not only twinkling stars, but something more was revealed, accessible through the power of the magic circle. First, it was necessary to identify the seeker and use their blood. He voluntarily offered his own, believing that a small wound would heal quickly. After determining the seeker's blood, they moved on to choosing the target. While the Countess chanted the spell, Lloyd needed to concentrate on the image of that person. She called upon the source of all life, seeking knowledge etched in the stars. The young man's memory was filled with her gentle voice and her last touch. Mulia's mana was depleting, and she couldn't understand why. Lloyd was determined to find her, even if the gods themselves opposed it. A bright star flared in the sky, its light pointing to the person he was searching for. This light confirmed his presence in this world. Lloyd couldn't hold back his tears, realizing they had been reborn at the same time. However, the star soon vanished, its light fading, and the young man froze in a daze, refusing to accept what he had seen. Mulia tried to calm him, explaining that she hadn't disappeared. What had just happened showed them that the person had simply split apart. In other words, he had divided into 6 separate parts, and the one Lloyd was looking for was actually 6 different people. It didn't matter to him how, but he had to find Elsmeria no matter what. It was the year 1014 in the Celestial Empire. On the continent, 7 powers relentlessly fought for supremacy. Vance Shataralu, kneeling, reported his arrival to his lady. Elsmeria, who dreamed of a world free from strife, asked for his thoughts on the possibility of transforming the world if all wars ceased. The young man apologized for his audacity, admitting he lacked a clear vision of the future needed to answer. Her Highness assured him that it was all right. She revealed herself and declared that since he couldn't imagine such a future, she, as his lady, would open this world to him. Vance gazed at her magnificence in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen the Celestial Empress Elsmeria run a Misha, and only 4 years later she activated the Celestial Barrier. He rushed towards her with all his might, hoping to reach her in time, but halfway there he met Frayed. A grim concern was etched on his face, and he asked if he was heading to Her Majesty, receiving an affirmative answer. He was filled with anger because Vance hadn't stopped her and hadn't revealed the true nature of the truce barrier. The method of ending all wars meant his lady's death, which plunged him into despair. He felt he should have known everything. After the barrier was set, the lady felt unwell. She gave her life to achieve the desired future. The guy still had questions for him. Vance was the person responsible for the Empress's safety, and he demanded immediate answers from him. He declared that he would only let him pass over his dead body if he refused to answer. Freyd drew his sword, pointing it at the guy, but his hand trembled. The young man declared his intention to entrust the burden of protecting the future ruler to his knight friend. Years of living and training together bound them. Freyd was tormented by sadness at the impossibility of a final battle with his comrade. However, the young man remained firm, emphasizing Freyd's universal respect, and then left. Freyd, in turn, had always considered Vance to be stronger. Upon entering the lady's chambers, the young man was shocked by her condition. She had hoped that erecting the barrier would allow her to remain the heavenly empress for a while longer, but now she felt useless. Overwhelmed by helplessness, the young man was speechless. Her efforts led to other rulers agreeing to a truce. He learned that the prophecy stated the girl's life would last until 7 emperors determined a location for negotiations. Vance was tormented by the question of whether anything could be changed. She informed him that she only had a few hours left before her body would soon disappear. The guy struggled to hold back tears. She realized that 4 years had passed, and time had flown by not only for her but also for Vance himself. Alsmeria understood that establishing a barrier of reconciliation would not end the animosity. What had accumulated over years would not disappear overnight, and this caused her deep regret. Her voice still sounded clear, but anyone who saw her in such a state would not be able to hold back tears. She wondered if he himself would cry. The guy firmly shook his head no, adding that she knew the reason perfectly well. The lady was surprised by his answer. She understood the meaning of his words and sharply demanded that he stop such liberties, emphasizing that she had given no such orders. Vance countered that as long as Her Majesty was alive, his life belonged entirely to her, and reminded her of the oath he had sworn 4 years ago. He had changed since that memorable day, recalling it with a joyful smile. Tears streamed down Alsmeria's cheeks. She considered him not just a fool, but one that couldn't be found anywhere in the entire empire. He dreamed of seeing the world with her, even if it took 100, 200, or even 1,000 years. The lady asked why he was telling her such things. She was convinced that he wouldn't reveal the reason to her until the very end, but he merely assured her that for the two of them, this was not the end yet. 1,000 years later, Vance was reborn and, using magical power, set out to find Alsmeria. Light, fragmented into 6 parts, announced that her soul was also shattered. He couldn't afford to back down. He had to find her at any cost. Even if it meant he had to track down all 6 individuals who held fragments of the lady's soul. Looking at the beast cat, Lloyd smirked, confident in the battle's outcome. The beast furiously lunged from above, but the guy timely used his first technique. Like a bird flying over a storm, he easily dodged the attack, leaving the enraged predator behind. However, the beast quickly realized what was happening, sharply turned around, and rushed back into the fight. Lloyd proved elusive, and all the enraged creature managed to do was smash the trees to splinters, behind which the young man skillfully hid. He was encouraged by the progress of the battle. When the thick curtain of dust raised during the fight settled, visibility returned, and seeing what awaited him, he froze in astonishment. It turned out the beast was cunning and had lured him into a trap. Before Lloyd could react, an enemy crept up from behind. A huge paw nearly caught him. It seemed the blow had landed after all, as a figure, contorted in unbearable pain, appeared before the creature's eyes. However, the vision quickly dissipated. For this trick, Lloyd had used his second technique. Using shadow armor that mimicked the appearance of a knight in full plate, he instantly moved behind his opponent. There was always a way out for him. He landed softly right on the back of the furry beast, which turned out to be Bastet. It was an unconditional victory, and the beast could only meow pitifully. The creature admitted it had hoped to feast on the young man that very day and expressed its displeasure at being used all this time. It was curious how much longer it would have to stay there, to which Lloyd replied that he had always dreamed of riding it. Bastet noted how much the boy had grown compared to 8 years ago and didn't understand what he found so appealing about constantly walking through the forest. The young man, just like 8 years ago, once again reiterated his desire to be friends with him. Confused, Bastet changed the subject, asking if he had brought the cat powder wine he had requested and if he had anything to say. Lloyd announced that he would be heading to the world-renowned Magic College tomorrow to take an exam. The entrance tests were already passed, and he would be enrolled in the regular escort. Bastet realized that their carefree days were coming to an end. This was the last day he could freely express his thoughts, and he would miss Lloyd, even if that feeling faded in a few days. Unexpectedly for Bastet, the young man invited him to come along. After the announcement of their imminent separation, such an offer came as a surprise. The boy seemed both strange and powerful to him. Bastet agreed to accompany him if Lloyd revealed his true nature. The boy was a little behind schedule and was pushing some tasks to breakfast time. The maid greeted him. He opened his eyes wide, catching the familiar scent of soup, and headed to the kitchen to confirm his suspicions. There he saw Kanon busy cooking. The girl immediately offered him a taste of her creation. Lloyd couldn't refuse and gratefully began to sample the soup. He praised her excellent food, noting the rich flavor and the perfect combination of meat and vegetables. The girl thanked him for the compliment. Lloyd asked if he could help with anything else, and she asked him to get ready and wait. Beaming with happiness, she set a lavish breakfast table and suggested they pray. Lloyd and Kanon were ready to leave. Marietta asked them to be careful on the road. The servants couldn't hold back tears at the thought of them leaving, but the two promised to definitely return together. Marietta and everyone else would eagerly await their return. Kanon couldn't hold back tears, confessed her love, and thanked him for his care. The maid ran to hug the girl while the young woman approached the boy. She carefully straightened his tie, slightly embarrassing him, and reminded him that a collar should always be straight as it's a sign of a gentleman. He promised to do his best not to disgrace the Filey's family. His sister suddenly became curious about something. Kanon asked where he got such a huge cat, and he replied that it was his friend Bastet, the king of cats. He could get them there faster than any carriage. The kids sat on the cat and clung tightly to its fur. The girl was amazed by what was happening. Everyone said goodbye to them, and then they set off for the magic school. Upon reaching their destination, Bastet landed. Lloyd asked if she could get down by herself, to which he received an affirmative answer. However, as she began to descend, she lost her grip and fell. Luckily, her brother managed to catch her at the very last second, which completely surprised her. He asked if she was okay, but she just covered her face with her hands, saying everything was bad. The people watching them decided that this nobleman from the Celestial Empire could be relied upon. Some even speculated that there was a romantic relationship between them. Bastet, noticing something interesting, approached Lloyd and asked if he was going to intervene right after they arrived. He turned to assess the situation. It turned out that the princess of the evil empire, Aureli's grandshark, was demanding a clear path, as another girl's dragon was too big and blocking her way. The daughter of the Holy Empire, Eliza Rosencrantz, insisted on unconditional obedience from those around her. She didn't want to engage in absurd arguments that went against divine commandments. Among the crowd, the princess of the Beast Empire stood out. Powerful magic emanated from the dragon princess, though there was also a human princess, but the demon princess was nowhere to be seen. These two states have historically had a difficult relationship, lasting for millennia. In a world where different nations strive for unity, only their alliance constantly faces obstacles. The conflict between them risks escalating into an international problem. Aurelie, confident in her strength, proposed ending the feud once and for all to avoid future clashes. Eliza retorted, noting that Aurelie hadn't changed at all since their last meeting, and reminded her that she had already taught her a lesson, as dark magic couldn't compare to her bright miracles. She expressed her bewilderment as to why Aurelie had even enrolled in the magic school, as she was only 13 years old and it was too early. In response, Aurelie countered that Eliza herself looked like a 10-year-old child, like a little princess of the Holy Empire. The princesses lost their patience and went on the offensive, beginning to cast a spell. But at the moment when the girls should have soared upwards thanks to the magic currents, they suddenly began to fall, wondering about the reason for their failure. It turned out that their magic was powerless. Kanon assumed it was her brother's doing and glared at him. Lloyd tried to explain that his intentions were purely peaceful. He only sought to resolve the quarrel. His sister was astonished by the effectiveness of his magical abilities at such a significant distance, admitting that she hadn't even realized what had happened at first. Before the two could cast their spells, Lloyd managed to neutralize their actions by suppressing sound reflection in the surrounding space. Apparently, they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. Eliza asked to be allowed to apologize as she was the first to bring up the topic of age. Despite being older than Aurelis, it was still too early for her to enroll in school. The girl was pleased with her own innocence. She also hoped to resolve this conflict someday, but there was one obstacle. Some malicious individual interfered with their plans, and such a turn of events did not make her happy. However, at the moment, it didn't matter much to her, as she was confident that she would eventually become the most powerful. Students gathered in the assembly hall, listening intently to the deputy director's speech. She announced that there were special circumstances regarding age restrictions for certain applicants. However, these candidates passed the exam using the same criteria as everyone else. For members of imperial families from all countries, with one exception, a minimum passing score was required. This is because imperial families have the ability to conceal their true potential. The next test for members of imperial families will be conducted separately and individually. The first trial, which will take place in the Crystal Colosseum, is a mana assessment. 5 volunteers are to step forward and touch a magical device that measures this parameter. The deputy director concluded her speech with a serious expression and wished all participants success in the upcoming trials. Lloyd must pass all the tasks no matter what. In this place, where so many people with powerful mana have gathered, there's a chance to find information about Elsmeria. Canon said goodbye to her brother, promising to do her best to get into the same class as him. Since they were together before the exam, she wants to continue on this path. As she walked, the girl unexpectedly bumped into a young man who held her steady and asked her to be more careful. Blushing and stammering, she apologized. A lady standing behind them sharply demanded that Canon remove her hands from Sir Gerdo, but he calmed her, saying everything was fine. Admitting that her beauty had captivated him and he couldn't help himself, the young man asked for her name. The girl introduced herself as Canon Fearless. The guy replied that it was a beautiful name. He introduced himself as Gerdo Crosser, the third son of a marquis from the Evil Empire. He assumed the group was from the Heavenly Empire and asked about the standing of the Fearless family. Canon informed him of her countess lineage, which made Gerdo burst out laughing. He assured her that he had guessed it immediately upon noticing her nervousness, and added that even aristocrats aren't above relaxing. Lloyd noticed a change in Gerdo's behavior after he learned of Canon's lower status. Gerdo apologized for his companion's excessive bluntness and harshness. He introduced Verona and then Baglas, explaining that their behavior was solely dictated by their loyalty to him, and stated that all 3 planned to enroll in this school. Baglas doubted his magical abilities and feared failure. Gerdo urged him not to despair, assuring him that he had nothing to worry about regarding mana. Suddenly, Gerdo knelt and admiringly declared Canon Fearless a magnificent girl, which astonished everyone. He invited her to have lunch with him, insisting on her presence alone. A stunned Canon didn't know how to respond and turned to her brother for advice, but he couldn't say anything as Gerdo interrupted him. In a sharp tone, he stated that he didn't recall addressing Lloyd and expressed curiosity as to whether it was permitted in their country for lower-ranking individuals to voice their opinions to those of higher standing. Canon tried to explain that he was her brother, but Gerdo, pulling her by the hand, insisted that all companions tend to meddle in affairs that aren't theirs and that they needed to move, as his time was extremely valuable. Lloyd blocked his sister's path and emphasized that he was Lloyd Fearless and also her brother. Regarding his words, he confirmed them, stating that while they obey and respect the marquises of their own country, it's quite problematic for them to follow orders from marquises of a foreign state. Gerdo was displeased with his answer and asked again if the young man truly believed that marquises from the Evil Empire were inferior to counts from the Celestial Empire. Even if he was previously the leader of the Alliance, the Celestial Empire currently has no emperor. Because of this, the Celestial Empire could be considered inferior to the Evil Empire. The young man said his goodbyes and, accompanied by his companions, walked away, expressing hope for a quick reunion and wishing Canon success in her trial. As soon as they left the room, the girl made a displeased face and muttered that Gerdo was an unbearable bore. She was filled with anger and bewilderment at their behavior. First they were courteous, and then they started insulting her brother. Kanon longed to teach him a lesson because for her, Lloyd was the best in the entire Celestial Empire and on Earth. No matter who appears at this academy, Lloyd, as her brother and protector, must guard her until his last breath. For Kanon, this is not just a family bond, but an unbreakable duty. The first trial was behind them, and the friends decided to celebrate this small victory with a picnic. Kanon wondered if their mother had gone through a similar trial. Lloyd suggested that most likely, if they were going through it, she had too at some point. Now the girl was determined to succeed in the upcoming exam, as their mother had also overcome all these difficulties. Mulia originally studied at an academy for young aristocrats in the Celestial Empire. There, she was the most talented student, but she had to return to her ancestral estate to take the throne. She had only 1 year left until graduation, and at 15, she received excellent recommendations and was admitted to a world-renowned magic school. Suddenly, Kanon remembered a recent incident which made her angry. For her, it was absolutely unacceptable. Even though her brother's mana was colorless and invisible, it was wrong to nitpick about it, as Gerdo had done, claiming he had no mana at all. Lloyd tried to calm his sister down. As expected, the Marquis's mana was impressive and burned brightly, which the young man himself agreed with. Gerdo was so smug that he himself glowed like fire, perhaps even more intensely than fire, from his overwhelming sense of superiority. Verona specialized in poisons and Bargas in earth magic, and he might have been equal to the Marquis or perhaps even surpassed him. But it seemed the guy was going through a tough time. Kanon believed that Lloyd's magic was far more powerful and pure than anyone else's. Hearing this, Lloyd became flustered and blushed. He noted that these compliments applied equally to her. The girl, hearing this, froze and visibly blushed. She clarified if he meant her magical abilities and thanked him for the high praise. Her talent was obvious, as she already understood the essence of magic and knew how to control it, though she herself didn't even expect what she was capable of. During the trial, when she used magic, she caused a crack on the glass surface, and this came as a complete surprise to her. Instructor Letitia Primrose, who was overseeing the exam, personally witnessed everything that happened. Contestant number 999 was Canon Fearless, who possessed a rare affinity for light magic. She confidently wielded her power and even managed to damage the magical device. Next up was contestant number 1000. This was Lloyd Fearless. The instructor was initially flustered, as she couldn't immediately determine his magical potential or the type of magic he was predisposed to. However, everything became clear when the young man demonstrated the full extent of his mana. Letitia was stunned, realizing the immense power Lloyd possessed and how skillfully he had hidden it. The guy apologized for the inconvenience. The overwhelmed girl didn't immediately know how to respond. Lloyd asked her to keep what happened a secret, if possible. She remained silent, telling him to move on. In this group of people, only he and his sister understood the full implications of what had occurred, but the question of his true identity remained unanswered. Suddenly, Yuyuka-senpai crept up behind a pensive Letitia and asked what had captured her attention. The unexpected question made the girl flinch slightly. The instructor asked what she was doing there. Yuyuka Amanagi, the rector of the Research Institute, needed an urgent assistant and wanted to choose one from among the applicants. Letitia objected, explaining that this was unacceptable. The rector's documents contained information about unusual mana manifestations in the applicants, first an amber hue and then something entirely different. The rector was inclined to believe that this information was accurate. Yuyuka asked Letitia, who was deep in thought, if she had felt anything similar. Based on the preliminary data about the students, they could only make superficial assessments, but this power clearly stood out. Contestant number 1000, Lloyd Fearless, possessed colorless mana just as expected. The girl was thrilled, realizing that colorless mana could take on any hue, similar to someone she knew. The instructor asked her to stop as the magical device was rapidly deteriorating. She held her breath, anticipating what kind of power Lloyd would demonstrate in today's exam. Examiner Seiba Mitsurugi greeted the last two participants. He explained that the essence of the test was an illusion battle, requiring them to send projections into the battle arena. Simply put, they needed to create a doppelganger and send it to fight their opponent. First, they had to use a magic circle to transport their doppelganger to the arena, and then, depending on the points they earned, the participants would be able to enroll in the school. They were to take their places according to their assigned numbers. Kanon went first, leaving Lloyd behind and expressing her hope to meet her brother on the other side soon. Seba, touched by their relationship, admitted that he also had a sister and was pleased to see a brother and sister getting along. He wished them to never quarrel. Lloyd thanked him for the kind words, and the examiner asked him to step into the teleportation circle. He obediently complied, understanding that even though it was an illusion, he couldn't relax and needed to maintain his concentration. He found himself in the middle of an open wasteland. Suddenly, a voice from behind announced his opponent. It was Gildo, for whom Lloyd would become a starting point. The guy apologized for the wait. The Marquis declared that a spark had flown between him and Kanon, and it must be fate. Plus, he had a perfect opportunity to defeat Lloyd. Gildo was confident that Lloyd would fall in this wasteland, all for the sake of his future with Kanon, without her brother's interference. Furless admitted he noticed the young man's confidence, but emphasized that he wasn't going to just hand him the victory in this duel. These words made the Marquis laugh, as he was convinced his opponent had no mana. He wondered how Lloyd planned to win, noting that even if Lloyd had combat skills, magical power was all that mattered in the arena. Gildo was absolutely certain that nobodies like his opponent had no place among worthy mages and stood no chance. Holding up 3 fingers, he declared he would unleash his power on him 3 times. Considering it impolite to end the fight with a single blow, he planned to demonstratively burn the young man's projection over 3 turns. His opponent began to cast a spell, directing a fiery shot from his index finger with mana straight at the target. The scorching bullet flew towards Lloyd, who remained motionless. The impact caused an explosion of flames where the young count stood. Gildo was overjoyed, realizing this would inflict irreparable damage. When the fire dissipated, he saw the count unharmed in the same spot thanks to a protective ring. Lloyd asked what kind of attack that was and if it was just a warm-up, noting the flames were quite bright. His opponent was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. He had used a powerful spell borrowed from an archdemon and couldn't understand how Lloyd had survived. Lloyd explained that while Gildo had borrowed the spell, it was used by a projection, and mana affinity depended on the real body. His opponent, enraged, threw caution to the wind and vowed to crush the young man at any cost, immediately beginning to chant a new spell. With the spell, he summoned 2 fire spirits resembling newts. Giving a command, the mage made them split. Each spirit divided in 2, and the newly formed entities attacked Lloyd from behind. They would pursue him until his flesh turned to ash, leaving no hope of escape. Lloyd used a substitution technique, disappearing from sight. His only weapon remained his will to win. He understood that by provoking the spirits, he could make them destroy each other. A magical explosion sent a cloud of smoke and flames into the air, forcing Gildo to shield his face. He realized the young man had destroyed the creatures he summoned. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared behind his opponent and advised him to always guard his rear. Gildo froze in terror. Frightened by the enemy's sudden appearance, he jumped back and asked what Lloyd had done to his spirits. Lloyd ignored the question, suggesting they finish the fight. The young man thought his opponent might want to continue. The Marquis was in a panic and couldn't answer, only slowly retreating. He realized that retreat was impossible, and there was another reason he couldn't afford to run. As an older brother, Lloyd couldn't understand what it was like to be the younger sibling in a family. Lloyd's magical energy began to change rapidly. Lloyd, on high alert, noticed Gerdo's flames turn black. This was dark mana. Gerdo pleaded with the archdemon of flame, asking it to cleanse everything with the fire of justice. He formed a massive orb of unholy flame from his mana, preparing to unleash his 3rd strike. Lloyd was well aware that defeat was unacceptable for his opponent, as he himself was in a similar situation. The opponent's 3rd attack hurtled directly at him, and to avoid a collision, Lloyd parried it with his own 3rd technique. He called upon the archdemon of flame, whispering a spell, asking the demon to hear his call and grant him power, like light reflected on the water's surface. Gerdo watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this was possible, as he had made no pacts with the archdemon, yet could still wield its power. The 1st defensive technique created a shield around the caster, while the 2nd protected a specific object. The 3rd technique, the most complex, turned the enemy's magical attack back against them. Lloyd's attack was devastating, and Gerdo could only try to dodge. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, he lost his balance and was sent flying backward, smashing through rocks. On one hand, he specialized in defense, using minimal mana. On the other, Gerdo constantly cast powerful spells. However, this was a battle of illusions, and the more mana they expended, the harder it became to sustain the illusory world. Suddenly, everything around them vanished and teleportation began. Lloyd assumed the exam was over. The young man looked around in confusion, not understanding where he had been transported. He simply hadn't been returned to his own body. Standing before him were all 6 princesses of the empire. He tried to process what was happening, bewildered. Something was happening behind him, and he turned to see. Suddenly, he was bound by numerous chains that tightened more and more. He hadn't forgotten the feeling of helplessness he experienced when he tried to talk about Alsmeria. Waking up, he saw a tearful Canon who was desperately trying to bring him back to consciousness. He called her name, and she let out a sigh of relief. Before returning, he had definitely felt his mistress's presence. It seemed it really was Alsmeria, and the decision to come here was the right one. Deep in thought, he suddenly realized that Conan was still nearby. The girl was clearly agitated. She hastily explained that she had been scared, thinking something had happened to him in the battle, even though she was confident in her brother's strength and superiority. In tears, his sister apologized for her excessive worry. Lloyd reminded himself that his mission here wasn't just a personal goal, but also this girl's faith in him. He had to do everything to never see her tears again. From this moment on, he would be her support and protector until his last days. Canon eagerly awaited her brother's return, confident in his success. The young man thanked her for her faith and expressed his joy at their upcoming time together, unaware that 2 girls were observing their conversation. One of them curiously waited for their conversation to end, while the other noted their mutual understanding, though she wasn't entirely sure about it. These were Yuzuriha Tilfa and Kuzunoha Tilfa, princesses of the Beast Empire. Lloyd and Canon, noticing the princesses, wondered about the purpose of their visit. In response, the princesses jokingly called them a couple in love, causing the young people to blush. Canon introduced herself and her brother, and both parties were happy to meet. Kuzunoha, without hesitation, pointed out that they were twins, though not very similar, for which she received a reprimand from her sister. Next, the princesses introduced themselves and explained that they were twins. Kuzunoha emphasized that she was born first and was therefore older, but it didn't really matter. She hugged her sister tightly, calling her best friend. Then both princesses ran up to Canon and embraced her, expressing joy that she understood them and was their classmate. Canon was slightly puzzled. The Tilfas explained that they had also enrolled in the special faculty and had come to meet their future classmates. Lloyd was surprised at the prospect of studying in the same class as royalty. He was wary that the princesses were moving around so freely without guards. Looking around, he noticed a beastman observing from an elevated position. While not sensing hostility from the princesses, Lloyd felt pressure from the bodyguard. To protect himself and his sister, the young man temporarily blocked his magic using defensive technique number 2, creating a protective curtain around them. The beastman immediately tensed up. The princesses noted a strong animal scent emanating from him, accessible only to their sense of smell. The guy assumed they were talking about Bastet. The young man explained that this special aroma came from Bastet, a cat living in the forest near the Phyllis estate in the Celestial Empire. He had asked the cat to be their transport and bring them here. The girls were interested if it was true that the cat lived in the Celestial Empire. The Tilfas understood that this was unlikely, as no one had ever contracted with or tamed a person from the Celestial Empire. The cat would hardly allow itself to be caught so easily. Sensing something unusual, they approached Lloyd. Sniffing him, they declared that the guy didn't smell of lies and suggested that he had used some tricks to tame Bastet. The princesses also caught the scent of catnip and started licking their lips, but Rakin pulled them away from the stunned Lloyd. Still confused, the guy suggested that it was most likely the smell of silver wine that he had given to the cat. Kuzunoha asked her escort not to worry, as they certainly wouldn't get drunk from just the smell, and silver wine didn't have such a strong effect. Rakin apologized for his excessive concern. Yuzuriha hadn't tried wine yet due to its alcohol content, but she found the smell pleasant. The beastman asked her to avoid talking about alcohol, as she was from the Beast Empire, even though their father constantly drank wine. Kuzunoha tried to get Lloyd's approval by getting close to him, and then they both ran off while Rakin tried to stop them. He apologized to the Count for his rude behavior, noting that Lloyd was an unusual warrior and that, as a fellow bodyguard, he was pleased to meet him. The young man reciprocated the sentiment. The girls had learned everything they wanted about Bastite, so there was nothing left for them to do, and they could leave. The Tilfs, holding hands, waved goodbye to the guys. It was time for Kanon and Lloyd to head home, but on their way, they ran into the examiner and instructor. Litisha and Saba greeted them, saying they had been waiting, and congratulated them on successfully passing the entrance exams. Kanon learned her final score. She was 9th overall. Her mana affinity was rated A+, and her illusion battle score was 125 points, which guaranteed her a spot on the enrollment list, even considering the royal family heirs. The girl expressed gratitude for the high score, which she felt she didn't entirely deserve. Lloyd also had an A+ mana affinity recorded. However, the head of the Amanagi Research Institute suggested a remeasurement. This was at Lloyd's discretion, and no one could insist. If he agreed, he should be careful. Litisha interrupted Saba, delicately pointing out that he was straying from the main topic. The examiner, realizing this, returned to discussing the scores from the illusion battle. He announced that the deputy director, who oversees student entrance exams this year, was inviting Lloyd for a private meeting. The girl began the conversation by discussing Lloyd's entrance exam results, noting that he was the best in terms of total points for mana reserves and illusion combat. His colorless mana was particularly striking, making him a valuable subject for scientific research. On behalf of the director, the girl asked for permission to thank him for choosing their educational institution. The deputy director was reminded of important information she needed to convey to Lloyd. The girl stood up, approached them, and informed them that she had a personal request for the young man. First, she asked if it was possible to exclude his results from the overall leaderboard. The young man agreed, provided it wouldn't affect his personal score. Then she apologized, explaining that there were obstacles to awarding ranks to the 6 imperial princesses. For this reason, Lloyd could not be assigned a rank higher than 7th. All the imperial princesses would be studying in a separate department. This meant they would be in the same class as him. She then moved on to her second request. The deputy director asked for a safe learning environment to be created for the princesses. Although an alliance had been formed by the 7 empires and a promise of peace had been made, it was merely an interstate agreement. The school had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of countries. Lloyd recalled the 2 princesses who had already quarreled upon arriving at the institution. The young man fully understood her concerns and assured her that he would do everything possible to ensure safety in the classroom. An unexpected encounter awaited him on his way back. It was their mother, Mulia, who also didn't expect to see them at school. Not knowing how to get out of the situation, she lied, claiming to be a temporary instructor for Mayu. The kids didn't buy such an obvious lie, as their real mother stood before them. They asked what she was doing there. She apologized for not telling them sooner, but confirmed that she was indeed a temporary instructor. Mulia explained that she had also studied within these walls once. Reaching out to old acquaintances she had befriended during her studies, she managed to arrange a temporary return to the school. She was offered a position as a professor's assistant in a special faculty where her children were to study. To pull off such an adventure, the Countess had to work hard in the capital and prepare in secret. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the state of affairs at the estate. Lloyd understood the reason for her recent secrecy, while Kanon considered her actions reckless. Despite everything, she loved this side of her mother and hugged her tightly, hoping for her brother's support. The young man was happy and completely agreed with his sister, as she was their mom. Mulia, touched by her children's love, couldn't hold back her tears. She wanted to rush into their arms, but remembered that within the school walls, she had to be an impartial teacher, not a mother. For now, she was their instructor. She had to address them as Lady Kanon and Lord Lloyd, even though it sounded unfamiliar. The Countess asked them to listen carefully, as from this day on they were school students and first they needed to straighten their ties. They had stood in the corridor for too long, and it was time to head to the dormitory and catch up. The family was on Magic School Island in the western part of the noble residential area in room 21. Kanon asked if they could access housing styled after different countries in this garden. Mulia confirmed, explaining that it was done to match the climate of each country. The Celestial Empire-style housing was too expensive. Lloyd noticed a shadow watching them from behind a pillar and looked back, but his mother interrupted him, informing him that they had arrived. The Files family was greeted by two maids who introduced themselves as Sol and Cosette and were now to serve them. The young man was surprised by the presence of servants even here, asking if they weren't students of the magic school. It turned out they were second-year students studying on scholarships and working as maids to pay for their education. They had completed their training during the spring break, so they had no problems fulfilling their duties. Just as they were about to prepare lunch, the maids were stopped by Canon, who, stating her love for cooking, asked to join them. Sol and Cosette were touched by her straightforwardness. Lloyd was pleased knowing that his little angel, as always, instantly charmed the upperclassmen. He asked Mulia for permission to explore the surroundings with Tito. After getting her consent, but with a request to be careful, Lloyd borrowed the cat and flew off, realizing there would be a place for Bastet here. The place was indeed impressive, and there was even room for him to roam freely. During his flight, Lloyd noticed something interesting. He spotted a girl who seemed to be the attendant from the Celestial Empire he had met before. Upon landing, they were greeted by the girl as honored guests. It was Claudina, Princess Eliza's attendant. Lloyd also introduced himself. He inquired about the purpose of her visit, to which Claudina replied that she would like to discuss something important with him. The guy asked if she knew about him and his sister being admitted to the special faculty, and she confirmed it. Claudina informed him that the imperial princesses and their retinues formed a unique faculty. Outsiders would be out of place in such a faculty. Eliza had aimed for the highest score but couldn't achieve it, which disappointed her. Even Runia, the dragon princess, who was considered a favorite for leadership, refused to represent the freshmen. She stated that there was a more deserving candidate. Lloyd realized that results above 7th place hadn't been announced, meaning there was a top student who wasn't one of the princesses. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about it, which upset Claudina. Aurelia, known as the Princess of Evil, also aimed for 1st place in the exam. After it concluded, she met with the other princesses and shared important information. She expressed a desire to fight a worthy candidate, which Runia had told Claudina. In reality, Lady Eliza held no animosity towards Aurelia. They simply had different perspectives on many issues. All of this was to be conveyed to Lloyd. The girl reported that the initiation ceremony would take place in 3 days, and tomorrow, the faculty students would have a lesson attended by the Princess of Evil. The guy listened carefully. Claudina, after asking him to be careful, left after delivering the news. As soon as dawn broke, his sister, full of joy, woke her sleeping brother with a greeting. Lloyd didn't understand why Canon had come to him. As far as he remembered, he was guarding her rest, and she must have taken advantage of his brief sleep. He carefully got up from the sofa, trying not to wake her to get some fresh air. Waking up, Canon was surprised to find Lloyd wasn't there and realized she had accidentally fallen asleep with him. Meanwhile, he was drawing icy water from the well and dousing himself from head to toe. During this process, the maids who were hanging laundry inadvertently saw the young man and became flustered. They immediately apologized to the master, explaining that they hadn't been peeking and it was accidental. Lloyd was no less embarrassed than them and apologized for appearing in such a state, but they replied that they hadn't seen anything objectionable and offered him a towel. At that moment, Mulia herself approached. Taking the towel, she began to dry his head, reminding him that even though he was already an adult, he was still hardening himself with cold water, risking getting sick. Lloyd explained that without it, he couldn't harden himself and asked her to step back a little so she wouldn't get wet. It was already too late and the Countess was soaked. Then her son noticed that he was already dry and offered her the towel to cover herself, for which she thanked him. Canon and Lloyd headed to the school. The girl felt tense due to the large amount of security around, but the guy understood the reason. This was because 6 princesses from different countries had gathered in one place to attend a lesson. Lloyd looked around to see if the Princess of Evil had appeared, but she wasn't there. The instructor and examiner were already in place and greeted everyone present. Saba Mitsurugi taught martial arts and Letitia Primrose taught magic theory. Eliza asked Aurelia to lower her hands to show respect to the teachers, even if she was a princess. Aurelia replied that representatives from different countries were gathered here and demanded that Eliza mind her manners and not speak to her so lightly. For Eliza, building relationships based on mutual respect was more important for her country. Orlai agreed, but added that this only applied to Eliza's country. As a representative of the empire, honor was paramount to her, and she wouldn't agree to study with her unless it was arranged beforehand. She turned to Ryuna for support. The Dragon Empire princess asked her to repeat what she said, as she hadn't fully woken up yet. The princess, displeased with the answer, asked again what she meant. Ryuna replied that she had fallen asleep because of her annoying chatter. She reminded them that yesterday she had made it clear that during the mana measurement there was a student who achieved a high ranking, but she could only sense a small fraction of his mana. Ryuna had demanded that the rankings be made public, including that student. A girl intervened, explaining that it was improper to refer to someone in such a way. This was Susuri Hashiruki, the human empire princess, who couldn't tolerate such treatment of other students. She added that even if you're a princess, it doesn't exempt you from treating others as objects. Kuzunoha noted that Susuri was starting to act like a class representative. Yuzuriha realized that elections for another boy and girl to the class committee were coming up, but her thoughts were preoccupied with what role the human princess would take on. Hearing her words, she turned around and declared that she had warned them just yesterday about her unwillingness to fall for their cheap provocations. The Dark Princess demanded an end to these intrigues and addressed the teachers with a question. She asked them to explain why the results of the mana level measurements were being hidden from them. Orlai felt that this fact was causing discontent among others as well, and they also wanted to know the reason for such secrecy. Unexpectedly, she turned to Lloyd Files, a member of the Heavenly Empire's Count family, asking for his opinion on the matter. Lloyd realized that the girl had most likely guessed he was in first place, and this worried him. She knew about him and his victory over Gerdo in the duel. As far as she knew, he had enrolled in the regular faculty, but her Gerdo wasn't particularly concerned. Nevertheless, as a princess of the Dark Empire, whose nobles were losing to nobles of another country, she had to adhere to certain principles. Eliza tried to stop her. Orlai reminded her that they had different heavenly agreements, and the Princess of Light couldn't object, understanding her point. About a millennium ago, striving to establish peace through the creation of a conciliatory barrier, emperors agreed that each power would freely adhere to its own national ideals. This agreement went down in history as the Heavenly Covenant. In the Dark Empire, the cornerstone was the idea that a duel was permissible if dictated by a code of honor. Ryuna explained that this was because they were a people incapable of assessing an individual's power outside of confrontation, while dragons could only judge strength by observation. The Dark Princess emphasized that the reason lay in the Dragon Empire's Heavenly Covenant, which condemned all forms of combat. Orlai, addressing Lloyd, declared that she was the only one present who was allowed to engage in combat. Filled with determination, she challenged the young man, calling him to a duel. Learning that the young man was not a blood member of the Files family, but merely their companion, the girl, despite attempts to stop her, continued her speech, removing a ring from her finger and explaining that it was a family heirloom passed down through generations. According to the Heavenly Agreement, after defeating Lloyd, he would become her subject. Eliza asked if the girl herself remembered this, knowing the consequences. By using this agreement, she was also binding herself, though she already realized it. After finishing her explanation, she proceeded with her plan and invited everyone to follow her to the arena. The second illusion arena gathered all the participants. Seba asked the Count if he would mind if he only used a sword in the duel. The answer was no, but not without some doubt. Lloyd didn't want to use a weapon against the Imperial Princess, but his mentor interrupted him, emphasizing that even the thought of showing mercy to an evil empire's princess was unacceptable. Defeat would mean slavery and ruin his life. He inspected his sword, then sheathed it, stating his intention to do everything possible to avoid future regrets. Canon and Mulia were extremely worried for him, offering prayers for his victory. In response, Lloyd thanked them for their support. He headed to the magic circle and the teleportation began. The arrival location was drastically different from the examination grounds. Orlais explained that it was Pandemonium, a place similar to one in her own country. She informed him that the observers couldn't see them. Lloyd asked for time to explain if she had doubts about the fairness of the results. She asked him to listen to her. The princess's expression darkened and she admitted her haste. Lloyd, struck by her appearance, realized that her previous self-confidence was just a facade. The princess believed that Ryuna would take first place, as did many others. However, she was the one who questioned the results. Illyria didn't want to yield to Eliza or any other princess for that matter. She was certainly looked down upon due to her young age, but she hoped that sooner or later, Runia would acknowledge her power. Now, she faced an opponent possibly stronger than her, and it wasn't a member of another country's royal family, but a countess's bodyguard. Since the girl left her homeland, she hadn't yet experienced the vastness of the world, and Lloyd was the first to open it up to her. Demonstrating her abilities, the princess, with a question in her gaze, asked if he intended to continue showing her the wonders of this world. In the third arena, everyone awaited the start of the duel, while Letitia was lost in sad thoughts, worrying about Lloyd. She recognized the boundless nature of his powers and, as a teacher, felt the need to stop the conflict. Eliza approached her, suggesting she look at the situation from a different perspective, as they couldn't do anything right now. The teacher barely had time to open her mouth to reply when something suddenly happened. The fight had already begun, and Cannon, not realizing it, wondered what was happening. At that moment, she noticed Orlia's eye, but Mulia, sensing danger, covered her daughter's eyes. With a crimson gaze, she recreated a prison of time enveloped in a crimson mist. The Countess explained that this was her unique ability to control minds. It seemed she realized that the princess intended to make Lloyd her slave. Their duel was being watched on a screen, and it became clear to everyone that the princess wasn't going to prolong the battle, but aimed to finish it with one decisive blow. Lloyd Files was already admirable for accepting the duel and not leaving the battlefield. She almost felt sorry to end things this way, but there was no other choice, and she continued to attack the young man. However, Lloyd easily dodged her lunge and moved behind her. The girl, not realizing how it happened, froze and only turned to look at him. Everyone present noticed how skillfully he dodged the directed spell and took a more advantageous position. Furthermore, the absence of a weapon in his hands drew attention, causing surprise and bewilderment, as it remained unclear how he avoided harm after being affected by the evil eye. Everyone was astonished by Lloyd's ability to resist the effect of her gaze. The dragon princess, who was watching their fight, was genuinely worried about the outcome of the duel. Aurelius turned out to be far more powerful than she initially seemed. However, the young man was also full of mysteries, and the princess couldn't understand how he managed to withstand the power of her gaze. Even if Lloyd hadn't looked into her eyes, he still should have succumbed to its influence, and direct eye contact seemed like an inevitable defeat. The Count explained that a direct gaze robs one of their will, but forcing the body to move independently could help. Using defensive style number 1, he employed the technique of mindless repetition. Even if the mind empties, the heart will pull the strings. To move even without his own will, he had magically given himself a command in advance. Instead of resisting the evil eye's effect, the young man could avoid it entirely. Aurelius was shocked to hear this and froze with her mouth open, realizing that he had anticipated her plan. Without averting his gaze from her in the face of her evil eye and the power she exerted to achieve it, he stood firm, like a branch bending in a strong wind but not breaking. He endured without even touching her with a finger. In her confusion, Aurelius realized that even in the heat of battle, Lloyd maintained his respect for her. Annoyed by her own powerlessness, she declared that since he had withstood her curse, the battle could be considered over in his favor. However, she had no intention of giving up until she made him fall to his knees. The princess began her transformation, and Lloyd watched in bewilderment, having no idea what awaited him. As she stood before him, everything else lost its meaning for her. He had assisted her in opening the gates and arriving at her castle, or rather, he allowed her to enter his own castle. The girl had almost completed her transformation, warning that it might turn out to be a minor inconvenience for him. For her, however, it was an unwavering opportunity to gain control over him by any means necessary. The princess's transformation was complete, and an anticipating smile lit up her face. With the help of blood dust, Aurelius created twin blades that exuded scarlet flowers. She was delighted and eager for him to draw his sword quickly. Thanks to defensive style number 1, his gaze could perceive the flows of magic, and after analyzing the situation, he completed his assessment. He realized that the attack coming from her right hand would be lightning fast. In response, the guy decided to create mayfly wings that vanished into the clear blue sky, using his mana. Lloyd understood that if vampire abilities involved mana absorption, it was necessary to create a large target for her to drain. She didn't have time to realize what was happening and exclaimed in confusion, while he launched an attack from the left flank. Thanks to the protective ring, the young man had no trouble deflecting her onslaught. Aurelis, frightened and bewildered by this turn of events, saw the battlefield strewn with her own crystals. Her fangs simply couldn't penetrate. The girl's unique ability was to drain mana to create crystal flowers, and now they merely hung uselessly in the air. Suzuri, observing the duel, didn't notice Lloyd creating any barrier, but she felt the presence of something that replaced it. She clearly felt his mana in the area where the crystal flowers were located. The princess frantically tried to find a way out of the situation, realizing there was none. The horror of what was happening weakened her vigilance, and her opponent relentlessly approached. She closed her eyes, ready for defeat, tears already welling up. Noticing this, Lloyd froze in surprise and reached for his sword but stopped his hand. Instead, he gently embraced her and knelt on the ground. They remained silent for a while. Lloyd was the first to speak, offering his apologies. Aurelis was surprised at first, but then her anger quickly returned. Pushing him away, she irritably asked why he hadn't used his sword. He wanted to explain that it was all because of her desperate expression. But the princess interrupted, asking if he thought she was weak, and that's why he stopped the fight. At that moment, memories from his past life flooded him. He recalled Elsmeria's words about how she had to change his worldview, even if it meant opposing him. His thoughts were interrupted by the princess's question about his opinion on her possible reaction to him drawing his sword. He stared intently at her, realizing that neither her appearance nor her voice matched his memories, yet for some reason, he couldn't look away. Now he had to face the woman standing before him. The girl felt his strength, which exceeded her expectations, but something inside urged her not to back down. Lloyd was the one who gave her this chance. The thick mist emanating from her made him cover his face with his hand. She was the first princess of the Grandshark dynasty, Aurelis Grandshark, and she stood there, risking her own life. The young man understood that she was an imperial princess, yet she took him, a knight, seriously. In that case, for the sake of his pride, he would respond with everything he had. The young man introduced himself as Lloyd Files of the Count's family from the Celestial Empire. Drawing his sword, he moved towards her, vowing by his blade to oppose her with all his might. As a child, Aurelis was instilled with the belief that she was the hope for the future generation of the Grandshark family. The woman asked her not to forget this, and the girl obediently agreed. When Eliza was still very young, she was introduced to the Princess of Darkness and asked to greet her, but the girl, shy, only secretly watched her from behind her mother's back. The Princess of Darkness was almost Eliza's age, and she passionately wanted to befriend her and spend time together. The girl ran to her mother, who was about to tell her something important. Her mother declared that Aurelis must never yield to Eliza, the Princess of Light. It was her direct duty as a princess of her nation. This news stunned Aurelis, and she froze, realizing this would become her life's purpose. Everyone around her kept saying she was strong and that she had to be the best, and the girl agreed with a smile. They had no right to lose, they had to be first. The princess was meant to rule over everyone. Aurelis was no longer a child, and the need to look down on others faded away. She studied diligently day and night to get into the prestigious academy, hoping to finally stand on equal footing with the Princess of Light. However, despite all her efforts, Eliza and Runia didn't see her as a worthy competitor and often neglected her. To everyone else, she was just an ordinary imperial princess, no different from any other. And another irritating fact kept bothering her: all attention was focused on one person. That person was Lloyd, merely an attendant from the Celestial Empire, and Aurelis had many questions about what made him so special. The Celestial Empire put an end to the strife, but the Emperor who created the Barrier of Peace remained a mystery, vanishing into the depths of time without a trace. His very existence troubled the Princess of Darkness, and she couldn't understand why. As a representative of the Dark Empire, she was used to evaluating people only in battle. The Princess of Evil believes that by defeating Lloyd Files and earning the recognition of Princess Eliza, she will finally achieve her desired goal. She will reveal her true self. In a deep red mist, the world will soon wither and die. Only by touching this mist will the magic, filled with its illusions, pour into her. Lloyd was extremely wary, sensing the approach of something familiar. Suddenly, Aurelis announced that he was within the walls of her castle. She yearned for the young man to dance until the moon rose in this illusory sky, and the crimson mist, like a mirror, reflected her true essence. Lloyd stopped, struck by her power. The girl was barely discernible through the thick veil of mist, and he realized that this time she wasn't using the eye effect, but something else. When multiple silhouettes appeared around him, surrounding him from all sides, he understood that she was using a skill to create visual illusions. He tried to react, but it was futile as she deprived him of the ability to see reality. Aurelius was confident that if the situation didn't change, he would never be able to defeat her, no matter how hard he tried. The princess felt genuine gratitude towards Lloyd because thanks to him, she once again felt her strength, and this filled her with incredible pleasure. The guy was at his limit. Even though she seemed to be everywhere at once, he couldn't hit the real target, only smashing her reflections. He was desperately trying to pinpoint her true location. Suddenly, the evil princess's voice whispered from behind him, asking how he was doing. Drops of sweat ran down his face from the shock and terror. Fearing the approaching danger, he quickly retreated. A blow from such close range would have been catastrophic. Using his #1 defensive technique, he drew his sword in a sky-piercing stance. The dissipating mist revealed that he had missed again, only shattering another mirror. Lloyd was confused, unable to understand how this could have happened. It turned out she had activated her second magic eye in advance. It never occurred to him that this was possible, as usually only one eye can be kept active. If Lloyd saw her second eye and couldn't use mindless repetition in time, disaster would be unavoidable. Aurelius wasted no time, activating the crimson mist-shrouded time prison. In the blink of an eye, she was right next to him, their faces dangerously close. Her gaze was fixed directly on his eyes, and she used her crimson gaze. Lloyd couldn't look away and froze, as if paralyzed, realizing what was happening and his own powerlessness before her. As he plummeted lower and lower, losing altitude and strength, a sense of absolute hopelessness enveloped him more deeply, clouding his mind with despair. At that moment, a painfully familiar voice suddenly flashed brightly in his mind, asking the same agonizing question. Would he, despite everything, lose? With that voice came a cherished memory of her, speaking with genuine faith in his strength, telling him he was destined to become the strongest wizard in all 7 empires. With a warm, almost maternal smile, she said that if he was the shield of the heavenly empire, then her sincere wish was for him to be her personal strongest knight, capable of protecting everything dear to her. She also added with quiet confidence that with his perseverance and will, he could always rise and soar higher than before. She was firmly convinced that with his beautiful, rare, and colorless magic, possessing a unique nature, they could, by working together, change the established course of the world. It was at this moment that it dawned on him that he had once sworn to himself to become stronger than anyone else in history. Ignited anew with inner resolve, he plunged into battle without hesitation, firmly intending to let nothing in the world prevent his empress's cherished dream from coming true. He used a technique called moon reflection, a skill from the 3rd defensive style which visually resembled a clear moon perfectly reflected on the surface of calm water. She froze in complete shock, unable to comprehend how he could possibly use her own skill in battle and reproduce it so accurately. Immediately after, he activated shadow armor, a skill from the 2nd defensive style, where a shadow acted as a precise reflection of a knight in full battle armor. This unexpected move caught her completely off guard. Instead of retreating and regrouping, she furiously attacked him with a crimson mist of illusions, but he, maintaining his composure, skillfully parried her assault with a precise swing of his sword. In response, she, consumed by rage, furiously screamed that her patience had reached its limit and there was no restraint left. He instantly switched to activating the 1st defensive style, Floating Leaf, allowing him to glide across the battlefield with ease and grace like a leaf carried by a swift current. But she, without letting up, continued to attack fiercely, determined to reach him at any cost. She simply could not afford to lose this important battle, for with tears glistening in her eyes, she reminded him that she was the princess of the evil empire and wore that title with pride. Observing the unfolding battle, they were deeply shaken and couldn't believe how incredibly strong she had become during this time. They seriously feared that if things continued at this pace, her magical energy would soon be completely depleted. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, one of them said that this was not the end, and as long as she hadn't lost her fangs, the fight would continue until the very end. Pushing his glasses up, he watched her display of power with astonishment, while she, proud of her brother, gently wiped away the tears from her face. The third one, with admiration, called the battle truly beautiful. In the heat of the captivating battle, they moved like a perfectly synchronized dancing pair, creating a breathtaking spectacle of unimaginable grace, power, and synchronicity on the battlefield. And even though she was expending colossal amounts of magical energy, in the midst of this intense fight, she continued to rapidly grow and evolve, surpassing herself. If he had completely dodged her attacks, not allowing a single spark of her magic to reach him, her powers would have long since run out, but since that didn't happen, she could still continue her battle dance. Whispering softly that a bird trapped in a cage made of its own blood loses the ability to fly, she enclosed him within a crimson, bloody cage that encompassed everything around them. With complete, unwavering confidence in her voice, she declared that he would never be able to escape her impregnable magical fortress. He asked if she wasn't afraid of reaching her limit by continuing to attack so desperately just to block his movements, but she, with icy calm, replied that she had no limit and could not have one, and if she had his magic, she would never look so pathetic. Waving an elegant fan, she activated the powerful skill contraction, and the created cage began to rapidly shrink and compress, squeezing him tighter and tighter, as if intending to erase him from existence. With an authoritative and decisive gesture, she loudly proclaimed that these were her true fangs, ready to destroy everything in her path. However, despite her activated fangs ability, he dodged, completely avoiding her attack and leaving her in shock. She asked if it was a defensive technique, and he confirmed it was. At that moment, memories flooded his mind, how she dreamed of a world without conflict and wanted to test magic's ability to stop them, understanding the contradiction in her words. He thought with annoyance that if he had that magic, he would be strong enough. Bitter thoughts about her protection consumed him. Despite the uselessness of his defensive skills, he was adamant he would continue to use this magic, even through the ages. In his heart lived a desire to see her again, and for this he used the fourth defensive style, unique color, which unfolded like a vast, widely spreading sky. This great defensive technique was only available to select bloodlines, and he possessed it. She remained bewildered, completely unable to understand how he managed to use it. She asked why he hadn't broken her defense much earlier if he could use such magic. To this, he replied that it was because she was quite strong, which embarrassed her. After that, she yelled at him not to act like an idiot, as she thought he didn't need to be serious with her, but he replied, absolutely not. He confessed that he had deliberately acted disrespectfully, still pointing his sword at her and using many techniques to win, including defensive moves, as he was sure he would lose otherwise if he didn't use them. This moved her to tears. In response, she furiously exclaimed that she would fight to the very end and immediately rushed forward to attack. Falling into his arms, she took his hand and apologized. As she disappeared, she acknowledged his victory. The teleportation began, and he once again experienced the same feeling as when he first arrived. Suddenly, her silhouette flashed in his eyes, saying that she hadn't expected to meet in such a place and that perhaps it was their destiny. Noticing him, the girls let out joyful shouts and quickly rushed towards him, while that voice continued to echo in his thoughts. With a smile, she remarked that despite the battle lasting only minutes, it felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, he was still trying to figure out the source of the mysterious voice. She asked him to say something and clarified if his silence meant he didn't want to talk to the losers. He immediately denied it. She reminded him that the winner in an illusion battle could order the loser to perform one action, and he had that right. Just as he was about to refuse, replying that he had committed many disrespectful acts, she, embarrassed but louder, declared that as the loser, she should give him what he deserved. Then he kindly asked her that from now on, they should learn from the same mentors, adding that he wished for them to improve their skills together and build peaceful relationships with everyone else. His warm smile and words about wanting to be friends left her flustered and speechless. She countered, saying it was her place to ask for such a thing, but he rejected it, noting he preferred to make his own request. Then, addressing her as Her Majesty, the Princess of Evil, he emphasized that her desperate battle had been entirely justified. She called him my lord, but he corrected her, saying he didn't deserve such an honorable title. To this, she smiled and informed him that she would continue to call him that until she could one day claim victory over him. Just then, his female friends appeared out of nowhere, grabbed him, and indignantly asked if such a request was enough, reminding him that he should be rougher with her. The princess, however, angrily retorted that he would never do such a thing. From above, using binoculars, she watched him and remarked how charming he was. Meanwhile, from the observation tower of the Ninth Research Institute, located within the World Academy of Magic, in deep silence and focused solitude, she meticulously analyzed every moment of the duel she had witnessed. Opening his personal profile, she carefully studied all available data, astonished that he was a new student, wielding unusual magic, and even more importantly, employing a unique defensive technique. Far from ordinary, his technique was comparable to the ancient Armistice Barrier, an embodiment of true defense accessible only to the greatest wizards, yet he surprisingly humbly sought equality with others. She was absolutely certain that he was the White-Silver Guardian Knight, the legendary Divine Protector. This knight, possessor of the strongest shield, had protected the Heavenly Empire from all threats for centuries. She surmised that the lack of mention of him was because he considered his feats purely personal. She dreamed of a wizard capable of changing the world, an empress who created the Armistice Barrier and her bodyguard. Therefore, she continued her research into their power, convinced that he possessed exactly that might. With one precise hand movement, she activated his holographic image. Grabbing the hologram's face, she quietly whispered, asking who he was. Approaching him shyly, she confessed that she wanted him to be hers and wouldn't let the princesses steal him. With a wild glint in her eyes, she clutched it and whispered that she had to make him want to belong to her. She was torn between two extremes: on one hand, an intense desire to claim him for herself, and on the other, a drive to completely destroy him. With a smile, she carefully brought a spoon to his lips, gently asking him to open his mouth for the food. He tried to convey that he could eat by himself, but she sharply retorted, saying he was too exhausted after the battle. Remembering how the princesses had swarmed him, she finally enjoyed the solitude with him. She reminded him that it was only thanks to her persuasion that the princesses decided to make him class president. Then he added that the vice principal had also asked him to look after the princesses, and they not only agreed to shake hands but also acknowledged him, which was indeed a great honor. With sadness in her voice, she asked her little brother not to forget her, to which he immediately replied that he had no intention of doing so. Their attention was drawn by Her Highness, who noticed their presence. He then explained that his sister had prepared lunch for them, and since they were very tired, they decided to eat and then go home, to which she, surprised, asked if his little sister cooked homemade lunch herself. His little sister replied that cooking was one of her hobbies and hoped that one day she could bring candies. She was surprised by her words about candies and asked if she could make those herself too. She praised her admiringly, noting her excellent grades and undeniable talent, to which the girl shyly asked her to stop such compliments. Standing behind her brother, she joyfully added that she owed all her knowledge and magical abilities to him. The other girl smiled, replying that it meant pride in her brother, as he was truly magnificent and she herself had been impressed by the duel. Her brother then loudly declared that it was a great honor for her. Placing a hand over his heart, he continued that the opportunity to study with her in the same faculty filled his heart with joy. She, slightly embarrassed, admitted that she wasn't sure if she was good enough for him to think of her that way. In response to her sister's question about the reason for the visit, the girl timidly stated her request. Reminding them that her bodyguards were waiting outside, she asked to be escorted as a princess. Firmly and decisively, she announced that she was going to meet with the demon princess. When they arrived, she pointed out the Demon Empire's residence, specifically the 21st Noble Residence, located in the western part of the Magic Academy Island, known for its austere architecture. Almost immediately, two imperial guards emerged from the shadowy gates and solemnly announced that Her Highness, the princess, desired an audience with the demon princess. They moved slowly but steadily through the forest, and her sister suddenly sneezed. Her brother immediately asked if she was all right, noticing the palpable chill in the air. Her Highness, after a moment of thought, remarked that it must be her magic. He then asked the princess how often she visited the demon princess, and she briefly replied that they were old friends. She added that due to their status as princesses, neither of them had friends their age, so they quickly bonded. While the adults exchanged angry, arrogant glances during the meeting of the two empires, human and demonic, they, like children, played alone with each other. She also happily recalled how her friend even helped her sneak out of the mansion, to which the guard awkwardly replied that he had never heard such a thing. The princess then added that she was quite a prankster. With regret, the princess speculated that she felt constrained and thought that entering the academy might bring them both relief, but she continued to worry about her. He instantly remembered seeing her lonely silhouette once, watching from afar through light curtains, and a poignant thought struck him then. the demon princess likely experienced the exact same aching loneliness in her life. The princess turned around and sincerely thanked the class president and his sister for their agreement. The sister enthusiastically replied that she herself couldn't wait for the upcoming meeting. Her brother, in turn, remarked that everything, of course, depended on the princess's well-being, but it would be truly wonderful to meet everyone who genuinely cared about her. The princess reiterated to the guards that they shouldn't let them pass, to which the other girl replied that she was sure they had to, and Her Highness would definitely be happy to see them. The guard, towering by the massive gates, sternly declared that his mistress was not expecting anyone. He noted with a hint of regret that he was sorry for their long journey, but firmly demanded that they return immediately. Then they stood before the demon princess's guards. He was filled with immense determination. She reminded him that it wasn't his decision to make, as the mistress had already given her permission, so the gates should be opened. But the guard categorically objected, stating that they were not obligated to obey. She bowed, expressing her apologies to the mistress, and clearly stated that it was absolutely necessary for them to speak with him alone, without any eavesdroppers. Just as the guard was about to express his indignation at their words, the princess, urging calm, resolutely declared, if these were the laws of the demon empire, they were powerless to change anything, and there was no need to worry at all. She merely told them to observe, but the guard, enraged by her nonchalance, retorted that their conflict was not a performance at all. Then, cracking his knuckles, he said that since they would have witnesses, it was better to settle things right away. His partner, calling his behavior unacceptable, then drew her weapon and declared she would fix it. The class president noted that this was a real battle, unlike an illusionary fight, and they couldn't let both of them get hurt. The princess also realized that at least one of them wasn't just threatening but was serious, and she absolutely did not want this conversation to disrespect the princess's compassion. The battle erupted, with deadly attacks raining down one after another. He was a master of demonic sword art and the Seven Blades Thunder Path technique, while she countered with the Dark Dze demonic art and the Spinning Wheel Shadow Path. Neither combatant held back, and the fierce battle quickly escalated. The traveler watched every move in confusion, noticing the slow, almost ghostly slicing of the air, and planned to immediately step between them to stop the fight the moment a new illusion appeared. Choosing the perfectly calculated moment, he decisively stepped between them, and the only thing left for him was to instantly recreate their complex magic to then completely neutralize both techniques. While she, bewildered, tried to understand how he had managed to single-handedly repel their intricate techniques, he stood menacingly before her and indignantly asked how he dared to interfere in their fight. Without lowering his resentful gaze, he stated that he was aware of the lady's visit to Her Highness, but it was highly suspicious that a knight of the Celestial Empire suddenly needed to appear here. In response, the princess stood before him and explained that he was the class president, and perhaps they hadn't witnessed his duel, so they probably didn't know about it. She emphasized that every single princess who was there confirmed his skill. The guard then sneered, saying that his lady, however, would not acknowledge his merits. Then, the princess and the class president suddenly noticed that the guard reminded them of someone. And at that moment he realized exactly who and what the guard stood for. The class president realized he was about to fight for the princess, who showed such care for her friend. Meanwhile, the guard directly stated that the conversation would now be exclusively with him. He replied that he would speak with him as the class president, and the guard suggested they get straight to the point. Attacking, the guard declared that, in his opinion, his lady had no reason to attend classes and demanded he leave. The class president, leaping back, replied that he came believing Her Highness, the demon princess, would want to attend and hoped she would enjoy school life. The enraged guard asked him if he wasn't imagining things too grandly. He added that he himself had seen what happened when princesses from all over the world gathered there, and all they did was argue. Attacking, he cried out that their lady had absolutely no reason to go to such a lousy place. The class president, however, carefully watched every move of his opponent, pondering how dangerous a blade touch was, and his previous thoughts about a power fight now seemed mistaken, as the opponent was clearly not just wildly hacking but acting with some tactics. Analyzing the course of the battle, he realized that the longer it lasted, the more the remaining magical power filled the field, as if creating a mountain of swords. He needed to defeat his opponent before he literally had nowhere left to stand. The guard, continuing his attack, stated that he had heard about the possibility of studying with professors at home, and then the demon princess wouldn't have to deal with everyone else. With that, he concluded their conversation. He used the demonic sword art Thunder Path 7 Blades. Leaping back, the class president prepared for the first swing of the 7 Blades attack to be the strongest, planning to defend against it. The class president activated the Ring of Protection and prepared to take the remaining 6 blows. He realized that if he couldn't compensate for their power, he would have no room to maneuver, and directly deflecting the attacks carried serious consequences. While defending, the class president noted that although the class had not yet united like the continent 1,000 years ago, conflicts had ceased due to a universal desire for peace, even if it seemed audacious. The world had transformed, and people were capable of changing as long as faith remained. That's why he was firmly determined to protect both the demon princess's school life and her personal interests. The sword pierced him, and the bewildered guard couldn't understand why he hadn't dodged. This last attack proved fatal for him. He then used his second defensive style, Phantom Dark Armor, and instantly reflected the knight's image using shadows, enveloping himself in the knight's armor. The defender, puzzled, asked how he had copied himself, to which the class president replied that they were both defenders. He added that their job was to protect, but that didn't mean they should lock someone away in a safe world. He emphasized that they should protect him in the world he wanted to see. He also added that he, more than anyone, should think about Her Royal Highness, the Demon Princess, and asked what kind of world his princess wanted to see. Memories flooded the guard's mind of constantly hearing only about prohibitions against going outside. Suddenly realizing this, he couldn't understand how he had become like those idiots, or when exactly he had turned into one of them. The class president assured him that he would do everything possible to make her feel comfortable in class, and the lady would help him. Besides, the demon princess had a guard. Placing her hand over her heart, she declared that they could fully count on her as the princess's friend. The guard then replied that the human empire and the demon empire had their own history, and he knew it well. He added that if he needed to bring the lady to meet the princess, he would first like to verify the truth of their intentions. Bowing his head, the guard admitted that he had shown disrespect to the princess and her friend. The female guard added that it was solely his decision, and the lady had asked them to escort guests when they arrived. The class president smiled and thanked the guard for overcoming him. The guard awkwardly apologized for attacking him, and the class president replied that it was fine, and he understood their desire to take care of Her Royal Highness. The female guard suggested that the princess might still be in her chambers and they would have to wait a bit. The class president replied that it was no problem, they were ready to wait until she woke up. Opening the gates, they announced that they would escort them to Her Imperial Highness. They moved towards the demon princess's chambers. As they approached, he felt it getting colder due to the demon princess's magic. When they arrived, they were asked to come inside. Just waking up, she stretched, sleepily rubbing her eyes, as her childhood friend gently remarked that she was already awake. Smiling, the demon princess noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and her friend had grown much taller, to which her friend replied that the princess had also matured. Suddenly, the demon princess's gaze fell on the stranger, and her friend explained that he was their classmate. The demon princess greeted him and, comparing his magic to a very large river, praised it as very clear and pleasant, which surprised the class president, as she could see colorless magic. After that, he knelt on one knee, introduced himself, and reported that he had come as the class president. She awkwardly asked her friend to speak with the class president alone, which embarrassed her friend. Her friend agreed, informing him that they would step out for a moment, as she actually needed to talk to someone. Then the other one approached and whispered in his ear not to cross the line while they were alone, but catching the princess's cold gaze, she quickly joked that she just wanted to ease the tension. Left alone, they fell into silence until the lady's soft cough broke it. Alarmed, he immediately assumed she was still sick, but she reassured him with a smile, explaining that she had just relaxed a bit. She asked him not to tell her friend, then shared that she was incredibly worried about her, and that's why her cough wasn't due to illness. She then suggested that someone as powerful as him might have caught something similar. He realized that the cold he felt even before entering was an overflow of familiar magical power. He stated that the princess's magic was so strong it was literally overflowing, which surprised her with his quick understanding. The princess replied that she controlled her magic, but in this situation, she was afraid her presence would inconvenience them. The class president then emphasized that her true desire was to attend classes. He continued, acknowledging that they barely knew each other and his behavior was overly presumptuous. But he saw her desire to break free from behind the curtain more clearly than anyone else. Apologizing for his impoliteness, he asked her to reach out her hand through the curtain, adding that he wanted to help her. Hesitating, she asked him if she would harm him, but he calmly replied that it was nothing to worry about. After that, she tried to reach out with trembling hands. Stopping, she gently asked him not to overexert himself. He pondered how the princess seemed to see through his magic at first glance and turned to him with the hope that he could change something. Deciding that if nothing worked, she would surely give up, he carefully touched her hand. He used his magic cycle ability, which acts as a vessel and prevents the spread of excess magic. He felt himself being overwhelmed by incredibly powerful magic. It was as if he had found himself in snow-covered mountains. A sharp, cold force filled him, leaving him wondering how she could endure something so immense all by herself. He tried not to lose sight of her energy flow. Suddenly, the lady waiting for her friend felt her magical power change, becoming noticeably warmer. Then, the class president's younger sister smiled and assured her that everything was fine because her brother was there. Touching her palm, the princess noticed that the flow had become softer and her magic more stable. Putting on a glove, the class president explained that he had directed her excess magic into himself and helped her completely. He added that if the flow got stuck again, he would help again, and now she could stop worrying and calmly go outside. Confused, the princess asked if she could make friends with everyone when she hadn't even made it to the meeting, to which the class president replied that tomorrow was the entrance ceremony, and she would have a great chance then. She thanked the class president warmly and sincerely. Meanwhile, outside the door, a guard listened intently to their conversation, unheard. And so, while strolling at the entrance ceremony, her brother noted that there were fewer people than at the exam, but still quite a lot. Then, his embarrassed younger sister suggested they stick together so as not to get lost, when suddenly someone called out to him from the crowd. It was the princess from his duel, dressed in a charmingly beautiful dress, who had noticed him. Twirling around, she said she had decided to change her style of clothing a bit and asked him how it looked, to which he replied that she looked grown-up and it suited her very well. Another princess approached and, sipping a drink, quietly remarked that adults were too depraved and that she looked hideous. Then, turning, she acidly asked why she wasn't sleeping if she was so obedient, adding that staying up late wasn't conducive to growth. She replied that princesses were obligated to be presentable and her presence was essential. After that, she thoughtfully glanced to the side. She asked to be called for her performance, after which she hurried home. The lady curiously asked what she wanted from him, and she replied that she simply wished to congratulate the winner of the recent duel. As they enthusiastically discussed the battle, the brother and sister's attention suddenly shifted to someone else. It was the demon princess and her friend. The class president and his little sister were pleasantly surprised to see them arrive together, and the demon princess happily announced that her friend was much better thanks to their visit. Then, another princess, surprised by what she heard, interrupted their conversation, stating that if she had known, she would have definitely gone with him. The demon princess indignantly replied that she had invited her first, but she had refused. At that moment, someone else touched him on the back. It was the princess's sisters, offering him exquisite meat dishes from the Beast Empire. The demon princess then remarked, looking flustered, that too many people had gathered around him and they wouldn't be able to have a quiet conversation. Gently pulling her friend's sleeve, she asked if she could look around a bit. Her friend replied that it was crowded and she would go with her, but the demon princess assured her it wasn't necessary as she was being watched and could safely be alone. Apologizing for the trouble, she quickly left. The guard timidly approached and asked to speak about the demon princess in private, explaining that it was awkward in the presence of the other princesses. He told the sister that he would talk to her later, while the princess's sisters continued to actively discuss how he had gained more friends after the battles. Stepping out onto the balcony, he began by expressing gratitude for what the class president had done, as the demon princess had become stable afterward. The class president, in turn, replied that he was glad to help and, surprised, asked if such magical power truly belonged solely to the demon princess. He continued that when he was overwhelmed by her magic, it felt like the cold blizzard force that had fallen upon her could suppress the princess's inherent tenderness, and he asked if the guard knew about this. The guard replied that as a guardian of the demon empire, he couldn't reveal certain things, so he couldn't tell him everything. but he could imagine how difficult it was for the demon princess to live with such power. He went on to say that she would be confined even outdoors, building walls around herself and trying not to get too deeply involved or attached to anything. Yet, if she were to go outside, which she so desired, some things might appeal to her and she could get hurt because of it, so he should have tried harder not to let him get close to her. Leaning against the railing, he dejectedly admitted that he still didn't know what to do. He sadly added that he wanted the princess to smile, but quietly in the background, the demon princess herself was listening to their conversation. Mentally, she apologized to her friend for distancing herself again. Looking at the happy, lively young people, she felt detached and out of place. Clenching her hands into fists, she thought gloomily that even if she went out, nothing would change, and she understood that perfectly. Although she could control her power now, everything could happen again. Suddenly, someone approached her, asking worriedly if she was all right. She quietly asked if she was afraid of crowded places. Then the princess, turning sharply, asked who she was. The guardswoman stopped her, demanding her name. Suddenly, the person instantly turned around and her piercing gaze flustered the questioner. Leaving the guardswoman behind, she instantly teleported to the demon princess. She asked if the demon princess wanted to be alone, even though princesses weren't allowed to stray far from their bodyguards, and if that would mean the prince would come to save her then. Suddenly, the class president felt a strong sense of unease due to a colossal magical energy that flared up and then immediately died down. At this crucial moment, the demon princess's friend and bodyguard rushed in like a whirlwind. She cried out that the demon princess had disappeared, leaving them in deep shock. The guard angrily asked how they could have lost sight of her, and his partner replied that she had been blinded by a spell. She wasn't prepared for an attack within the academy grounds, and it was her mistake. The class president then announced that during his visit with the demon princess, he had analyzed her mana, and he could track her by a faint residual trace, and as soon as he knew her location, he would contact her telepathically. He continued by saying that he and the teachers would immediately go to help him, and asked him to take care of his little sister until then. The worried guard briefly agreed, watching him hurry away, urging them not to waste a minute. They stood in the archaeological zone of an abandoned research institute, assuming the building was unused and the kidnapper had likely teleported there. He informed her of their location and felt that, in addition to the demon princess's mana, he sensed something else. He had noticed an alien energy in the princess's body before, but now its presence was much stronger. After some time, they finally stumbled upon the demon princess, completely encased in sharp ice spikes. He was stunned, unsure if this was the true form of her tormentor. The guard agreed, adding that it undoubtedly was, and although he was seeing him for the first time, this was the evil demon Kilzin Frost Ash. The demon looked at the guard, remarking that it brought back memories. Calling him an insolent boy who had already opposed him, he instantly swung his skeletal arm, delivering a piercing attack. He was flooded with youthful memories of how he initially despised the princess, who had everything one could dream of. But after her repeated words about being forbidden to leave home, he suddenly understood everything. He realized that the little princess was actually lonely and had nothing. Then he wanted to give her something. One night, passing by in silence, he suddenly overheard a conversation. Kilzin resided in the princess's body, and she would have to sacrifice herself to save the countries from disaster. There was no other way out. Then he decided, if something was destined to be lost, it was better not to have it at all from the beginning. Yet he passionately wanted to be by her side, but the closer he was, the clearer he understood. If the princess's untamed power spiraled out of control, others would suffer, and she herself would suffer the most. He noticed that the princess, having learned to control her own powers and even made friends, still couldn't tell them about her torments, and he, understanding this perfectly, wondered why he couldn't do anything. After that, frozen by the blow, a broken voice quietly reminded him that he had promised to protect her. With bitter tears in his eyes, he imploringly begged them to save the princess. Picking him up, the lady commanded them to take care of him and with a stern look declared that she would speak now. She rushed into the attack, drawing her sword and charging forward, cried out, asking her friend to respond. Continuing her attack, she desperately called out to her childhood friend. Suddenly, someone intercepted her sword and grimly asked if she was the princess of the human empire. The princess, as if transformed, called her behavior ridiculous, declaring that she was a fake princess, merely imitating her brother and incapable of understanding a little girl's true feelings. At that moment, she too was pierced from behind by the demon's attack. She quietly whispered that she passionately wished to help, although she knew that someone like her would never be a true friend to the princess. Collapsing to the ground, he instantly caught her and immediately began to heal her wounds with magic. The demon stated that Yasha resided in her heart, and the ice had only penetrated her body, and the stronger their sense of duty, the deeper their bodies and souls froze. The demon princess's courage, the guard's feelings, and her friend's bonds only pushed them deeper and deeper. He bravely looked at the demon, declaring that he wouldn't let him trample them like that. Then the demon angrily launched an attack, raging with fury that he hadn't even managed to break free before someone was already standing in his way. With his wounded comrades in both arms, he activated a protective ring against the demon, which caught the latter's attention. The demon, however, countered, stating that he couldn't simultaneously fight and protect everyone. He desperately fought back using Fire Snap. Suddenly, a familiar voice asked him what was happening, noting that it was completely unlike him. He suddenly appeared before him, as if out of thin air. He said that when he left the meeting room, he became curious about what was happening, and he didn't care at all what was going on here, but he told the demon that if it decided to freeze, he wouldn't let it. After that, he boldly asked the demon if it considered itself the god of the demon empire, and proudly added that their empire already had a god, and that was him. He told the elder that they would burn him to ashes. The elder then warned that Her Highness the Princess was inside him and they needed to be extremely careful. He replied that he knew this and they just needed to completely destroy the monster. Instantly engaging in battle, he began with a powerful attack, Summon Flame Spirit. He roared a fierce command, ordering the spirit to grab the demon. As soon as the demon stopped, he signaled his partner to begin. Using the flame spear, he told him to use his magic and create a perfect moon reflection. Their deadly strike hit the demon directly in the neck, after which it burst into flames, enveloped in clouds of smoke. But the demon broke free from its bonds, and he instantly realized their attack hadn't worked. The demon then menacingly declared that it wasn't an ordinary demon, but an ancient inhabitant of the heart, and if it was gone, the princess would be gone too. Grinning arrogantly, he challenged them to try and kill him. He then wondered if such an attack even made sense and that Her Highness should suppress this demon herself, but first, she needed to wake up. However, the elder grimly noted that her mind was currently under the demon's control, wondering how they could awaken her. Her image flickered before him, asking why he needed magic if he hadn't grasped its true meaning, for without it, perfection was unattainable. He replied that his magic was created for her protection, and he had never thought otherwise, not understanding why she was saying this. With tears in his eyes, he said he wanted to protect her, and then she, lowering herself, sadly said that this was precisely the problem. Looking at him sadly, she turned and said that he didn't realize she was capable of protecting herself. When he thought only of protecting her at the most crucial moment, he couldn't create a barrier. However, she was able to create one because she was trying to protect everyone. She created the strongest, shining barrier, the barrier of reconciliation, designed to steadfastly protect everyone. Recalling the demon's words that the more you want to protect people, the weaker you become, he loudly disagreed. He was convinced that the more people he wanted to protect, the stronger he became. Therefore, using true barrier magic of the fourth defensive style, he employed the unique color ability. The demon couldn't believe the young man was going to use this technique, trying to expel it from the princess's body. Puzzled by such monstrous power, it suddenly shrieked from an unbearable, scorching heat. It began to shatter into pieces, and then the young man, leaping high towards the very heart, desperately tried to reach her. Using a magic circle, he intercepted her, but immediately fell. He desperately shouted at the princess to hold on, trying to reach her. As if in a deep sleep, the princess was trapped in the icy abyss of the demon's heart. She warmly, with a smile, announced that dinner was ready, urging everyone to eat quickly and wishing them a good appetite. But everyone just refused, saying they were busy, leaving her alone in an awkward, oppressive silence. She thought with genuine sadness about how desperately she had tried, but by the time they were free, they would have already melted. Suddenly, an unknown voice from nowhere brightly said that at least the rice wouldn't melt, and she looked around in confusion, asking fearfully, "Who's there?" Standing behind her and gently touching her shoulders, as if invisible, the voice clearly whispered in response that she was her true strength. Every day, the voice grew louder and more insistent. In bitter tears, the little princess addressed the voice, saying she hated it, that she was to blame for everything, and because of her, everyone had mercilessly abandoned her, and she didn't need such accursed power. With contempt, the voice declared that her purpose was in its existence, and that everything had been predetermined from the very beginning, even before her appearance, when their souls were inextricably intertwined. The voice added that she was its vessel, and by dedicating her life to something, she found meaning in it. Sharing her life with the demonic god, she expected everything to get better, thinking a lot about the future and those she would meet. However, all of it was sacrificed once again, and she considered that it would be better to simply disappear than to throw her life away. Drowning in the endless darkness, she wondered what else she could do. Suddenly, an old book unexpectedly caught her attention, and she vividly remembered how she used to eagerly read many love stories. They were filled with what she had given up, and even if it was someone else's happiness, she wished she could have it. Falling deeper into the darkness, she wanted to hear words of confession, like those about a princess trapped in a tower. Lost in thoughts of a fairy tale where a prince saves a princess, she suddenly heard someone calling out. That same unusual voice that always calmed her, even in fear, now belonged to a demon who was tempting her to give herself to it. Standing before her, she sharply stated that the demon had tried to intoxicate her with icy shackles. The demon then anxiously asked why she had opened her eyes, to which the princess strictly ordered her not to contradict her, and in response, the demon furiously screamed that she had no future. The princess replied that none of them knew their future. After that, she abruptly hugged the demon and quietly whispered that this was precisely why she desperately wanted to know what awaited her. Leaping up, she was determined to get out of the cage. He then skillfully caught the princess, covering her with his jacket. Falling into his arms, she quietly whispered that she had heard his voice. She thanked him through tears for reaching out to her. Now she could control her power, and even if the demon couldn't be destroyed, she would continue to live with it because she was no longer afraid of it. Waking up, he immediately called out to the princess. The princess, sitting before him, then tearfully apologized for always causing problems and sincerely thanked him for having to endure so much, moving the guard to deep tears. Afterward, the princess gracefully approached her friend and said that as friends, they shouldn't worry about her, but if they were friends, she should rely on her more. Then, lowering her head sadly, the lady replied that she hadn't even realized what she had been feeling all this time, asking guiltily if she deserved the right to be by her side. The princess said she was glad she thought that way and sincerely apologized for pushing her away. Taking her hand, she continued that she was glad she had opened up to her, but she wished her friend would do the same, suggesting they chat sometimes, reminding her that they were now in the same class. After that, the princess wiped away her tears, sniffled, and they hugged each other. Handing over his clothes, he awkwardly, with a slight blush, offered them to the princess. To her sincere thanks, he shyly turned away, quietly saying that it was nothing to be thankful for. She awkwardly apologized to the class president for ruining his day, and he smiled, replying that the main thing was that no one got hurt. Meanwhile, the guard was already confident that the princess's heart could contain her demon, but he didn't understand the situation with the abduction. Apologizing for his immodest question, the class president asked the princess if she remembered who had kidnapped her. But suddenly, something caused an unbearable pain, and the princess instantly shut down, begging for forgiveness and stating that she couldn't remember anything at all, feeling a sharp, intense pain in her head. Even though he didn't know why he found himself in the middle of these events, he knew for sure that the culprit was somewhere in the academy. The brother and sister noticed they were the first to arrive right after yesterday's events. The sound of heels caught his attention, and turning around, he saw his mother, who rushed into his arms. She fervently thanked God that he was safe and had heroically protected everyone. She sincerely praised him, calling him her smart boy, and tenderly said that she knew better than anyone how incredibly strong he was, even though he was still her little child to her, and she implored him not to risk his life like that again. He thought about how he was different now and shouldn't make his loved ones worry, and he apologized to her. Then she asked him if something was bothering him, and he agreed, replying that he needed to figure something out. He thought that the kidnappers knew about the state secret of the demon empire, and most likely, the enemy was well informed about the situation in every country. He didn't think it would end there, and one of the princesses could become the next victim. Listening to him, she couldn't believe what she heard. Sitting down next to him, she promised that she would do everything possible at school to help, and so he didn't need to worry about anything, because ensuring them a carefree school life was her duty as an adult and his mother, so he needed to rest, and he briefly thanked her. His little sister asked him if he was okay and if he was really not tired after yesterday. He smiled and told her not to worry, saying that her healing magic had worked well and he didn't want her to be anxious. He also shared that he was more concerned about the demon princess, as after everything that had happened, she might close herself off again. Holding onto her elegant hat, the demon princess appeared, radiant and triumphant, loudly exclaiming that she was first. Suddenly, their gazes met instantly. Embarrassed, she covered herself with her hat, flustered by his presence, and the class president replied that she had also arrived early. Smiling, she said that she had been waiting for this moment so much that her feet had carried her there, and she actually wanted to come with her friend, but her friend had training. He said he was glad to hear that and asked if she was hurting anywhere. She took his hand and reminded him that yesterday he had assured her that she could always rely on him in a difficult moment. Intertwining her fingers with his, she gently greeted him again, playfully asking him to love and cherish her, which made him blush. His little sister stood in front of her brother and declared that if he needed a healer, she would be happy to help, and it was nice to meet her. The princess took her hand, said she understood her, and shyly added that she had long dreamed of talking to someone about love. Suddenly, the princess of the Holy Empire entered the room with her guards and, introducing herself, noted that the demon princess had not been at the meetings and this was their first encounter, after which she asked why she had left yesterday's banquet. The class president had just thought that the princess of the Holy Empire suspected something, but she declared that she wouldn't ask questions and would pretend she hadn't noticed anything, and blessing her, reminded her that from today they would be studying together. The demon princess took her hand, thanked her, and asked if she could make friends with the other princesses. Then the princess of the Holy Empire turned away and said it would be wonderful if all princesses were like her. Then the princess's sister burst in swiftly and loudly asked if she was talking about them. Noticing the demon princess, they instantly pounced on her, actively sniffing her and asking in quick succession what her name was and why her unique scent had changed so much. Then the demon princess awkwardly asked if she smelled strange, and they laughed and said no. The class president speculated that the demon god's power was now being restrained by something. They explained that she was much better now and asked her to drop the formalities. Then one of the sisters sniffed and suggested again that she smelled a bit like the class president. Suddenly, another princess joined them. The demon princess thought she had blended in, having met another princess, while the class president, observing them, noticed how quickly she had befriended everyone. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the teacher, who was stealthily trying to sneak into the room. The teacher announced that he was carrying their important documents and asked the class president to step aside for a moment. After adjusting his glasses, he suddenly remembered that they hadn't decided who the second class president would be and suggested they all decide together. Agreeing, she thought that if she became class president, she could be with him. Suddenly, the princess of the Holy Empire declared that she believed she was the most suitable among everyone present to be the second class president. Her sister's companions immediately objected, stating that she wasn't even friends with the first class president. Then she also declared that she would be class president and wanted to get to know the first class president better. Everyone stared at her in astonishment. She then boldly demanded that they acknowledge the class president was undeniably interesting to everyone, and therefore she proposed her candidacy, as she surpassed the others in suitability for the role of class president and nothing more. Then, abruptly grabbing the class president's little sister, they assigned her the duties of a judge. They unanimously declared that they would decide right here and now who was more worthy to be the class president's partner. The little sister anxiously asked her brother what would happen now. Their gazes locked in a silent challenge, each one unyieldingly determined to find out who among them would become the worthy partner. The guards worriedly asked if she was also going to participate in this ridiculous competition and that she needed to take care of her health. To this, she enthusiastically replied that it was a true battle of love and she wanted to see it with her own eyes. The guards understood that stopping her would be useless, and suddenly one of the princesses called out to everyone. She announced that she and the gentleman had already crossed swords in a duel and understood each other well, and there was no doubt that they would work together perfectly. To this, another said that she had simply attacked him for no clear reason back then. The princess's companions immediately supported her, noting that their joint work would provide a chance for a rematch, and one nudged the other, urging him to speak up. He asked if she was sure and she questioned if there were any problems. Her bodyguard replied that if she became class president, she would no longer have time to bathe and do her makeup for several hours a day. She then became torn, wanting to be with the gentleman but also not wanting to appear before him in an improper state. Then one of the sisters joyfully exclaimed that if she had any doubts, they would gladly become class president, as they passionately desired to create an atmosphere of boundless freedom and unrestrained fun in the classroom. Moreover, they were incomparably more resilient than the others and could handle any, even the most difficult, work with ease. Then the princess of the Holy Empire asked in confusion which of them intended to run, and the bewildered sisters answered in unison, both. The princess patiently explained that according to the rules, only one student could become class president, which was the whole reason for this dispute. Clinging to each other, the sisters touchingly declared that they were inseparable and absolutely could not be separated. Then another princess slyly inquired if that meant they were completely useless individually, and they, instantly hiding behind a guard, imploringly asked him to say something. The princess of the Holy Empire coolly continued. If they couldn't even follow elementary rules, such a responsible job was definitely beyond them, to which their guard dejectedly stated that he had nothing to object to. Then, like an impartial jury, the demon princess began her comments, expressing doubt that she would be the first to be eliminated. While the class president's little sister sadly pitied her brother, she was suddenly asked if she herself intended to participate, with a biting tone, inquiring if she didn't want her beloved brother to be stolen. Puffing out her cheeks, she quietly replied that she was against it because he was hers any time outside of school anyway. Enthusiastically, the demon princess asked her to elaborate. The princess from the Holy Empire noted with surprise that she had not expected such a turn of events, as she had thought she had no interest in interacting with ordinary people. Nodding in agreement, she replied that she was only interested in the class president, and the job of class president was primarily about interacting with people. An unyielding person like her was definitely not suitable for this role, and she didn't feel enough strength in any of them to manage others. She assertively asked if she was willing to hypocritically pretend to be human, following the rules, and if that was why she was posing as a virtuous maiden, which she found utterly repulsive. Then, the guards of the Holy Empire princess demanded she hold her tongue, threatening that if she didn't stop, they would consider it an insult to the Holy Empire. But she only asked if other people would continue to be angry on her behalf. One of the princesses tried to explain that their bickering would only push the young man away, but her sister sarcastically agreed, saying that coming from her, it sounded unconvincing. The tension was rising, and the younger sister called over her brother. The princess entered, laden with bags, and asked in confusion what was happening. Her friend immediately asked if she had finished her training. Nodding in agreement, she readily reported that she had coincidentally met the class president and the teacher on her way and had actively helped them. Then another princess coldly explained that they were currently deciding on the class president and asked her not to interfere. To this, she instantly replied that they only wanted to be class presidents, but when the class president actually needed help, they just stood by, doing nothing. Then one of the sisters accused the other, reproaching her for being forgetful, and the princess of the Holy Empire, agreeing, admitted her rashness. Another princess suggested that she would be the best fit, after which the sisters immediately agreed. This job was perfect for her, as she had immediately rushed to his aid. Then her friend grabbed her and began to congratulate her warmly. The sisters, taking her by both sides, declared that everything was decided and she would be the class president, although the princess herself didn't understand what was happening at all. Then her brother, holding the bags, asked his younger sister if something had happened, because he thought he had heard her voice earlier, and she dejectedly replied that it was nothing, while the princess's guards speculated that they had missed a lot. The holy princess noted that it was rare for all the princesses to agree. The others chimed in, adding that the class president's job was too difficult, and they could have fun with the class president at another time. Then the class president approached and asked if she would now be the second class president. She hesitantly agreed, replying that it seemed so. Smiling, he encouragingly suggested they work hard together and make the class even better. However, their inspiring conversation was suddenly interrupted by a princess, who enthusiastically suggested trying a new, exciting activity. Watching more and more princesses surround him, she was overcome with doubts about whether she could be like him. In the spacious, majestic courtyard of the human empire, a princess stood proudly, honing her utmost concentration in handling a sword. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by the caustic words of her demon-possessed friend, who called her ridiculous and merely a pathetic shadow of her older brother. After that, letting out an angry cry, she frantically swung her sword. Disappointed by the failed strike, she looked down, thinking that she was useless and that she needed to become much stronger, as strong as the class president. The teacher announced to the class that he had an important announcement. A magic festival would be held next week, and to participate in the combat tournament, they would need to divide into 2 teams. The class presidents would be the leaders of each team. They would distribute special magical clothing to everyone, which would change color when hit by magic, and a participant with colored clothing would immediately be eliminated. The goal of each team was to eliminate the opposing team's leader, and the girls looked at the magical clothing they had been given with interest. He continued that this clothing worked on the same principle as the magical vessel they had seen in the entrance exam. The material would change color to match the magic that touched it, but he asked them to be more careful. Only the holographic part would change color, and they should try to aim there. He emphasized that the power of magic played no role whatsoever, and they should remember that this was primarily an enjoyable event designed to help them bond. Then the sisters noisily began examining their costumes, and the princess strictly asked them to stop fooling around. The class president's sister was looking forward to the fun, and the class president thought that this was a good chance to teach the princesses teamwork and unite the class, and suggested they divide into teams by drawing lots. After they had divided into teams, the teacher enthusiastically declared that he was eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle, which would take place in just 1 week. She smiled confidently, stating that even if it was just for fun, she wasn't going to lose. Suddenly, she realized that everyone was listening intently to the demon princess, who was talking about how happy she was to have the opportunity to participate with everyone, and the class president suggested they enjoy the moment together. The princess of the human empire declared that they should also strive for victory and suggested that part of the team go to scout the enemy's positions. Once they understood what the enemy was planning, they would begin preparations for an attack, leaving 2 others in ambush while the remaining 5 took their positions. The guards hesitantly replied that the 2 of them might not be enough. The bodyguard then asked if they doubted their lady's plan was good enough, to which another guard responded that it seemed like a very cliché strategy. The Holy Empire princess then said she understood that the formation was designed to fall, but it was too dangerous for the leader to be on the front lines. She replied that a leader should lead their subordinates into battle, not sit on the sidelines. One of them then indignantly asked since when they became her subordinates, reminding her that they were just on the same team. After that, the Holy Empire princess clarified that the condition for victory was to eliminate the enemy leader from the game, and she didn't think sending them into the thick of battle was a good idea. If the leader was eliminated, they would automatically lose. The Human Empire princess then indignantly asked if that meant she was suggesting she run around instead of fighting. Turning around, she asked the other princess for her opinion on the plan. The other princess, apologizing sheepishly, replied that it had been too boring and she had simply fallen asleep, catching the questioner off guard. The Holy Empire princess said she knew that the Human Empire's mages specialized in enchantment, which was completely unsuitable for such battles. She asked if the other princess wanted to stand out or win, challenging her decision. Concluding her words by saying it was just a training exercise, she added that they would do as they said anyway. The other princess then sarcastically added that this would happen if they still had any fighting spirit left by then, and the headmaster's attention was drawn to the princess, who was standing sadly to the side. But the princess's guard gently touched him, asking him not to interfere so they wouldn't consider him a spy. She admitted she was glad for his concern for the princess, but it was nothing new for her. He continued that ever since she inherited the right to the throne, the princess had become too demanding of herself, all to be a good replacement for her elder brother. And even if it might look foolish from the outside, it was very important for the princess to be a strong example. He concluded by saying that was why it was better for her to act independently. To this, the headmaster briefly replied that he understood him and added that when he was recommended to the Heavenly Empire Guard, he also felt nervous about the sudden responsibility. Recalling that he had met her for the first time then, the guard reported that his team was having problems and asked if he wanted to talk to them. Heading towards the team, he asked the girls to calm down. Stepping back, she watched intently as her teammates discussed their next moves, without uttering a single word. Hiding in the forest, the participants heard the coloring competition, part of the spring festival, announced as open, and everyone was ordered to take their positions. The team, receiving the order to start, moved forward, and she asked them to follow the plan strictly. To prevent the enemy from reaching the center, they sent scouts in all 4 directions. Upon detecting an enemy, the strike team would act without breaking formation, which was a cautious defensive strategy, yet balanced. It seemed strange to her that there were still no reports from the scouts. She suspected that no one had been found and the area was empty. When the princess asked about their formation, the guard reported that they had split into groups of 2 and were moving scattered, and he hadn't been able to find them. Hearing this, the princess couldn't understand their actions, analyzing that a pair of an attacker and a support fighter was already a complete combat unit. capable of fending off an opponent and, if necessary, joining with others to surround them. Suddenly, the sisters pounced on the princess, joyfully announcing their arrival. Then the girls stood before her, telling the princess they would hold them off. The sisters retorted that they wouldn't succeed and summoned their enormous beasts, calling them puppies. She cried out in confusion about how many dogs there were, while her partner, warning that it was their favorite trick, asked her to quickly erase the dogs with her magic. But she was already enchanted by the dogs and cried out that she couldn't do it, while the sisters sweetly enjoyed their successful attack, and then her partner resolutely rushed to disperse the beast spirits herself. Using the Ring of Command ability, she shackled each dog with collars. However, she instantly realized the situation had worsened. The sisters, having split up, began a rapid pursuit of the princess, and she needed to act fast. Then, carefully sneaking up, she apologized and said she was touching her. The Holy Empire princess sharply turned around, wondering where she came from, while the other girl, already running away, exclaimed that light blue really suited her. Confused, the princess's guards asked why they hadn't come to protect her, as two wouldn't be enough. Another princess reported that she was surrounded by enemies, her partner was out, and she was alone, holding off the foe. She said she was powerless to help and warned the second-class president to be careful. On the run, the second-class president offered to lead all the pursuers to her, and she would stop them, but she wondered how the enemy had broken their formation so quickly. Suddenly, from the treetops, the sisters shouted that they had found their target. Then, the third sister swiftly descended, warning the second-class president to prepare for battle. She explained that to increase their chances of success in the search, they had split into pairs. The pair that found the enemy leader first was supposed to launch a surprise attack while the others regrouped to trap her. Then, with a malicious grin, she triumphantly noted that their master's plan had worked flawlessly. The princess then asked why she was telling her all this. The sister, turning to her, also chimed in that one shouldn't underestimate an opponent like that, calling it a bad habit. But the other replied that it would simply be too pitiful for the human empire princess if she didn't even understand why she lost, a kind of funeral ceremony. Surrounding her, they took their battle stances. The princess, tightly gripping her staff, also adopted a defensive position. After one of the attackers mockingly inquired about her intentions, the princess coldly replied that she would understand everything soon and activated enchantment. Using the falling star style, she attacked with lightning speed, tearing her opponent's costume and instantly vanished. The sisters gave chase while the princess relentlessly hurried, determined to find the class president as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. Stopping, she scanned the surroundings, assuming the target was hiding nearby. Deciding that one precise attack capable of clearing all cover would surely reveal them, she used the shining star style, cutting down bushes. However, her search proved futile, and she wondered how they could have vanished without a trace if there was nowhere to hide. Then, appearing from behind, the class president stated that her excellent idea was, unfortunately, predictable. She sharply turned around and asked if he had decided to go head-on instead of skillfully using the landscape's features. He laughed awkwardly, admitting his mistake, and noted that in a real battle, such a risk would be fatal, as he had only decided to test his hypothesis and try his luck. Meanwhile, the sisters who had caught up to the princess enthusiastically chanted in support of the class president, and the princess, frozen in astonishment, suddenly realized that this was all just a game. Loudly declaring that the fight wasn't over, she was the first to rush into attack. At that very moment, as the sisters decided to help their leader, another princess appeared, announcing that she wouldn't let them interfere. Remembering her older brother, she put everything into each attack, constantly telling herself she had to be stronger, she had to win, for it was her undeniable duty as a ruler. Even in this game, she felt the burden of leadership responsibility, fighting with all her might. Seeing her persistence, he decided to reciprocate, fighting with equal dedication. She unleashed the North Star of the Star style, and he parried the attack using the first defensive style, Shield Flower. She wondered why her flawlessly executed moves had no effect. Her fighting spirit waned, as she feared that at this rate, she would let her team down. From behind, the entire team's encouraging shouts echoed, and even the demon princess from the enemy camp unexpectedly joined in, supporting her. Even the Holy Empire princess joined the chorus of support. Then, deeply moved, she suddenly understood that a leader's true responsibility stems from the trust and support of those around them. She recalled her carefree, happy childhood and her brother, who always loved people and was loved by them, and whom she admired immensely. She unleashed the crescent moon of the moon style. He, stunned by the sudden change in her movements, sharply recoiled, realizing Her style was now pure improvisation, and reading her actions had become incomparably more difficult than the memorized techniques from a textbook. In every swing of her blade, there was a certain grandeur. Then the princess said that she wasn't as good as her older brother or him, and perhaps she might never be able to be like them. She was certain that now, for the sake of all the people who needed her, she would shine once more. Captivated by the princess, the sisters watched in astonishment as the second-class president skillfully wielded an ordinary twig as if it were a real sword. The princess noted that the young man could create defenses out of nothing, but the princess of the human empire couldn't do that. To fully unlock her potential, she needed something, because her unyielding will and sense of responsibility transformed a simple branch into a formidable blade. Stunned, they looked at her, exclaiming enthusiastically about what an amazing princess they had. He saw that her strength was the strength of someone fighting not for herself, but for others. As the leader of his team, he wasn't about to give up, and deciding to turn the tide of the battle, he intensified his assault. Running her finger across the surface, she said it was time. The class president understood that she could use enchantment magic to shape the branch into a sword, but she wouldn't be able to make it this strong, and he tried to spot an opening for a counterattack. A sharp, unexpected movement suddenly caught his attention. Turning sharply, he tried to comprehend what he saw. The thought that he had seen this somewhere before flashed through his mind, but he instantly dismissed it, wondering why it was here. He instantly grabbed it, puzzled as to why the item was so irresistibly drawing him in. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a familiar silhouette appeared. Freed stood before him. The girls wondered where he got the spear, loudly calling for an immediate counterattack. He rushed into battle, but one of the princesses sensed something was wrong. He struck with his spear, but she dodged by leaping back. But the class president looked completely unlike himself, grim and eerie. He stared at her with an indifferent gaze, and she instantly felt that he was completely different. She noticed his body was completely relaxed, but she wondered why his stance looked so impenetrable. His movements became lightning fast, and she could no longer read his intentions. Dodging another spear attack, she instantly realized this was no longer a game. He had become incredibly strong, and it felt like he was fighting to the death. Just then, her little sister ran up, bewildered, and called out to her brother. Then the little sister felt that her magical response had been reflected by someone, and she realized with alarm that she could no longer contact her brother. And then, speaking from above, she apologized, asking them not to interfere, as this was a very important moment for the young man. At that very moment, something colossal crashed down on them, and the guards formed a circle around the princesses, trying to defend them. One of the guards suggested it was the young man's magic barrier, but the demon princess rejected this, claiming it was mana. Then the princess, reflecting, ordered them not to interfere, otherwise she wouldn't be able to see the battle. The guards, stunned by the dragon princess's ineffective attack, despaired, thinking their situation was dire. Another guard immediately added that communication had also been lost. Remaining on the sidelines, they could only guess what was happening inside. Meanwhile, the princess, plunged into complete uncertainty, couldn't tell if she had hit a barrier of darkness or was trapped. She noticed that this wasn't like her master's mana, and his fighting style no longer had its former elegance and nobility. She confidently declared that he had completely lost his mind. Dark mana was staining his clothes black. The princess, assuming the spear was the cause, immediately demanded he throw it away. He asked him where he was from, adding that it was strange since he was here now. He asked himself what he was doing here, when suddenly the spear he was holding began to dissolve into a dark, thick substance. As the spear transformed into a dark, thick mass, it enveloped him and he shrieked piercingly, writhing in agony. The mass consumed him more and more, and he reached out to it, trying to understand if he had ever wished for evil, unable to accept its icy, emotionless gaze, and realized with horror that he was about to be completely swallowed. He launched increasingly powerful attacks, and she understood that the devil possessing him would not release the spear. She had no choice but to force him to loosen his grip. She tried to counter with a young moon attack, but realized with horror it was useless. The light was mercilessly absorbed by the darkness, which only thickened, becoming impenetrable. She realized that she couldn't defeat him with enchantment magic alone, and that she could free her master from the darkness using dispersion magic, which in the Empire was only used in extreme necessity to neutralize an enemy army by depriving it of mana. This was a specific royal family spell, passed down through generations. The sight of her master terrified her, tears streamed from one of his eyes, and she felt fear gripping her. The others, watching them from the sidelines, worried about their condition and prepared to call the teachers. The younger sister anxiously addressed her brother mentally, asking why he was silent, while the princess, urging her to calm down, asked who would believe in the two of them if they didn't believe in themselves. Echoing her words, she silently urged her brother to be resilient. The princess of the human empire, despite not yet mastering all the secrets of the spell, intended to try it to save her master from being completely consumed by darkness. And then, turning around, she met the tip of a sharp dagger that had appeared from behind her. He lunged at her like a furious beast. But for a moment, his opponent's face reminded him of her, and it was as if a light bulb went off. He asked himself, lost where he was. He knew her well and couldn't bear her sadness, for she was the most precious thing he had. She passionately wished to see the world and asked him to share this dream with her, reminding him of the fleeting time she had left, and if he saw no future, she, as his patron, was ready to create it. She was his light, which would never fade. Unaware of who he was or why he was there, he steadfastly held onto the conviction that he was not granted the right to forget the past. Freed from the embrace of darkness, he was unwavering in his resolve. No matter what happened, he would never forget his goal. The darkness tried to consume him again, and he asked it what was happening to him. As soon as he froze mid-attack, she realized this was her chance. With a powerful leap upward, she loudly declared her intention to dispel this darkness. She activated the human empire's devastating technique, Full Sky. Frozen, he noticed a shimmering light, blazing blindingly before him. Turning, he realized the source of the light was the human empire's princess, and the surrounding darkness began to dissipate. Everything around them seemed to crumble into tiny particles. Before the kid's eyes, the barrier began to melt away, revealing the view. Looking at him with slight displeasure, she said she wished she could have watched more, but the most important thing was that the task was successfully completed. She ran to him, and seeing that he had come to his senses, tears welled up in her eyes. With relief, she hugged him tightly, shocking the girls. After that, she shyly stated that she had very good reasons for it, and the other princess reminded her that she had said everything would be fine. And the princess concluded that their team had won because the first prefect's magic suit was stained, though the lady herself had already forgotten it was a game. Then the whole team rushed her, joyfully exclaiming about their victory. The demon princess asked if he was okay, and he awkwardly scratched the top of his head, admitting defeat. His sisters replied that the main thing was that they had fun. Then his little sister, pressing her forehead against him, sadly confessed her fear for him, and his brother apologized for worrying them, adding that he didn't know what had happened himself. He explained that the moment he touched the spear, he completely lost control of himself, after which it disappeared. In the aristocratic quarter in the Celestial Empire dormitory, the girls were peacefully dozing on their beds. He kindly thanked the big fluffy creature for its company, and it replied that it had been watching his training for 8 years, and it would be strange if it suddenly stopped for no reason. Licking its paws, it asked how his game in the forest area went and if his numerous training sessions had paid off. He sadly replied that he had lost, to which the cat, slightly surprised and trying to cheer him up, said that such things happen. Then he recounted that he accidentally touched a spear that appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the battle, and at that very moment, darkness completely consumed him, causing him to lose control. The cat then asked with interest if this could be related to the incident his mother was currently investigating. To this, he quietly replied that he had no idea. He continued, saying that he saw his old friend who was like a brother to him, with whom they had trained together since childhood. But then his eyes were like ice, and he looked as if he hated me. The cat, surprised, asked if he'd ever had friends. He realized he'd let something slip and, feigning offense, declared that he considered them friends. In response, the cat remarked that he only spent time with him out of boredom and told him not to dodge the question. In 8 years, he'd never once heard about any friends, only observing him secretly training without ever leaving the mansion. The fluffy beast reminded him that he had promised to explain who he was and where his power came from, but the cat didn't know that every time, some strange magic prevented him from speaking about his past life. Now, with his best friend having abandoned him, he wanted to open up more than ever, admitting that he truly had memories he couldn't share with anyone. He shared that these memories were everything to him. They guided him and pushed him forward, and he believed it would always be that way. But time hadn't spared even them, as if someone had defiled what was most precious. In response, the cat noted that such was their world, nothing lasted forever, and in a century only the length of his tail had changed. If he wished to defy time, striving for eternity no matter what, he would need boundless courage and to cast aside all doubt. Wrapping him in his soft, warm tail, he urged him to stop worrying about trivial things. He thanked him warmly, realizing that compared to this magical beast, he was just an ignorant child despite having lived for millennia. However, turning around, he suddenly asked if the cat himself had any friends after all he had just said. He suddenly realized that bastards hadn't been in the Empire 1,000 years ago, and the princesses were also surprised to see the fluffy creature here. He wondered if this meant the cat came from the Beast Empire. The cat haughtily declared that cats were naturally solitary and needed no one. In response, he mentioned reading about cats forming groups, which greatly irritated the cat. The cat, offended, advised him to talk to his book instead. Realizing he had angered him, he immediately began to apologize profusely. Entering the house, he was greeted by his little sister and the maids. His mother warmly told him they wanted to surprise him a little after his training, so they had prepared dinner together and he thanked them in surprise. The lady invited the maids to join them, and as they all sat at the table, a maid asked him if their class schedule had been set yet. She awkwardly added that she wasn't knowledgeable about specialized subjects, but among the general ones, she recommended mind fixation. He confirmed it was a good option and had just reviewed the entire subject at home. The maids were surprised by his abilities and that their help, it seemed, wouldn't be needed. His little sister chimed in, asking him to tell them more about school life. The maid enthusiastically suggested he definitely visit the cafeteria, which was abundant with traditional dishes from all countries. His little sister looked forward to learning how to cook something exquisite. This lively, joyful morning brought back childhood memories, giving him a feeling of returning home. Then, chiding himself for being overly sentimental, he decided to keep his emotions under strict control. His little sister told her brother that she wanted to see what else was on the island, and their mother replied that she would gladly show them. He met the demon princess's guard. She apologized for the early visit, explaining she had come on assignment to discuss yesterday's incident. His little sister replied that it was fine and she was also involved in the investigation, after which the guard began to present her report. She reported that the mana of the princess's kidnapper at the entrance ceremony was the same as the mana of the barrier that appeared at the festival, from which the class president understood that the same person was hunting the princesses. She added that the enemy was very strong and used such high-level magic effortlessly, and reminded him that no matter what, she was supposed to protect her princess. Falling to her knees, she cried sorrowfully, admitting she couldn't do anything then and she was scared because when the princess was kidnapped, she was powerless, and there was no guarantee she could protect her next time, even though a great responsibility had been placed upon her. The young man understood her, as her feelings of powerlessness were painfully familiar to him. Thanking her for sharing her feelings, he assured her that as the princess's protector and as class president, he would do everything in his power to help, adding that she was important to him too, which flustered her. Then, getting flustered himself, he clarified that she was important as a classmate, and she smiled and thanked him. Asking her to inform him of any findings, she quickly disappeared using free movement. Having received invaluable information, he resolutely intended to catch the culprit as soon as possible to eliminate the threat to the princesses. However, his mother gently but firmly stated that, while understanding his eagerness, this matter should be left to adults, as students were supposed to focus on their studies. The first class was the mandatory subject, practical sorcery. The goal of these lessons was to strengthen the students' magical power and teach them how to apply it in practice. The second class was Introduction to the History of Magic, where the instructor thoroughly explained how the ancient magical art originated and evolved. The third class, Classical Language of the Heavenly Empire, was also taught by a new, modest teacher. In this class, they learned to translate ancient languages and studied the grammar of the classical language. He really enjoyed the Classical Language of the Heavenly Empire class and ambitiously dove into his studies, eagerly absorbing knowledge about the world's changes over 1,000 years. In the fourth class, Research on Magical Items, students learned about their application and operating principles, and also attempted to craft a simple artifact under the guidance of a guest lecturer from a research group. A radiant guest lecturer entered the classroom, greeting everyone and introducing herself as Yuyuka. She introduced herself, stating that she heads a laboratory dedicated to studying magical artifacts and was ready to help the students. Looking at him with a smile, she genuinely welcomed all of them. A strange feeling enveloped him. He had definitely seen her somewhere before. The teacher explained that today they would try to craft a core magical item, or simply put, a staff. She clarified that first, they would need to choose a large, transparent magic stone which serves as a conduit for magic and use metal, wood, or glass for the handle. She also warned that they might need an auxiliary colored magic stone which they would attach to the handle, considering mana consumption. Therefore, first years were recommended to use only 1 or 2 stones, and they could choose the materials themselves. She looked at the items in surprise, not understanding the point of staffs if she could already cast spells. The teacher then explained that with the help of auxiliary stones of different colors, she could use magic that was normally unavailable to her. The Holy Empire Princess asked if this meant the staff changed their mana and allowed them to cast spells of other elements. After receiving a positive answer, she concluded that this could significantly expand their arsenal on the battlefield. Everyone eagerly began to sort through and examine the various stones and parts for their future staffs. The head of the laboratory added that an auxiliary stone of the same color as their abilities would increase the power of their spells. And if magic usually disperses like rain when cast normally, with a staff, it would focus on a single point, turning the spell into a waterfall. The teacher warned that handle materials interact differently with stones, so the choice required careful thought. It was then that the class president realized the magical vessel during the exam had been the festival clothing. He had thought staffs were outdated after a millennium, but he understood that they had only evolved, becoming more practical. The head of the laboratory approached him and noted that his mana was unusually strong and versatile, and such a powerful young man might not even need a staff at all. In a burst of embrace, she exclaimed that this was exactly why he was here, and that she had been unbearably lonely, waiting for him every day since the exam. At that moment, it dawned on the class president that he had completely forgotten about the retest for magic power that the teacher had mentioned. He apologized for not being able to come. She said she forgave him, but he would have to make up for the time they hadn't seen each other. Alone with herself, she silently admitted she knew every one of his traits. She couldn't believe it when she learned about the colorless magic during the exam, but after seeing his defensive spells live in the duel with the Princess of Evil, she wanted to test her hunch, skillfully using the demon princess for this purpose. The analysis confirmed that his magic was identical to the foundation of the world's Great Barrier, and she was completely convinced she was right. It became clear to her without difficulty why the 1,000-year-old artifact had so attracted him. Moreover, thanks to the human princess, she even had the good fortune to observe him in battle. The princesses indignantly didn't understand the teacher's behavior, but the class president's younger sister was especially maliciously whispering her displeasure. Then, they all unanimously decided to separate them. The evil princess then swung her staff, exclaiming that something had gone wrong, but her attack only brought her closer to him, making the situation worse. She collapsed right onto him, and as she fell, she let out an embarrassed, heavy sigh. Everyone immediately rushed to her, worried if she was okay. Flustered, she momentarily passed out, leaning back, but quickly came to her senses and hurried away, stating she needed rest. Following this, the girls breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had managed to drive her off. After quickly running into the storage room, she jumped with overwhelming joy and embarrassment, when suddenly a voice said that the spear had worked after all. These words belonged to the director, who had been silently observing from the shadows. He coldly stated that she was free to indulge her whims but needed to control herself as she lost her mind at the mention of his name. He then asked about the guardian god, to which she unhesitatingly replied, "He is, without a doubt, the very silver knight guardian from legends 1,000 years ago." Closing the book, he realized that, apparently, the Empress was also in this place. His mother sighed wearily, and his daughter asked her what was wrong. She replied that the investigation was in full swing and she had managed to get information about the mana from Lloyd's robe. Now all that was left was to narrow down the list of suspects. At least nothing like that had happened in the past 2 weeks. Lloyd thought that the enemy hadn't done anything since then, which was very suspicious, so he needed to be on his guard. His mother mentioned that the school principal would be returning soon, and she wanted to finish everything before his arrival. Lloyd asked what kind of person he was because the principal hadn't appeared at the exam or the ceremony, and his mother hadn't met him either. However, she had heard that he was the youngest school principal in history and a highly respected figure among world barrier researchers. At just 12 years old, the young man had already published a scientific paper on magic in the 7 kingdoms and made it possible to use all colors of mana with magical items, earning him the nickname Divine Child of the Kaleidoscope. The principal was usually very busy with research and rarely appeared at events, which made Lloyd understand why he hadn't been there. She still needed to check the school's employee database, which would help them find the culprit faster. She almost forgot and said that she would be home later than usual today, so she decided to give them a tight hug so they wouldn't miss her too much. After hugging them, she left and told them to study hard. The first lesson was practical magical martial arts. The instructor said that basic physical training was important and that they should be able to fight back even in situations where the use of magic was limited. Lloyd really enjoyed this lesson because it was a good way to let off some steam. Then they started pairing up as usual, and they would have 3 rounds. Rokna wasn't there today, and he began to wonder who he would team up with. At that moment, Neo and Gerdo approached him, wanting to team up with him. But then they looked at each other disapprovingly. While they were arguing about who should be with Lloyd, 2 beast folk jumped on him. They landed right on Lloyd, hugging him from both sides. These were the princesses of the Beast Empire, Yuzuriha and Kuzunoha. He asked if something had happened, when suddenly they grabbed him by both arms. They dragged him somewhere, telling him to follow them. There was a good hiding spot in the building, so they planned to use Lloyd's magic there, but when he asked what was going on, they replied that their father had come to the school. Their father was already being welcomed within the academy walls. This was the emperor of the Beast Empire, Kusunoki Tilfa, and he thanked them for looking after his daughters. He asked Roken where they were, but the 2 girls had already asked him not to give them away. The father understood that Roken was a very loyal servant and good at keeping secrets, so he decided to find them himself. Lloyd, Yuzuriha, and Kuzunoha were hiding in a very cramped space. It was some random closet, and Lloyd decided to use his second defensive style, sound isolation. This spell conceals their presence and completely mutes sound, so they wouldn't be found for a while, and he also asked what had actually happened. As Yuzuriha explained, their teacher had called them that morning and told them their father was visiting today. But they didn't understand why he had shown up so suddenly, and they knew something was definitely fishy. So they decided to rely on Roken, and that's when Lloyd understood why he wasn't there. Suddenly, something started tickling Kuzunoha, and she began to squirm in the tight space. Yuzuriha asked her to stop, but she just couldn't calm down. At that moment, some creature with a tiny squeak peeked out from under her clothes. It was a mouse, but Kuzunoha recognized it. They managed to jump out just as the mouse blew up the closet. It was a beast spirit for searching. Hearing the explosion, the emperor's servants rushed over. The emperor himself arrived with them, finding his daughters. This was the Beast Emperor whom Lloyd was seeing for the first time, and he suddenly announced that they were returning home. Kuzunoha asked why they were going back when they had just enrolled, and Yuzuriha added that they still had a lot to learn and no reason to leave. But then Kusunoki said that Yuzuriha could stay, but Kuzunoha would have to go with him. She immediately refused. The reason was that her father had found a fiancé for her. Even though no one asked him to, he decided to explain it in more detail once they returned, but Kuzunoha again refused to go with him. She said it was because she already had a beloved, hugging Lloyd, and therefore she wasn't going anywhere. Yuzuriha and Roken were shocked, and her father was just as stunned as Lloyd. Her father asked her if she understood what she was saying, pointing out that the boy was tailless. But Kuzunoha replied that Lloyd was really cool. She didn't know what kind of fiancé her father had found for her, but Lloyd was their class representative. He took first place in the exam, and he even tamed Bastet. Roken wanted to tell her not to involve Lloyd in this, but Kusunoki interrupted him, deciding to start over, and told Lloyd that he would be waiting for him after classes in the Beast Empire dormitory, and to bring Bastet with him. That's when they would talk, he said, and then turned around. At that moment, Yuyuko was watching them, shocked by the news. She didn't know that Lord Lloyd or Vance and the Beast Princess Kuzunoha were lovers. She couldn't believe it because Lord Vance couldn't possibly be interested in a minor. He was a knight, and she figured he was just dragged into it. In this era, she was the only one who truly understood Lord Vance, so she decided to stop them and save him. Kuzunoha wiped her forehead, sighing after her father left. She was asked why she did that, but she replied what else was she supposed to do. She didn't want to marry some random person just because her dad said so. Alsmelia had also refused to marry until the very end, saying she was tired of it all. Her fiancés didn't even know her, and she wondered if there was any point in a marriage without love. So she asked Sir Vance if he wanted to stage a small scene in front of them. But if they did that, he wouldn't be allowed to see her anymore, so they didn't, even though they were close to it. Kuzunoha didn't care anyway, so she latched onto Lloyd again. He realized he was in a lot of trouble. The second lesson was about treating magical beasts. They were taught that aquatic animals don't have skeletons, making them easier to palpate. A magic core has a very low temperature, so they needed gloves to avoid getting burned. There was still time left in the lessons, but Lloyd had no idea what he would say to the Beast King. Kuzunoha suddenly pounced on him, asking him to do it together. When he asked what she was doing, she said there were many students from the Beast Empire here, and she wanted everyone to know about it. At that moment, someone started to squeeze between them. It was Yuyuka, who said it was not good to talk during class. Kuzunoha said the teacher was in the wrong classroom, but Yuyuka replied that it was her duty to reprimand undisciplined students. Then she asked Lloyd if anything was bothering him, and if he needed advice, he could come to her lab. But Kuzunoha interrupted her, saying that she and Lloyd had already made plans, and he was going to meet her father after class. Suddenly, a water creature rose up behind them. All that water drenched them from head to toe, even though they just needed to look around. Kanon asked what was happening, and Yuzuriha remembered she hadn't told her about it yet, but she didn't know what was going on with Yuyuka. Yuyuka and Kuzunoha glared at each other disdainfully, even after being doused with water. The third lesson was the classical language of the Celestial Empire. Kuzunoha asked Lloyd if he had promised to be her beloved. But Yuyuka also asked if he wouldn't leave for the Beast Empire and would stay with her at school to be her guinea pig, or rather her assistant, she corrected herself. All of this was happening in the classroom during a lesson, with the teacher at the blackboard. There were too many strangers for the teacher, so Roken apologized and said he would kick them out immediately. Lloyd urgently needed to come up with a new plan and propose it to Princess Kuzunoha. But concentrating under such conditions was practically impossible. Kuzunoha didn't understand why she was so persistent and still asked what her relationship with Lloyd was, saying she wasn't serious. But then Yuyuka replied that everything had been very serious since the very first day at this school. She had given up everything for her goal, even if she was never truly appreciated. She was sure that there was still the unknown in the world. This certainty forever predetermined her life, and all this time she had been waiting for that one person. Someone who could truly understand her, a person who would change her gloomy world. And if the Beast Princess wasn't ready to risk her life, then Yuyuka would never give Lloyd to her. Suddenly, Kuzunoha let go of Lloyd's hand. He fell onto Yuyuka from the surprise, but managed to use his flower shield just before hitting her. Yuyuka became very flustered when she felt Vance start using magic near her. They quickly moved away from each other and apologized. Yuyuka was about to leave, so she told him not to do anything strange while she was gone. Meanwhile, Kuzunoha was deep in thought after hearing her words. Inside the school library building, Lloyd's mother, Mulia, was searching through the staff archives. She was able to understand something because there was no other explanation. Among the graduates currently researching the barrier, only one person was absent from the entrance ceremony. There was also the list of former members of the Demon Empire's secret organization, Dodome Kuryu, which Rakushia had obtained for her, and the bluish dark mana trace left on Lloyd's robe. All of these clues, one way or another, pointed to a single individual. It was Yuyuka, which was unforgivable, but she wondered why Yuyuka was hunting princesses. Moreover, Lloyd was somehow involved in every incident. Just then, someone greeted her from behind. This was quite strange because Miria thought only teachers were allowed to use this section. The boy asked if he could help her with anything, then remembered he hadn't introduced himself yet. His name is Camel Lansford, the 60th director of the World School of Magic. She apologized for not recognizing him as he looked so young, as if he wasn't older than her own children. Camel excitedly asked if she was the guardian of the protector god. He added that her son was a very promising student, or rather, a genius, as his academic performance was breaking all records. They truly had never had such students before. He then apologized for getting overexcited, saying that he felt very relaxed around her. Miria realized that even though he was the director, he was still a child. However, her charm magic had no effect on him. It even felt like all his friendliness was put on, just like Lloyd's used to be. But she actually wanted to report something to Camel. The thing was, during his absence, there had been 2 assassination attempts on princesses at the school. Camel was horrified by the news. Miria added that her investigation showed the culprit was most likely the head of the Barrier Research Lab, Teacher Yuyuka. This surprised Camel. He couldn't believe it, as Teacher Yuyuka was an outstanding researcher and had always been the pride of their school. How could she even think of doing such a thing? Camel apologized for not being able to ensure the students' safety, but told her not to worry. After all, he'll quickly resolve this issue, and the executive committee will deal with anyone who dares to threaten the school. Now everything will be fine, he said. Then snapping his fingers, he called Kyuan. Apparently, this was the deputy director's secretary. Camel thanked Mulia for her cooperation, as this was a disgrace for him as director, and he didn't even know how he could look his predecessors, who had protected this school for many years, in the eye. Therefore, he told her to return to her children, as she was surely very worried about them right now. He promised they would definitely chat again when there was time, and next time she should bring her guardian deity with her. Once she left, his expression immediately changed, and he wondered how this fox managed to sniff out so much. However, he noted that Yuyuka had been acting too thoughtlessly lately, and it was no surprise she was found out. He didn't know what kind of love or passion she had, but he wasn't going to tolerate these antics every time. He had already gathered all the necessary information, and he no longer needed Yuyuka. The secretary told Yuyuka that she had been exposed and would soon be arrested, but the director had kindly agreed to help her cover up the matter. On one condition, she would have to leave the school. Her room had already been cleared, and Yuyuka then realized they were getting rid of her. She had been having so much fun that she overdid it. But she understood that they were also trying to steal Mr. Vance from her. This was a serious matter, and it wouldn't be good if there was any unnecessary fuss. Although, on the contrary, it was wonderful, which is why Yuyuka decided to arrange all of this. The Beast Emperor suddenly arrived at the school and wanted to force Kuzunoha to return home for an arranged marriage, so she decided to pretend to be Lloyd's lover. That's what Kanon realized. And Yuzuriha is telling all of this to delay her longer. At first, she also thought it was crazy, but if Lloyd agreed to help, perhaps Kuzunoha could stay at the school for a while. Kanon asked her what would happen next, because things couldn't go on like this forever. Yuzuriha replied that she understood that perfectly well. Kuzunoha doesn't show it, but she's the only one with a claim to the throne. Yuzuriha used to only be able to watch her from afar, looking up. But now, at this school, she and Kuzunoha could finally see the world through the same eyes. Only together could they truly smile and be genuinely happy, and she wanted to stay like that for a little longer. Classes had already ended, and Lloyd sighed, relieved that at least teacher Yuyuka had left them alone, so they could talk calmly now. He turned to Princess Kuzunoha and said that he didn't think pretending to be lovers was a good idea, and asked why she couldn't just refuse the engagement. But she couldn't do that because this marriage was necessary for a ceremony in her country. For a long time, disputes between clans had never ceased in the Beast Empire. The conflict continued, but after 100 years, the Lion clan finally managed to regain power and sign a peace treaty. Therefore, descendants of the royal family are now used to strengthen ties between the clans. She couldn't act so selfishly. If she refused, Yuzuriha would have to marry, and she wouldn't have the right to refuse. The choice she made would be known throughout the country. If she had decided earlier, everything would have been over long ago. She thought that if she ignored the problem, put it off, and made jokes about it, everything would somehow resolve itself. Kuzunoha didn't want to change anything or change herself, and she asked why things couldn't just stay as they were. Because of her friendly nature, Lloyd hadn't noticed it before, but Kuzunoha was well aware of her position and knew about the duties of an heir and a princess, but she didn't want to bear that responsibility. At school, Kuzunoha and Yuzuriha were always cheerful and lively, so it's no wonder they didn't want to leave it. Only here, in a place far from the Beast Empire, could the two of them avoid adapting to circumstances and maintain their close relationship with each other. Kuzunoha didn't want to tell anyone about the Beast Empire, even though she knew that time would come sooner or later. She was truly happy here and could be herself. She wished she could stay a little longer, she said, as Roken listened from a distance. Intellectually, she understood perfectly what she had to do, but her heart couldn't be fooled, because Kuzunoha was not only the heir to the throne but also a person, an individual who desired freedom. Lloyd understood her feelings. Time spared no one and nothing. Nevertheless, his desire to help people and be a protector hadn't changed even after 1,000 years, and there was only one thing he could do for Kuzunoha right now. Suddenly, they heard a scream from a distance. The two of them ran towards the sound of the screams. When they found two beast people, they saw something strange. At that moment, Mulia was passing by. She saw Tit and asked him if Lloyd had returned. Tit hadn't seen him, and his mother needed to tell him something, so she wondered what had happened. She was worried that Lloyd and Kanon still hadn't returned. Then Tit offered to let her ride on him. He would help her find them, as Tit owed her a debt, and this would be a small token of gratitude. After getting on him, they flew off to search for their children. At that moment, Kyuon returned to the library. Camel asked if Yuyuka had agreed to his terms, but Kyuon ignored him and walked past him, then began to access the magical system. She very quickly changed the administrator and, having gained access to the defense system, activated the combat dolls. When Camel saw her eyes, he realized she was hypnotized and quickly dispelled it with a snap of his fingers. Yuyuka had already embedded her magic into the system, and now, through Kyuon, she activated something. Camel tensed up, his veins bulging, unable to understand if the negotiations had truly failed. He had promised to preserve her reputation and career, so what wasn't good enough for her? She was a scholar. How could someone possess such extensive knowledge and be so brainless at the same time? It was utterly absurd. Restoring the system from another chain was still possible, and now he had a good reason to finally get rid of that lunatic. Besides, it would be interesting to see what the guardian god would do. Rox flew at Kuzunoha and Lloyd, and she asked what was happening. But Lloyd himself didn't understand what was going on. However, they were definitely being attacked by the warrior dolls guarding the school, and someone was controlling them. Lloyd couldn't understand why these guardians were attacking students. He used defensive style number 2, isolation. After that, all the guardians fell to the ground. With this spell, he cut off their magic supply. In his mind, he heard Kanon's voice asking if he was okay. She said that the warrior dolls had suddenly started attacking everyone, and students were being evacuated. That's when Lloyd realized how serious things were, given that they were evacuating everyone. All the warrior dolls in the school had gone out of control, so everyone was fighting them. The princesses tried to calm their people and evacuate them without panic. Every single princess fought. The scale of the problem was too immense, and Lloyd couldn't help everyone. He used defensive style number 1, ruts. The magical channels of all the warrior dolls were interconnected, meaning they needed to find their source and stop them. However, the range of his ability wasn't very wide, and he couldn't leave Kanon alone. That's when Kuzunoha called out to Roken, who was nearby. He then emerged from the column and stated that he was the bodyguard of the heir to the throne. His duty was to protect her, and he couldn't abandon her in such a situation. Therefore, he asked her to give him an order, as obedience was his obligation. Kuzunoha, as the future empress, then commanded him to protect Yuzuriha and Kanon, while she herself would go to assist Lloyd. Roken understood completely and entrusted Kuzunoha to Lloyd's care. Lloyd thanked him and they hurried off. Kuzunoha created a shark that would instantly find the enemy by scent. Riding the shark, she began searching for the source of the magic. This time, he wouldn't let the culprit escape no matter who they were, and he would put an end to everything. They flew directly over Mulia, who spotted Lloyd and Princess Kuzunoha. So she told Tidou to follow them. But they were flying much faster, and Tidou was already at the highest speed he could manage. Mulia didn't understand where she wanted to lure the two, or if her goal was truly the princesses. The Beast Emperor heard the commotion and disorder, so his subordinates decided to start searching for the princesses. Suddenly, the Emperor saw a bastet flying overhead, so he told them to follow it. They owe him this, for he is the true master of their land. Lloyd and Kuzunoha arrived at a familiar place. This was the very spot where Princess Hiyori was attacked, and it was clear they were being provoked. As they jumped off the shark, Lloyd noticed something was off because the flow of magic had stopped. Kuzunoha sensed a sweet, poisonous scent and said the enemy was nearby, so Lloyd told her to stay behind him. The person responsible for attacking the princesses and causing all this chaos would now be right in front of them. Lloyd wanted to put an end to it and bring peace back to the school. Then he heard someone laughing, and when he looked to see who it was, he was surprised. Because he saw Yuyuka, who seemed happy he had arrived. He asked teacher Yuyuka why it was her. She replied that she had been waiting for him for a very long time, and she called him Lord Vance, which made Lloyd's face go pale. She had to attack the entire school at once to make sure they noticed, and she believed they would come. Everything had gone exactly as Yuyuka had planned. So teacher Yuyuka was behind everything, Lloyd realized, but then he wondered how she knew his real name, as he himself had never even been able to say it. Yuyuka said she understood how confused they were, admitting her confession was very sudden, and that she actually wanted to talk in a calmer setting. Lloyd asked her why she had attacked the princesses, and she began to ponder. She replied that it was all to find him, to meet him, to confirm it was truly him, and to help Lloyd reclaim his true self. Everything she had done up to that point, she had done for him. The princesses only helped her a little. If circumstances had been slightly different, it could have been anyone. However, she should thank the princesses because thanks to them, she was able to witness his barrier magic firsthand. Lloyd realized that she had involved all these people just so he would use the barrier. It made sense, as Yuyuka was a world barrier researcher, so when she saw his spell, which was very similar to Alsmarie's barrier, she figured out who he was in his past life. Yuyuka was glad that he noticed how hard she had tried for him, Vance. Kuzunoha, who was standing nearby, couldn't understand what they were talking about or why Yuyuka was calling Lloyd Vance. She had never heard that name before, when suddenly a tear rolled down her eye. All this time, he had been completely alone in an unfamiliar world, and Vance must have been very lonely, Yuyuka said. But now everything would be fine, she said, flying over to him, because she was the only one who could understand him. So taking his hand, she asked him to come with her and start over, and to show her his magnificent power for her sake. Suddenly, Lloyd shook off her hand, refusing her offer. He added that she didn't understand anything. At this school, protecting Kanon and the other princesses was Lloyd's duty. He wouldn't let her continue to hurt other people, so he asked her to stop this madness. But in response, Yuyuka only started laughing loudly. She said that she hadn't asked for Lloyd's opinion, and she only needed Lord Vance. That's why she was able to grab him, because he got caught up in talking about the past. His magic started to leak. To fully restore Lord Vance's memories, she would have to erase Lloyd from his mind. So she asked him to relax and leave everything to her. Suddenly, something from behind stopped her, and that's when she remembered Kuzunoha was still standing there. She told Yuyuka to let Lloyd go because if Yuyuka truly loved him, she wouldn't hurt him or do other terrible things to him. Yuyuka told her to shut up, asking what she even knew about them. Perhaps she was right, Kuzunoha really didn't know anything. But she would never abandon someone who was suffering right before her eyes. Yuyuka asked her not to make her laugh with such pathetic words. She hated such simple-minded children, and Kuzunoha had no idea what real hardship was, unable to even think about her own future. She had never made a single decision in her life, and now she had the audacity to lecture an adult. Yuyuka said she was different, that this was all she had left and she had nowhere else to run. Kuzunoha's worthless morals would never cripple her resolve. Kuzunoha realized that Yuyuka had already chosen her fate. All this time, she had always been afraid when she and Yuzuriha were compared. She was afraid of changing along with her. She was afraid that one day she would no longer be one of the twins, but instead she would become a single individual. But now Kuzunoha had to fight her alone as Kuzunoha and win. She declared that she would definitely bring Lloyd back. First, she didn't want Lloyd to suffer, and second, school would be boring without him. Therefore, she decided she would fight for herself and her own selfishness. Princess Kuzunoha began to attack Yuyuka. She created several beasts simultaneously and sent them toward Yuyuka. Yuyuka was annoyed that the princess thought summoning those fragile beasts would help her. After all, she could wipe them out with a single swing. But when the dust cleared, she realized that Princess Kuzunoha's target from the very beginning wasn't her. At that moment, Kuzunoha was already flying towards Lloyd to free him. But Yuyuka suddenly shot upwards with him, declaring she would never give him up. Kuzunoha didn't hesitate and leaped up as well. She then created a shark beneath her feet to keep from falling. Lita was impressed. Kuzunoha kept summoning and controlling so many spirits, while Tit and Mulia were already flying in the distance. Kanon, Yuzuriha, and Roken also arrived and saw Kuzunoha fighting. They also spotted teacher Yuyuka nearby, who Kuzunoha was battling. The emperor stated that the hunt was almost over, and all that remained was to finish off the cornered prey. The prey had been driven into a corner. Yuyuka summoned warrior dolls, and a great number of them appeared around her. All the warriors surrounded Kuzunoha. The dolls launched their attacks at her, but she managed to jump over them, making the shark disappear. She began to fall, only for her hands to be grabbed by the dolls. If they dropped her here, she might manage to summon someone else, so they decided to finish Kuzunoha off. Lloyd realized that things were going very badly. There were too many warrior dolls, and their attacks wouldn't reach them from that distance. But then the emperor declared that his voice could reach her. There were many other people besides them, and he was asked to keep his cool, but he already knew that. He looked at Kuzunoha, who was trapped. First and foremost, he was her father, so he began to shout up at the enemy. Yuyuka immediately covered her ears from the loud sound. Kuzunoha instantly realized it was her father, and the warrior dolls also started malfunctioning. The dolls broke down, and Yuyuka thought it was due to an overload of magic. Kuzunoha didn't understand why, but that voice resonated in her soul and filled her with strength. Lloyd felt the same way. Yuyuka's magic went out of control due to the overload, but he also felt a surge of power and realized this was his chance. Mulia, who was nearby, also weakened and couldn't move, and she asked Tit how he was feeling. But he, on the contrary, felt light, a roar that encouraged all beasts and suppressed enemies. Only the king of beasts was capable of such a feat. This was the Beast Empire's secret technique, the battle cry. The magical power of anyone who heard the voice would increase many times over, but only beasts and beast folk could control the wild power. Kuzunoha reached out to Lloyd and finally hugged him. Once they reunited, they looked at Yuyuka, who was still dazed. Then she said that she had been so close. But it seemed all her efforts were now in vain, and her life no longer had meaning. At that moment, she immediately weakened and began to fall like a brick. She mumbled to herself that there was no longer any meaning in her life. Lloyd and Kuzunoha realized that if Yuyuka fell from such a height, she would die. She no longer wants to fight and has fallen into complete despair. Her crimes cannot be forgiven, but right now, Lloyd desperately wants to save her, so he used a flower shield beneath her. However, his magic didn't work and it broke. Kuzunoha then tried to use a shark to catch her. The shark almost caught her, but before it could touch Yuyuka, it vanished. The spirit beasts were too unstable. Teacher Yuyuka doesn't want to be saved, so her consciousness rejects his magic. Defensive spells only work on those who wish to be saved. As a protector, he never thought that something like rejecting salvation would even be possible. The world barrier can control people's movements, which means there's a chance his barrier magic can do the same. But his technique is far from perfect, and he wondered if it would even work. Just then, Princess Kuzunoha grabbed Lloyd's hand and told him to use his magic, saying that if he had an idea, she would help. Lloyd then nodded and began to use his magic, combining it with hers. Princess Kuzunoha's golden mana mixed with his, creating a warm-toned double barrier. A protective sphere instantly formed around Yuyuka. She didn't understand why she hadn't fallen yet, but upon seeing this light, she remembered that she had seen it before. An unrestrained, free power stretching across the entire world. She was captivated by it, an unattainable and therefore beautiful evening glow. After these thoughts, she gently landed on the ground. When Lloyd and Kuzunoha also landed, they breathed a sigh of relief that they had succeeded. And she joyfully exclaimed, all while Yuyuka watched them. She stared directly at Lloyd, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, something began to coil around her and grabbed her. It was the vice principal, who had finally caught Yuyuka. The school administration apologized for putting them in danger, stating that thanks to their help, major damage was avoided. As for Yuyuka, the vice principal requested that no information be spread until they conducted an interrogation and passed judgment. They would discuss the details of today's incident with them later. After that, they took Yuyuka and left. Teacher Yuyuka was the only person in this world who knew about his past life, and he wanted to ask her many things. Perhaps he could come to an agreement with the vice principal. Just when they thought the incidents were over, Kuzunoha suddenly shrieked. She had completely forgotten that her father was waiting for them after class. He would think they had ditched him, so they decided to hurry. Then she remembered something, the most recent roar. At that moment, her father approached, telling her that she still possessed enough growing wild power to become the king of beasts. Father and Kuzunoha looked at each other. He praised her for how well they had fought. Since the true power of the wild flowed within her, he was about to announce who would become the next beast emperor. But at that moment, Yuzuriha ran over, accompanied by Kanon and Rokin. After standing for a moment and looking at each other, Kuzunoha replied that she was fine. Kuzunoha also wanted to try risking everything she had. Even though teacher Yuyuka's methods were flawed, her willpower and determination made her truly strong. And now it's Kuzuno's turn to act for what she holds dear. She grabbed Yuzuriha's hand and declared that she would stay with her at school, which surprised everyone. To become a true king, she first needs to learn more about the outside world, grow stronger, and learn to fight without his help. Also, she believes that if the king isn't happy, the country won't be happy either. Therefore, when the time comes to celebrate the beginning of a new beast empire, as those who will take on the future of the country, they must both smile. Rokin was inspired by her speech, and at that moment Mulia also arrived on tit. The Beast Emperor immediately knelt before the Cat King, but he told him to raise his head as he had been out of affairs for a long time, and Kusunoki was now the king. The Emperor said that the Beast Empire could only have one true king, and that was Tit, free and unbound by anyone, a symbol of their country. The infighting was over, they would no longer disappoint them, so he asked Tit to return as their country was united once more. But Tit replied that unity does not mean harmony. For beasts, whether land or underwater, herbivores or predators, harmony means non-interference and accepting each other's differences. As long as this country continues to operate on the principle of strength, the animosity will never cease. Kusunoki agreed with him, stating that this was the limit for his generation. But in the heart of the one who would become the next king, there was already a desire for freedom. He believed that the future generation could change their old traditions, and when his daughter became king, a new era would dawn, one that would respect individual freedom. He then asked if Tit wanted to see what it would be like with his own eyes. After all, she already possessed the strength to surpass him. If that's the case, then Tit would also allow himself to hope for change, to hope that he would soon see a free land where a new wind blows. Kusunoki respected Kusuno's determination, so he decided to leave everything as it was. They could stay at school and learn everything until the day of the coronation, and he would handle the engagement himself somehow. Kusunoha immediately hugged Yuzuriha with joy, now that they could finally be together. Lloyd also breathed a sigh of relief. He instantly knelt before the emperor and apologized for his impoliteness. The emperor admitted his daughters were quite capricious, but asked Lloyd to take care of them. He also remarked on what a true beloved she had found. Yet Lloyd never clarified that misunderstanding. Suddenly, Kusunoha thought that this was the first time she had worked so well with anyone other than Yuzuriha, and perhaps they were even a good match. Yuzuriha and Roken were shocked to hear such a thought from her. She apologized to them and wanted to explain everything. Lloyd was asked to help with the aftermath of the attack, and the teachers apologized for disturbing him during his rest, but he didn't mind, as he was the class representative. With the help of wind magic, they had already finished one corner. Due to yesterday's incident with the warrior dolls, the school grounds needed to be restored. Kanon approached from behind and began healing Lloyd because he had a scratch on his arm. He thanked her and said it was good that she had come. She mentioned that he was constantly with Kusunoha yesterday and that he couldn't be left unsupervised. At that moment, the twin sisters arrived with food, and one of them apologized for yesterday. Suzuri asked what had happened between them and recalled that he was indeed missing during the evacuation. Lloyd remembered the words about keeping everything a secret. Kusunoha said they wanted to tell his father about them, and that's why they were working together. Suzuri didn't quite understand what she meant by that. Lloyd whispered to her that they shouldn't talk about it, but she decided to say that they held hands and merged their thoughts, which sounded ambiguous. Princess Aurelies and Hiyori, who were shocked by her words, witnessed this. They had heard rumors among the Beast Empire students that Lloyd was dating Kusunoha. Apparently it was true, and if it was, Hiyori realized it was a genuine love triangle between Aurelies, Kusunoha, and Kanon. Suzuri said it was suspicious and asked what they were hiding. But Kusunoha wasn't going to tell her anything because she had been told to keep everything a secret. The human princess replied that they had to tell her because she was the class representative and needed to know what was happening in class. Kusunoha said nothing special happened, and Suzuri responded that even if Kusunoha was fine with it, Lloyd might not be. Then Yuzuriha approached and asked Suzuri to stop bothering them, inquiring since when she liked Lloyd so much. After those words, a blush immediately appeared on her face, and she suddenly exclaimed loudly in response. She couldn't find the words to argue, even though she certainly respected Lloyd. They often helped each other and all that, but she had never thought of him in that way, though upon reflection, she realized she might have. Hiyori was surprised that Suzuri was also falling for him, seemingly unconsciously, making the situation even more complicated. Suddenly, Aurelies jumped out of the bushes, though it made one wonder why they were hiding in the first place. When Kusunoha saw her, Aurelies said she couldn't listen anymore. She asked what was wrong with them, that they were imagining nonsense and hadn't even asked Lloyd. And she asked if they really thought Kusunoha could explain anything properly. Then she gave the floor to Lloyd to continue. Lloyd mentioned they were trying to figure out how to stay together at school, which made Suzuri and Aurelies turn pale, as his explanation wasn't any better. Kusunoha pondered how to explain all of this, and then remembered something. Yuzuriha and Kanon were also there, so she asked them to say something too. However, both of them replied that they deserved it, and Kanon agreed. Kusunoha leaned against Lloyd and asked him what they should do now, saying their sisters were so cruel, while Suzuri questioned what any of it even meant. Aurelies wouldn't calm down until she knew the truth, and Hiyori was enjoying the fight. The principal watched all of this unfold from a window in the school building. He looked into a crystal ball and saw Kusunoha inside, which made him laugh sinisterly. The barrier immediately vanished, but there was no doubt it was world barrier magic. It contained a piece of Empress Alsmeria's soul, and the principal rejoiced that he had finally found the first. But then he wondered about the second sister, Yuzuriha. There was a knock on the door of the Magic Academy's rector's office, and he opened it with a joyful smile. However, he only saw Kyuan and asked what she wanted. She had come with a report. Yuyuka, the now former head of the research department, had been detained and was still being interrogated by Vice Principal Matilda, but she hadn't revealed her motive or objective, and the investigation had hit a dead end. As a member of the executive committee, she preferred not to spread information about their existence to unnecessary people. Even if someone were told about them, modern society would likely not even understand the purpose of the executive committee's existence. Their ignorance served as a blessing. Camel said that was obvious, and Kyuan noted he was in a good mood today. After all, he would finally be able to personally meet the guardian god. Lloyd wondered what the academy principal was like. His mom mentioned that she recently spoke with the director personally, and he expressed a desire to meet Lloyd. She was confident that everything would go smoothly. The director, also known as the divine child of the kaleidoscope, wondered if he could live up to his expectations. When he arrived, the director immediately grabbed Lloyd's hand, delighted to finally meet him. He introduced himself as Camel Lansford and didn't forget to thank teacher Mulia for her help. It was thanks to her that they were able to meet so soon. Then he told Lloyd to stop being so nervous, reminding him that they were the same age. This incident truly surprised him. Teacher Yuyuka was an excellent scholar, but it seemed she lacked moral standards. He was genuinely sorry that Lloyd had suffered due to his short-sightedness. Behind the director, Lloyd noticed Fried's spear. When Lloyd brought it up, Camel explained that it exerted a slight pressure and his own spear skills were terrible, so he kept it there as a decoration. He believed he was partly to blame for teacher Yuyuka being able to take it without permission, as the spear belonged to his ancient ancestor. This ancestor was the founder of the academy and its first director, but Camel asked him not to dwell on it too much. Lloyd recognized Fried in the old man, something he hadn't even noticed initially, as Fried looked tired in the portrait. Camel said he really needed to thank Mulia somehow, even though Yuyuka had been so calm and composed. Lloyd was in the library, searching for information on why Fried ended up at the academy after the war. If he wanted to understand everything, he needed to investigate. Until now, he had only searched for Alsmeria and nothing else because something inside him avoided it. Specifically, he avoided the truth about the events of 1,000 years ago, after their deaths. He had thought that with Alsmeria's death and the creation of the barrier, his fight would be over. The past had become just a beautiful memory frozen in time for him. He only looked to the future, where he could be by her side. They left, leaving him behind. Lloyd wondered what Fried was thinking at that moment. He didn't want to see any of it. The decades he had to live without them, the suffering and pain not recorded in this world's history, and how he became a pillar of the Celestial Empire. At that time, he saw the darkness in Fried's eyes, accusing Lloyd, who had been left without a loyal comrade and ruler. For Fried, who had never known loneliness, this was a punishment, so it was natural for him to hate Lloyd. Suddenly, a collision with Yuzuriha pulled him out of his thoughts. Lloyd apologized, but she asked him why he hadn't gone home yet. In response, Lloyd decided to ask her why she was there alone. She asked if it was really that strange to be alone. But she understood Lloyd. After all, she and her sister were inseparable, eating together, bathing together, and even sleeping together. Then, Yuzuriha confessed that she realized she was slowly falling behind her sister. Lloyd then said that for Princess Kuzunoha, no one was more important than them. Even with this wedding situation, she desperately sought a way to stay at school and be with her. That day, she had already been evacuated from the school grounds, and that was the only reason she didn't take Yuzuriha with her. Even the fact that she stopped running from reality was thanks to her, because that was the only way they could stay together. They both valued each other greatly, and he was glad he had the honor of seeing how inseparable they were. Yuzuriha smiled and left, thanking him for his words. Lloyd wanted to do something, but he wondered what he, who had abandoned everything, could do. Somewhere on the plain, Lloyd and Tit were fighting. Tit noticed that Lloyd was fighting at half strength, even though it was their final battle. This was all because he had become a little sad. Tit said that he could attend a couple of Beast Empire events and solve the minor problem these girls had. Lloyd asked why he was going to such lengths. The cat replied that it was because these lioness princesses were friends with his savior. And as a souvenir before leaving, he'll snatch a victory. But Lloyd used defensive style number 2, Impregnable Fortress. He used defensive magic like a cage. Indestructible from both the outside and inside, it disarmed Tit without even a scratch. His magic seemed to say it would protect everyone, even those who didn't want it. and it looks like he can handle things here without him. But Lloyd didn't think so. Lately, he'd been feeling helpless and needed to become stronger. If Tit left, he would lose a training partner, but Tit replied that Lloyd wasn't worried about training. He didn't like that Tit was leaving, and he was sad that he wouldn't have anyone to cry on. Why did it have to be Tit? Because he was his friend, not just a training partner. No matter what Lloyd did, he always drew a clear line in front of himself that shouldn't be crossed. Even he could barely see his true self. Right now, he needed a friend and couldn't carry everything alone. Lloyd left everything behind and had no right to it. He couldn't understand that. He could no longer get that friendship back. Tit asked if he had to understand him completely to be Lloyd's friend. He didn't know much about him, but it was also the other way around. Yet as long as they spent time together and thought of each other, it created a bond between them. And he saw this bond in that lion cub princess. It was sad to see her when Lloyd denied it. Until now, Lloyd had only thought about how to protect everyone. That was his role before, and it remained the same now. But they were the ones who saved him when he was consumed by darkness and when he was trapped. And then, by uniting, they were able to create an improved version of his spell and even managed to touch upon perfect defense. Friends aren't a bad thing, that's what everyone used to think, but after meeting Lloyd in the forest, Tit started to agree with him. Lloyd was happy that Tit was his friend and promised him that he would become stronger. Tit was already curious about how strong Lloyd would be the next time they met. He understood that he also needed to change, and to believe in friendship and unity. This time, he wouldn't give up on everything and would continue to move forward, he told Fried in his thoughts. Upon arriving at the princess's location, he wanted to ask all of them for advice. They couldn't believe that Lloyd had finally confided in them himself. If it was within their power, they would try to help in any way they could. They asked him what kind of advice he was seeking. He said that he was concerned about the relationship between Yuzuriha and Kuzunoha. Perhaps it was all due to the commotion surrounding their departure home, but Kanon felt there was a wall between them, and even though both were ultimately staying at the school, Princess Yuzuriha still seemed down. Hiyori suggested that Kuzunoha and Lloyd had fought alone together like a couple, and Yuzuriha had been forcibly evacuated from the school, which might have made her feel like a third wheel. However, Kuzunoha acted out of rationality. Yuzuriha's safety was the highest priority at that moment, and as the heir to the throne, Suzuri saw nothing wrong with her actions. Then someone else wanted to speak up. It was Eliza, who asked about creating an environment where they could talk openly. This academy was originally conceived as a neutral, peaceful territory, so if there was a misunderstanding between them, the most logical solution would be a conversation where they could express their viewpoints. Orly then smirked at this suggestion. She said that Kuzunoha was absolutely terrible at explaining things. Eliza might not know it, but such a solution only looked ideal on paper. Eliza retorted that it was certainly better than just standing around and mocking other people's ideas, and since Orly's was so smart, she should offer her own suggestion. Orly stated that she and those like her always sought rationality and logic in everything, to which Eliza replied that it was because her father encouraged their people's pursuit of wisdom, and it was stranger to her that Orly's was always looking for flaws in others. Because of this, Orly's clenched her hand, wanting to say something to Eliza. Suddenly, Ryuna stepped between them, causing Orly's to back away. She asked why they had stopped, finding the situation interesting. Orly's turned away, stating that it wasn't a circus. Eliza apologized for straying from the main topic. However, Lloyd said that both of them were largely correct. They really needed to talk to clear up any misunderstandings, but Kuzunoha found it difficult to express her emotions and thoughts. Based on this, he wanted to find a way to combine their ideas and began to ponder the best approach. Suzuri suggested they play a game as it would help them relax and have fun, noting that they always had plenty of enthusiasm when it came to competitions. Hiyori asked if there was a game they could all play together. At that moment, Uraha said such a game did exist and was perfect for any party. The game was called the Heavenly Emperor's Game. At the start of a round, players draw a color, and whoever draws the winning color becomes the Heavenly Emperor and can command the other participants. However, it's not that simple because according to the rule of Heavenly Oath, the person who receives a command also has the right to give a command to the Emperor, and they will only know their own color, so the intrigue will last until the very end, and this game brings people's hearts closer at the speed of light. Suzuri asked what kind of game that was, saying it sounded crazy. As the Heavenly Empress's shield, Lloyd had many questions. Hiyori was very intrigued, but Uraha was asked not to provoke the princess. Their goal was to mend the sisters' relationship, not create more chaos. But Orelise asked if they were sure it would work, as the twins had keen senses and would immediately detect something amiss if they made even one mistake. Suzuri agreed, saying it would be too suspicious to suddenly suggest playing a game out of nowhere. Lloyd suggested they could attribute it to a school event for class bonding and invite them to participate in its preparation. They would switch to the game during the party, hoping everyone would have fun playing it. Then Lloyd mentioned he wanted to get to know each of them better. Orelise promised to give it her all. Hiyori hoped they would have a good time. Suzuri was happy they would get to know each other better and agreed to the idea. Eliza then suggested they start preparing. Suddenly, Lloyd noticed Ryunaya staring at him, and she then remarked that she, to some extent, also wanted to get to know him better. When Yuzuriha and Kuzunoha heard about the party, they were thrilled by the offer and immediately accepted. They wanted to create absolute chaos at this party, and so they began preparing for the upcoming party. On the day of the party, they raised their glasses with drinks, and with that, they officially declared the special class party open. However, Yuzuriha noted that they had decided to throw the party quite suddenly, but Kuzunoha didn't mind at all, especially since they were all free due to classes being cancelled. Kanon suggested that everyone try the sweets first. Even though Suzuri had heard she could cook, she didn't realize it would be so delicious. Hiyori smelled a certain aroma coming from the bags, which contained what the twin sisters had brought. These were surprise cookies. Anything could happen after eating them, and the effect would only be known once the cookie was consumed. Even they themselves didn't know what was inside. Hiyori and Suzuri decided to be the first to try these cookies and took a bite. At that very moment, their hairstyles changed. They had encountered hair-changing magic, which fortunately would wear off and disappear by the end of the party. Orelise and Eliza also decided to give it a try when they saw that there was nothing serious that could happen. After trying the cookies, they immediately shrunk in size and looked younger. They had stumbled upon cookies with rejuvenating magic. Yuzuriha started calling for Orelise, but Orelise immediately grabbed onto Lloyd and hid behind him. She asked him for help, calling him Big Brother, just like Kanon used to do as a child. Suppressing his parental instinct, he raised his hand so as not to bother her too much. Just then, Kanon approached and whispered that Orelise and Eliza were supposed to suggest their game, and if they remained children, their plan could go awry. As children, they definitely wouldn't be able to play this game, even if they suggested it. Suddenly, someone started to wander off. It was Eliza, who was literally floating through the air as if nothing had happened. Yuzuriha caught her, not expecting Eliza to be so unpredictable as a child. Lloyd then said that they would have a game next and asked them to look after the children for now so they wouldn't run off. Uraha handled the group of children perfectly, like a nanny, but when it was time for the Celestial Emperor game, she suggested Lloyd be the host since he was from the Celestial Empire himself. She had specially prepared magical tools. Each round they would glow a random color, so they needed to be careful not to show it to others. If they got a rainbow, it meant the person with that color was the emperor and they could give any command. Then, she handed one tool to each of them. As a result, Hiyori became the emperor. Everything was going according to plan. It should be easier from here. All that was needed was to give a command that would help the princesses be more open with each other. So all hope rested on the emperor, which was Hiyori. She told the blue and purple colors to swap clothes. Lloyd was blue. And Ryunaya was purple, so Lloyd was supposed to swap clothes with her. Lloyd thought it would be difficult, but it was actually magical armor that could adjust to the wearer, and it could also be removed quickly. He asked her not to undress right there, as thankfully they had separate rooms for such commands. After putting on Ryune's armor, Lloyd felt a bit awkward, but the armor looked really good on him, as if he were a knight from a fairy tale, and he himself enjoyed how well it fit. Hiyori asked Ryune how she felt in her new clothes. It felt a bit strange to her that the fabric didn't conform to her body, so the clothes were too big and quite revealing. Then Lloyd gave her a jacket to put on over it, and Uraha suggested they continue the game, as the turn was over and they needed to find the next emperor. Suzuri became the emperor and told the red one to tell the blue one how they felt about them. Orelise was red and Eliza was blue, meaning they would talk together. Kuzunoha quietly asked Orelise if she had anything to say to Eliza. A little shy and awkward, but with a sparkle in her eyes, she asked if Eliza would be her friend. Eliza looked at her, smiled, and agreed. She suggested that Orelise fly with her, and Orelise didn't object. Kuzunoha asked Yuzuriha what was happening, but Yuzuriha had no idea and wondered what had made them grow up so cold. But perhaps it's just easier to speak your mind when you're a child, Yuzuriha thought. This was a small hint for everyone else, and Uraha was trying to come up with something. Then she suggested that the princess's nannies also follow the command, so the floor was given to Princess Kuzunoha and Princess Yuzuriha. They were both a little surprised by this. It turned out Kuzunoha had something to say to Yuzuriha. Uraha had created a perfect opportunity for the two of them. Kuzunoha came down, mentioning that they never got to talk about what happened that day, and she apologized for abandoning her. Yuzuriha asked if she was talking about an evacuation, quickly adding that it wasn't her fault since they had been separated from the start, but that wasn't what Kuzunoha wanted to say. She was talking about deciding who would take the emperor's throne, and she had made her decision. In the past, Yuzuriha had found Kuzunoha crying in a tree. They brought her to a meeting with another tribe, and she noted that the food was delicious. But Kuzunoha wasn't worried about that. She just wanted to play with Yuzuriha. Yuzuriha completely shared those feelings and called the training a drag. Kuzunoha asked why they couldn't be together. Yuzuriha then replied that they could be whoever they wanted, and they shouldn't care what the adults told them. Kuzunoha noted her sister's clever words. It was about avoiding decisions and not letting others make decisions for them. This was a kind of childish rebellion for the two of them, who weren't alike. She had literally destroyed their similarity. Princess Kuzunoha already understood that the equality they had achieved by maintaining stagnation would be destroyed by her own determination to move forward. She might have known that she was ignoring how Princess Yuzuriha felt. Kuzunoha told her that she no longer wanted to run, she wanted to be with her, even if they were very different. Yuzuriha asked if they could stop pretending now, but that wasn't it. Because they were different, they could stand back to back and teach each other different things they saw, and they could grow closer by turning to face each other. Yuzuriha then moved closer and asked if that meant they could hold hands, to which Kuzunoha joyfully agreed. Their plan had worked after all. Lloyd was really happy that everything worked out. Uraha then said that she had done a pretty good job here. Kuzunoha sensed something suspicious, so they decided to recall some rules. For example, the rule that they could use a heavenly oath and give an imperial order to the emperor himself. So Uraha also needed to confess something, and then she looked at Suzuri. She tried to get out of it by saying that the heavenly oath would work on Suzuri, because Suzuri was the emperor who gave the order, meaning it wasn't Uraha who had to confess anything, but Suzuri. Just then, Eliza and Orelise fell from above, asking why they had been flying just now. Ryunaya watched all of this, noting that Lloyd had achieved something again, and she wanted to know exactly what he had achieved. After the party in the Beast Empire district near the Beast dormitory, Yuzuriha sat on the edge of a platform. She was very happy to hear Kuzunoha's words, but that didn't change the fact that she had been left behind. At that moment, Camel approached her, noticing how down she was. He offered to have an after-party right there. He asked her if she had thought about what they had discussed earlier. This is a special organization where you can be yourself and don't have to give anything to anyone. Because of these words, Yuzuriha clenched her fists. That's when she decided that she also needed to take a step forward. Camel welcomed her to the executive committee. At the moment Lloyd was planning the party, Camel was watching them, surprised that Lloyd decided to take on organizing a party. Such a sudden positive change in mood made him think Lloyd wanted to seriously pursue finding the Heavenly Emperor. Apparently, Freed's portrait had a strong influence on him, but Kuon said he was greatly mistaken. Then he thought it was his influence, so he decided to check the date he had planned the party for. The following week was Camel's birthday, which happened to be the same day as the party. He thought Lloyd had decided to throw a surprise party for him, which was quite unexpected, and he probably shouldn't have been eavesdropping. Camel was already looking forward to his birthday, excited to have fun with them. But on the appointed day, he waited from morning till evening, and Kuon had already gone home. He felt down because he wasn't invited to the party, but then he quietly chuckled to himself. That chuckle then turned into a suppressed sob, but he quickly wiped away his tears. And he just brushed it off because the seeds were already sown, and it was time for him to reap what he sowed. Lloyd and Kanon were in a forest area, in neutral territory. Kanon was falling asleep on her feet, so he told her she could go back and didn't have to force herself to follow him. But she replied that she wasn't sleepy, and she followed him because she wanted to. She also said she would train too. Even though Tita wasn't there, he could rely on her strength. Lloyd thanked her for that. However, he was about to take a bath, and he didn't think she'd want to watch that. When Tita returned, Lloyd wanted to tell him how hard he was trying to make friends. Suddenly, a girl emerged from the water. It was Her Highness Runia. Lloyd apologized and asked her to pretend he wasn't there, wondering what she was doing there, all alone. It turned out there was another person nearby, the princess's bodyguard Hydra. She said that Ryunia could take care of herself, but she loved her so much that she couldn't help but look after her. First, Lloyd asked them to cover themselves, as he didn't quite understand the logic of the dragon race. They then put on their armor, and Ryunia said she had come there to meet him. He asked what business they had with him. Ryunia abruptly stated that she wanted him to visit her room that night. Kanon immediately started defending him, but Lloyd asked her to calm down. Ryunia asked if she had said something strange. When the twins started talking openly with each other, it cleared up all misunderstandings. She was just trying to follow their example because she had questions Ryunia wanted to ask Lloyd. Princess Ryunia had never tried to make contact with him before, and Lloyd didn't know what she wanted, but he wanted to be friends with her, so he agreed. Kanon said she would go with him too. When Lloyd was about to say something, she repeated it again. So Lloyd asked Ryunia if she would mind if his sister came with him, and she didn't care. They said their goodbyes until nightfall, and as night descended on the Dragon Empire's dormitory in the Noble Wing, Lloyd and Kanon arrived at the Sea Dragon Palace. It was built similarly to the Dragon Empire's fortress. At that moment, Ryunia emerged and explained that the Sea Dragon Palace was completely submerged in water. She said she would lead the way and told them to follow her. Kanon asked Lloyd to stop staring at her, and he replied that Ryunia simply had a completely different aura about her. Once inside, they sat at a massive table. It said that the stronger a dragon is, the fewer emotions they show, and it was impossible to tell what Ryunia was thinking from her expression. Ryunia decided to get straight to the point. She stated that she wanted to know more about his power. She was well aware that he was merely holding back, yet the power of his innate mana was too great to be suppressed. No matter who possesses such power, they are not destined to live like an ordinary person, because it's impossible to forever suppress the surging might in their veins. Hiyori's body used to break under the weight of her own power because she tried to hold it back. Eliza, on the other hand, seems to be trying to suppress her power through discipline and faith, and it's hard for her to watch. Lloyd agreed with this. As a child, Eliza finally relaxed and stopped monitoring her behavior. They are the dragon race known as the strongest race on the continent, but they were only so until they erected the world barrier. The dragons submitted to the heavenly emperor because they knew his power, and in their opinion, the power of the great world barrier spell should isolate countries from each other. But she asked why his power attracts people to him and why he, possessing such might, tries to get close to others, adding, "Did he come here for this?" A strong dragon living by the battlefield shouldn't have feelings. She thought she understood what power was. But she didn't understand the feeling when her heart fluttered every time she looked at Lloyd. Ryunia personally wants to find out the reason for this. In other words, she wants to fight him. Kanon wanted to stop this and asked why they had to fight, wondering if the dragon race didn't have another way to assess strength. But Ryunia wasn't going to assess Lloyd's strength. Victory or defeat wouldn't matter in this battle. She wasn't going to seek revenge like Aureli's did, nor was she going to challenge herself and her limits like Suzuri did. Therefore, she once again asked Lloyd Fires to fight her, to which he eventually agreed. Ryunia suggested using the same method as during the test. They would create clones that would fight each other. Through this battle, she yearns to understand the nature of his power. Lloyd would also like to understand Princess Ryunia a little better. They created a lava zone, one of the fortresses of the ancient Dragon Empire. A millennium ago, the elite forces of the Heavenly Empire fought on this very spot. She wasn't going to beat around the bush like Aureli's, and if it all ended with the first strike, she wouldn't get the answer she needed. So she asked Lloyd to try his best from the very beginning and let their strikes convey the feelings gnawing at them. Ryuncha immediately launched a blazing meteor shower, sending meteors raining down from the sky. Her purple flames are considered the strongest even among dragons, and she has enough mana to maintain her clone form while simultaneously casting such a powerful spell. Lloyd used defensive style number 2, Defensive Fortress, surrounding her with defensive magic to prevent the meteors from scattering across the entire area. He could have attacked, but he still chose to defend. She wondered why his defensive magic and fighting style were so focused on taking hits. Perhaps it was to protect his younger sister, but why did he use this tactic even in solo battles like the current one? Ryunia said he was living up to her expectations and that she would attack him head-on, as that would be the easiest way to understand the essence of his power. She then asked him not to try to be gentle with her, as he had been with Aureli's and Suzuri, though he wouldn't have the chance to do so anyway. 1,000 years ago, the dragon race surpassed all others in warfare, with the king and his close associates being the strongest among them. Now Lloyd faced the strongest of them all, one whose power was acknowledged even by the other princesses. He couldn't share his past with anyone, but if this battle was a kind of dialogue, perhaps he could share his feelings with her. And he might even be able to understand Princess Runea's heart. Runea attacked him with lava dragons that burst out of the ground towards Lloyd. However, he used defensive style number 1, Lingering Trace. He could easily read their movements from the flame's fluctuations and decided to try a different approach. Using defensive style number 3, Crooked Mirror, he not only nullified the spell but also redirected it at Runea from behind. Moreover, when he infused them with his defensive magic, she couldn't control them or destroy them, and the dragons firmly gripped her body. She asked him why he never attacked, reminding him that she had asked him to fight. Lloyd replied that he fought to protect what was dear to him and he needed more power to never feel helpless. Therefore, defense was his unique way of battling. He wanted to fight in a way that would cause the least harm to his opponent, and in his opinion, power for power's sake was useless in this world, as the world without wars he had dreamed of 1,000 years ago had become a reality. Runea suddenly asked about the dragons, wondering what purpose their strength served in this world without wars. While she was overflowing with power, she couldn't live like an ordinary person, but she also couldn't live like a dragon because she was bound and prevented from soaring freely into the sky. Lloyd felt her mana level suddenly begin to rise sharply. She asked why she carried this on her back. Using the Dragon Empire's secret technique, World Destroyer, she transformed into a massive dragon. This is Princess Runea's second form. Her mana volume surged too rapidly, and the copy couldn't keep up with the original. In this form, her attacks have an extremely wide range. At this rate, she could literally destroy this world. Suddenly, in the present, he was pushed back from the imaginary world. When he regained consciousness, he immediately looked at Princess Runea. He saw a strange look on her face and wondered what had just happened. A few seconds later, Runea came to her senses and then thanked Lloyd Fires for the duel, as she was now beginning to understand. She realized that she and he were very different from each other, and she turned her back to him. Back home, he recalled Runea's words about the uselessness of her power and something she carried on her back. He hadn't considered that in a world that had abandoned wars, the strongest dragon race would suffer from so many restrictions. Even though conflicts had ended, people had to adapt to a completely new world. They were forced to learn to live again. Lloyd realized he was 1,000 years behind this world. Kanon brought him warm milk and offered it to him. Lloyd apologized for making her worry and took the glass. Kanon was also worried about Princess Runea because when she transformed into that giant dragon, she felt scared, even though deep down she knew it was just an illusion. But more importantly, it seemed to her that the princess was suffering greatly. Possessing such power in this world without wars, they have to restrain themselves and live like ordinary people. It's like denying who they truly are. Lloyd tried to protect the world that Alsmelia loved so much. She was the meaning of his life, and even now, 1,000 years later, she continues to be. But what about Princess Runea now? She was trying to find her purpose through battling him. She needed to understand why she received so much power in such a peaceful time. Suddenly, Mother Mulia arrived behind them, wanting to join them. She asked how they enjoyed their time at the Dragon Empire dormitory. Lloyd replied that it wasn't the outcome he had expected. Princess Runea was suffering from her current dragon lifestyle, and he hadn't even noticed it. Alsmelia's wish was for the world barrier, and if this barrier was causing problems, then as a protector, he, being a representative of his class, needed to get closer to her, he added. Then Mulia suggested they consult with Vice Principal Matilda. She was also part of the dragon race and had made significant contributions to improving the dragon's way of life, so Mulia was sure she would tell him everything he wanted to know. Besides, she had always been a very kind girl, just like her former classmate. Mulia guaranteed it. They were surprised by this, but because both Mulia and Matilda were swamped with work, they didn't have time to reminisce about old times. Lloyd was grateful to both of them in his thoughts. The next day, he was already sitting in the vice principal's office. Matilda said they were deeply indebted to him. Therefore, she would gladly help him with any questions he had. Lloyd wanted to ask about the impact the world barrier had on the dragon race. The other day, he had the chance to fight Princess Runea, and that's when he saw her in her dragon form. Matilda began to understand what he was talking about and which form he meant. Lloyd asked if the dragon race had truly been suffering all this time from living with such power in a world without wars and conflicts. Teacher Mulia advised him to ask her these questions since she had helped the dragon race a lot, Lloyd added. It was exactly as he said. With the advent of the world barrier, the dragons had, in a way, lost themselves. With the end of wars, the power that gave meaning to the dragons' existence became devalued. Now, this superhuman strength had become their shackles. Their power in this world is nothing more than an empty shell, and those around them fear how dragons stand out. Those who cannot adapt to the current era remain isolated. Such is the current dragon race. They aren't fans of conflict, they're just trying to find a way to adapt to life among humans. Their research into containing large amounts of power helped them create a device for generating illusory spaces. It was to restore the dragon race's identity and give them a chance to live among other races that Matilda started working at this school. She wanted to ask him in advance not to get too upset about all of this. The fact that Lloyd is trying to understand them is already great progress. Perhaps it was because of his desire to know that the princess showed him her true form. So Matilda told him to keep up the good work, as she would like them to get along as classmates. Lloyd happily agreed with her. He needed to see Princess Reunia again, both as a person living in the same world as her and as her friend. But when he came to her, he saw something massive. Nearby, he saw Hydra standing and asked where Reunia was. She replied that Reunia was inside those clouds, but the storm was too strong for her to get close. She probably decided to rampage until she used up every last drop of energy. Lloyd asked Hydra for permission to speak with Reunia using a magical resonance. She told him that no matter how resilient he was, it was too dangerous, but Lloyd replied that he would endure whatever pain it brought because she must be in even more pain. He had to be there for her because he was her friend. Then Lloyd used defensive style number 1, Silent Veil. He began calling out to her, asking her to answer him, when suddenly he heard her thought as she questioned herself about what she was living for. She wished she hadn't been born. She had never understood the meaning of her existence. If only someone as strong as her could teach her how to live. Reunia had hoped Lloyd would become her light of hope and show her the way, but all her expectations turned to dust. Absolutely nothing had changed. Her heart was too tired to go on. Lloyd realized it wasn't that stronger dragons had weaker emotions. Rather, they suppressed their feelings to avoid pain because otherwise they wouldn't be able to endure it all. They were born without the right to control their own destiny in a world where they would never belong. This is the truth hidden within her heart, and the signal began to weaken. In this state, she barely understood any speech, so he started thinking about how to express his feelings without using words. The world barrier was a technique meant to convey thoughts without words, but it was also the cause of the rift. He had to reach her, not just by sealing her powers. People didn't know much about her, and he simply couldn't understand other people. Sometimes they hurt each other in an attempt to understand the other side. She couldn't hide within herself, or she would never be able to understand people. Isolating barrier techniques were useless here. Lloyd needed to get closer to her. Lloyd began to break through the storm, and Reunia asked what he was doing. She asked why he had removed the barrier, saying he would only suffer more that way. And he wasn't protecting himself at all. He used defensive style number 4, Palette, and his mana began to mix with hers. The entire storm around them also started to dissipate. Lloyd told her he would share this pain with her. She used to have no meaning in life, but now he could finally find his purpose, and they would find it together. She no longer had to suffer alone because Lloyd wanted to protect her. A tear fell from her eye at his words. Then they slowly descended to the ground. If he hadn't stopped her, her heart would have completely shattered. Leaning on someone else's strength felt cozy and warm, she noted. She wanted to stay there, so she asked him not to let go of her and to stay with her a little longer. Hyun watched all of this from afar. Now Reunia could no longer be swayed to their side. The barrier technique, mixing and dispersing excess mana, there was no doubt a part of the Empress was in her too. The dragons told him the truth. The world barrier is the root of all evil, and it's their duty as the executive committee to destroy it. Lloyd woke up in a strange place, remembering it as the spot where he could always meet Alsmarie. Alsmarie asked if he felt it, as they were getting closer and closer to each other. This meant that, even if just a little, his new barrier technique had managed to approach her ideal. She called him slow-witted, saying she had called him many times. She then asked if he still hadn't noticed. Lloyd started to wonder when she had called him so many times and when they had met so often. He tried to stop her, but then he suddenly woke up in bed next to Reunia. Jumping up instantly, he wondered what she was doing there, as he had placed a simple barrier around the room and what she could possibly need. Ryuna woke up and greeted him, wishing him good morning. Suzuri was outside, she noticed, looking out the window. Today was Princess Hiyori's regular checkup, and Lloyd had promised Princess Suzuri he would come by himself, but he had overslept anyway. Suzuri wished him a good morning. Lloyd apologized for the wait. Ryuna and Kanon were standing nearby. She asked what this meant, and Lloyd replied that a lot had happened yesterday, quickly telling them to go to the demon dorm. When they arrived, Hiyori was delighted that Ryuna had come too. Lloyd began the examination, touching her with his hands. He asked if there were any noticeable changes. Hiyori didn't feel anything like that. It seemed he had used too much power on the day of the entrance ceremony. A powerful evil spirit was sealed inside her body, which was why she couldn't even properly go outside. But then Lloyd saved her, she said with a smile. Runia also mentioned that Lloyd had saved her too, just like Hiyori, and she smiled. Suzuri and Hiyori were surprised to see her smile, and she explained that a similar power was hidden within her, which is why she and Hiyori were alike. Lloyd then decided to ask if Hiyori knew what spirit was sealed within her. Unfortunately, she knew nothing about it. However, it is said that this spirit protects the demon empire from impending catastrophes, and in its full form, its body is capable of completely covering the demon empire. Lloyd noticed Princess Suzuri tense up. During the magic festival, the mana controlling his body was destroyed by a powerful mana surge. He didn't see it himself, but his entire suit was covered in traces of her mana. Suzuri apologized for not telling him sooner. She had used a secret technique from her country on him, a technique originally intended to neutralize enemy armies in emergencies. This meant that every country secretly harbored a weapon capable of turning the tide of war in an instant. Looking at the relationship between the princesses, he vaguely understood the current situation between the countries, but to this extent. 1,000 years ago, they dreamed of a world without wars, but fundamentally, this world hadn't changed at all. Runia suddenly said that everything was fine. Power isn't just pain and suffering, it can also be used to save those they cherish. Besides, Lloyd was with them now, so they weren't alone. Suzuri and Hiyori agreed with her statement, and Lloyd also remembered this. Alsmeria left the world hoping that wars would cease, and he was able to meet the princesses at the academy created by Freed. As long as there's a connection between them, nothing is lost, even if there are still misunderstandings between countries that could escalate into conflict. This world isn't perfect, but still. By living in the here and now, they can change this world. Lloyd is confident that it's not too late to see this world together with Alsmeria. Suddenly, Eliza sensed something and stumbled a bit, then she ran off. Hiyori then noticed that Yuzuriha hadn't been around for a while, and Kuzunoha mentioned she'd been busy with school lately. Outside, Kyuon thanked Yuzuriha for making time to help her, as she was planning to gather new puppet soldiers, and Yuzuriha preferred a walk with her over everything else. And these executive committee duties are slowly starting to become overwhelming. Suddenly, she heard a crack from above. A girl who was fed up with school was standing on top. She jumped down, and Yuzuriha immediately started leaping towards her. Using a spirit beast summon, she called forth Yuga, the Fire Emperor, then grabbed the girl and asked if she was hurt. The girl looked at Yuzuriha and then burst into tears. Kyuon decided to take charge. She approached the girl and told her it must have been very difficult, but she no longer needed to worry. If she was looking for a place, Kyuon would welcome her. The executive committee is always ready to accept her. She said this and handed over her business card, while Yuzuriha watched. All of this smelled suspicious. In the principal's office, Camel decided to call Yuzuriha. He told her he had arranged for the special class's summer trip to be to the islands of the Sky Empire, so she should have fun there. The annual summer trip was always in the mountains, and she wondered why he chose an island this year. He asked her to send him daily reports on the class's activities. She then asked if he wasn't going with them. Camel said he would be busy with a couple of unresolved matters. Once in class, the teacher announced their upcoming summer training trip, a whole week on the Sky Empire Islands. Since the Sky Empire collaborates with their school, they'll also get to visit several historical sites connected to the creation of the world barrier, such as the Sky Palace and the Memorial Hall. The Sky Palace was the very place where Lloyd said goodbye to Freed that day, and where he and Alsmeria took their first steps toward the future. He had avoided this place before, partly because he knew Alsmeria wouldn't be there, and partly because he couldn't shake the fear associated with it. But if he wanted to let go of the past and move forward, visiting the Sky Palace would be a good step. Cannon noted that it had been a long time since they were in the Sky Empire and she missed home so much. Maybe they could even briefly see Marietta and the others. Lloyd agreed, thinking that summer vacation would begin after training, and he should ask his mother if they could stay home during that time. After all, a home filled with old memories was waiting for him. They would also have days without excursions, so they should try to make as many summer memories as possible. The Sky Empire is especially famous for its silver beach and the sea, not to mention the local cuisine. Orlia immediately started imagining fake summer memories. Kuzunoha hugged Lloyd and said that they would definitely have fun during their free time. Suzuri asked why she was deciding for him, and Kuzunoha replied that Lloyd was free anyway. Suzuri then said that she wanted to visit the historical sites with him. But before she could finish her sentence, someone stood in front of her. It was Runia, who asked Lloyd if he would mind sleeping with her, as that's how she felt safe. All the girls immediately started making noise and objecting, while Hiyori enjoyed the chaos, and Eliza found them noisy. Hiyori approached him and said that the trip seemed like it would be a lot of fun. Lloyd began to wonder what he should do. Regardless, the time for the Sky Empire had arrived. They finally arrived at the Sky Empire's castle, or more precisely, the Sky Palace. This was their first time stepping foot in another country, which made the twins quite excited. To this day, the Eternal Emperor, also known as the Sky Emperor, resides here. According to history, the world barrier itself originated from this very castle. Even if the Sky race's mana is incredibly strong, no one could live for 1,000 years. Aurelie shudders at the thought that people actually believe this fairy tale. Eliza said that everyone has the right to their beliefs, and without that faith, the Sky Empire's residents would never have recovered from the wars. She also mentioned that Aurelie doesn't see the bigger picture. After that, they decided to head inside. It was surprising that the Sky Palace had barely changed in 1,000 years. Lloyd expected to feel nostalgic, but instead, it felt more like he had entered a different reality. It's believed that Alsmeria still sits on the Sky Empire's throne, but in reality, she, like him, died during the reincarnation ceremony 1,000 years ago. He knows this is a castle without a master, which makes it feel somewhat desolate to him. They entered the central corridor. They were allowed to look around as much as they wished, but they were asked not to enter any of the rooms. Lloyd noticed that Princess Eliza seemed very tense. She then asked to be left alone, promising not to leave the corridor. Even though she asked to be left alone, Lloyd was too worried, so he stepped away for a minute. Aurelie noticed the two of them leave and wondered what they were planning to do. Lately, Eliza had been acting strangely, but then she wondered again why she and Lloyd had decided to be alone. She said she wanted to see what was further ahead and that she would go with Lloyd so the guard wouldn't need to follow her. Aurelie wanted to follow them. In the corridor, Eliza leaned against the wall, feeling unwell. Long ago, a child was born who could hear the voice of a goddess. Everyone praised her and spoke of her talent, making her a priestess, but the voice the girl heard did not belong to the goddess everyone so sincerely believed in. Lately, the voice had been getting louder, and with it, her headaches. Moreover, ever since Eliza arrived here, everything about this place felt strange to her. She couldn't understand what this feeling was. Suddenly, Lloyd finally grabbed her hand and asked if she was okay. When she turned around, Lloyd saw that she was almost in tears, which made him let go of her hand. Eliza abruptly declared that she had to leave, as something was wrong with this place. And she ran away from Lloyd. Lloyd saw her inaccessibility from all sides, carrying a heavy burden on her small back. Aurelie suddenly caught them as Lloyd was trying to calm Eliza, asking what they were doing. Eliza told her it was none of her business, but Aurelie refused to leave. Suddenly, something very large appeared beneath them. The three of them began to fall, and Lloyd tried to use defensive magic. Using defensive style number 2, Bubble, he kept the two girls close to him. Eliza and Aurelie clung to him, then thanked him for his help. They ended up in some kind of cave, which apparently was located beneath the castle. Mana stones were all around them, and it seemed they were glowing due to a reaction to the mana in their bodies. If this was one of the known mana stone mines, it looked like the miners hadn't reached this spot yet. Perhaps it was one of the hidden tunnels. Suddenly, they saw a huge something ahead of them. There was some unknown monster beneath the castle. Eliza wasn't sure, but she said it looked like the monster that lived here had turned into an undead. The monster's body itself had been dead for a long time, but the corpse continued to wander the world. All alone underground, this monster also yearned with all its soul to protect something. Princess Eliza's condition wasn't getting any better. When he saw her start to falter again, the passage they had fallen through was already gone. There was only one way out of here, and the monster would have to let them pass, so Aurelie used Evil Eye, Crimson Glimmer. But it didn't work on the monster because the undead have no flesh, so it had nothing to see her eyes with. Eliza asked Aurelius to warn them next time she used evil eye so they wouldn't get caught in it themselves. Suddenly, the monster fired a beam directly at them. However, Lloyd managed to use defensive style number 2, defensive fortress, to shield everyone. He still didn't understand what was happening, but they had already provoked it, and now they would have to fight back. It might not have eyes, but that won't help it against offensive spells, Aurelius said, and began to cast a spell. She attacked it with blood dust, slicing it into pieces, but the scattered bones began to reassemble. Normal attacks didn't work either. No matter how many times they hit it, it would just put itself back together. He used defensive style number 2, Cloud Ridge, but he couldn't stop it because his defensive magic doesn't work on the undead. This was a painful truth. After all, the dead cannot be protected. Suddenly, Eliza felt even worse. She started saying something about power and his destiny. Again, very abruptly and unexpectedly, she used the Sacred Empire's secret technique, Apocalypse, Goddess's Second Coming. First, there were the sounds of bells, and then explosions all around. On top of that, the mana stones couldn't withstand the pressure and began to break one after another. Eliza seemed to have lost her mind and couldn't respond to anything. She launched her attack, a beam of unimaginable size. With a single blow, she killed the undead, which was incredibly frightening. But Eliza didn't leave that form. Lloyd sensed a very familiar mana from her and realized it was her. He quickly called out to Aurelius to snap her out of her daze. He explained that Princess Eliza wasn't in control of her actions right now because her own power was consuming her. If she continued to use her power at this rate, she could get hurt, and the cave itself might even collapse. Lloyd wanted to use the restriction technique to seal Eliza's power. He likely couldn't do it alone, so he asked Aurelius to lend him some of her strength. Gathering herself, she nodded in response. If his theory was correct, he would be able to hear her voice using the restriction technique. Combining their mana, he began to use the restriction technique on Eliza. Finally, she was freed and calmed down, while Lloyd heard crackling sounds. He saw Elsmeria stroking some creature and apologizing for not being able to take care of it, but now a night had come for it. Lloyd was glad that it was indeed her. Her soul was shattered into pieces and she couldn't reach the outside world, so she tried to establish a connection through this girl due to the extraordinary purity of her mana. Elsmeria admitted that she had caused her a lot of trouble. She only managed to say a few words, but thanks to his restriction technique, the connection between her soul and Eliza became even stronger. Gradually, her pieces were coming together. Lloyd himself should have noticed this, and then he remembered all the princesses together. Here, she would be protected. Fate itself must have led him to them, so Elsmeria entrusted them to him. Back in reality, Lloyd managed to catch Eliza before she fell. Eliza was born with powerful innate abilities and the purest mana. In an empire that deeply revered the goddess, she was given the role of the one who could hear her voice. She heard the voice address her as a fragment and say that somewhere in this world lived the Knight of the Voice, and it wanted Eliza to find him. The people said that the priestess, promised to them by prophecy, would go to the monastery to study the commandments, which would help her truly hear the goddess's voice. She always fulfilled the role assigned to her by others. The real Eliza was not needed by anyone. But when Aurelius challenged Eliza to a fight in childhood, she realized that this girl was the only one who could see her. Aurelius always looked at Eliza, not at anything else. When Eliza woke up, Aurelius immediately switched gears and asked why she was throwing a tantrum when she usually scolds others for their behavior. Eliza explained that she had followed the church's commandments her entire life, which helped control her power, and that it was all the voice's fault. The Holy Empire believes in a goddess, and those who receive her revelation become priestesses. Eliza was one of them. However, she knew it wasn't the goddess. This voice constantly spoke of some night. Lloyd realized that the voice Eliza was hearing belonged to Elsmeria. When Eliza told her parents about it, her father was disappointed in the accuracy of her predictions and sent her to a monastery, where she strictly observed all commandments under close supervision. She still wasn't completely fixed, and that's when Aurelius understood what had just happened. Aurelius said that back in her distant childhood, Eliza was free from everything and used beautiful magic. And in just 1 year, she changed dramatically and significantly. Aurelius was annoying, tactless, and constantly provocative. Every time Aurelius was around, Eliza started to feel like she was returning to her old self. Then Aurelius asked why she shouldn't just give in to that feeling. She's always acting so prim and proper, but if she were much friendlier, maybe she could make a friend, even just one. Eliza agreed with Orly's statement. Orly's then asked again about the voice that spoke of a knight. Eliza replied that she didn't fully understand what it was trying to say. It was clear that Alsmeria's soul was hidden within Princess Eliza. Perhaps Lloyd had seen similar traits in every princess he encountered, in addition to their mana easily combining with defensive techniques. Lloyd realized that each of them contained a fragment of Alsmeria's soul. However, if Princess Eliza doesn't understand the meaning of the voice in her head, it means she couldn't retain memories of the events from 1,000 years ago. Regardless, they needed to get out of there quickly and find an exit. Lloyd decided to put that aside for now and focus on finding a way out. Suddenly, magic stones began to emerge from the walls. They all came together, forming something familiar. The mana stone took root, resembling a celestial tree, and something was carved at the base of its roots. It was the ancient language of the Celestial Empire, and as Lloyd began to read it, he suddenly realized something. This was the core of the world barrier. Orly's asked what was written there. Lloyd then noticed something within this core, when suddenly something wrapped around his finger. A ring then formed on his finger, and a powerful light struck them.